get ready to jump into the battleground.
के पास 14 फिनिशर्स आगे बढ़ेंगे नार्सेन क्या वो क्लच करके जा पाएंगे डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा आखिरी खिलाड़ी ये क्लच अबाउट टू गेट ओवर क्या यहाँ पे हो चुका है जी हाँ 1 2 3 बहुत ज्यादा कम है विकेट वो थोड़ा और आगे जाना चाहते हैं मोरोटोप उसको हिट हुआ डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा विकेट उन्होंने एक और खिलाड़ी को डाउन किया पानी
Welcome to the realme BGIS 2025, The Grind Day 2. I'm going to be a host to Casterneck Road. John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be Icy Baby 1, 2. And considering this event's brought to you by realme, the brand that's redefining gaming performance with the realme P3 Series 5G. Born to slay, made for gamers like you. Icy, on yesterday's day, we saw a lot of new names focus up and get really good in the overall standings. And one of them was Walt OMG.
Yeah, and when we talk about OMG, they are definitely the ones that actually stand out the most in terms of overall adaptation, right? They were the quickest to kind of understand the situation they put in, and then they adapt very, very quickly. But again, you know, we only had 6 matches. The first 3 matches was a little bit slow for a majority of teams to actually pick up. OMG was able to capitalize on everybody's confusion.
Yeah.
But here's the plot twist. They were at the top of the leaderboard for the longest of time, but by match 4, match 5, match 6, we saw a big dynamic shift by all the other teams. In particular is going to be, of course, Wildfang's going to be one of those teams that you have to bring up as well. Cosmic Scripture stealing the #1 spot by match number 6.
Well, we can't really forget the fact that even VST were able to crack that zone and also place themselves first back-to-back in the game of Sanhok. 2 Sanhok secured, VST's looking pretty strong as well. And the fact that if VST is able to pull that off once again on the maps of Sanhok, there's a big chance they can be at the first spot in the overall standings. Now let's speak about Wildfangs a little bit. Yesterday we saw, of course, Trey Scott and Sev doing pretty good on the maps of Erangel and Miramar, but then Scout and Sensei stepped up big on Sanhoks.
Yeah, it took quite a number of tries for Sensei as well to actually kind of adapt, right? Like, especially in the first 3 matches, you know, we've seen Sensei over the years as well. He's been known to be very decisive, but it felt like he looked a little bit lost, where he might be overthinking a little bit here, but by the end of the game, they were able to kind of bounce back, you know what I mean?
But what are these teams exactly fighting for? And that's going to be the prize pool, which will be on the screen. 2 crore rupees on the line for this realme BGIS 2025. And as we know, the more prize pool will be added in the future, considering there will be a crate announced in-game. And all the revenue generated from that crate will be added to the prize pool of this realme BGIS 2025. The first placing team will get 60 lakhs, the second placing team will get 30, the third one will get 20, and it's going to keep on descending downwards. The best part is everyone gets some sort of money in their hands.
Exactly. To top it off as well, we should inform you guys, it is a brand new year as well. There is a lot more prizes to give you on, because the prizes will increase tremendously over time with you guys' help by purchasing the esports crate. But, and of course, when it comes to special rewards as well, we have the realme MVP, Best IGL, Emerging Star, Best Clutch, Fan Favorite, and also the MVP finals to be awarded after the end of the entire tournament itself.
Yeah, 1,50,000 for the MVP of the finals, but how do you exactly get your hands on that prize pool? Through this points distribution, the first placing team inside of the game will get 10 points, the second one will get 6, the third one will get 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th and 16th will get none. We've been looking at this point system for the longest time, and now we're pretty much familiar. It really forces teams to move on aggressive inside of the game, and something that's really forcing these teams to move aggressive is also the new zone structure that we've planned out so far, and it's been working out pretty well.
Agreed, and speaking of which, here continues the journeys for today's schedule for Group D. This is going to be match 7, starting things off with Erangel, followed by Miramar, as well as Sanhok to start kick things off here in day number 2. And of course, by the end of today, they will have officially reached the halfway mark for the grind of Group D.
Exactly. Halfway mark, as you mentioned, will be reached after this. And once again, if you have a look at the latter 3 games, pretty much the same Sanhok, Miramar, and Erangel. We saw the same schedule yesterday too, and the same schedule will be repeated here today as well. Now, on the maps of Sanhok, we saw VST. They were super strong, and they were quite consistent too. But Cosmic, they were pretty strong on the map of Erangel. And to have a look at the overall standings, let's move on to the graphic and have a look at it. Because Team Cosmic currently is sitting at the top with a lot of points. But underneath them, they've also got VST chasing them pretty closely.
Yeah, that's something that I really want to talk about as well here, because this was a very, very big surprise factor, right? Considering the fact that BST does have 2 chicken dinners, but at the same time, the score isn't that big apart, which is something that you can take into consideration because of the point system and the placement systems here. It feels like you need a little bit more finish points rather than positional points. You need some. In this case, the perfect example to bring that to the table is going to be Team ARZ, who's got 0 position points, but 28 finish points. And look at DR points. They're so close to the top 8 just because of this.
Exactly. Aerobots Esports is one of those teams that's got a lot of potential too. We've been looking at this team since 2023 now, and they have been trying their best to get to the T1 circuit, but they always choke, especially when they make it to the final stages of the tournament. Another team that surprised quite a bit was also Team Hope. They were a part of so many fights. Yeah, unfortunately, a few fights were also quite scattered, but Hope they tried their best.
Agreed. I definitely agree. It's all about, you know, sometimes it might be luck, it might be skill. It's about adapting here. Hope took one of the longest time to adapt. They were able to figure it out by the final game itself in Erangel, right? So I feel like in terms of understanding the zone, I feel like I believe so that after match 4 onwards, most of the teams have realized that the first 2 circle is you gotta rush, you gotta be fast, you have no time to kind of clear things out, check one by one, step by step, because it is all about time, right? You need to be most efficient as possible and as quickly as possible. And then 3, 4, 5 is where things get very chill. That's where you start to, you know, play a little bit safe, play a little bit defensive, play a little bit strategic, right? But by match, once you survive circle 6, this is where you have to start hitting hard.
Exactly. And I think so the real example of adaptation was also Team Empire. In the game 1, they died to the blue zone. But then later on, they are currently in the top 8, looking pretty comfortable. And Team Empire is also one of those teams that's known for their firepower. They've been trying as well for years and years to be in the Tier 1 circuit, but unfortunately, they've always been failing. And we know at the start of the day, we were also making our speculations. We were also giving our predictions. So let's move on towards the caster predictions, and let's see which caster picked which team. I personally went for Do or Die. I think they've got a lot of potential, and this time as well, they can strike even better.
Well, it seems like Maisie, they are going to go for Gen X. We have Wildfangs, we have for Anki, we have Spiro with TC, we have Necro U going for Do or Die, really, huh?
Yeah, of course, man.
And then me and Johnny going for VST.
You guys are playing it safe, come on.
I don't think it's playing safe, right? Like, based on how the team has been moving here, for me, I feel that it's either going to be Wildfangs or VST based on yesterday's performance, right? Like they've showcased as good. They have individual skills. They are very confident. You can see that they're very quick on their feet. So that's the reason why I choose either Wildfang, VST, and I think maybe OMG. But personally, the one that surprised me the most is actually Cosmic. Even though they are the top, like none of us actually picked Cosmic.
Yeah, I mean, Cosmic is one of those teams that we've been looking at them, and yeah, they did have the potential, but considering they came up with a complete new roster, I mean, that's one of the main reasons why no one really had any sort of faith on Cosmic. And speaking of Wildfangs, now I do understand even Scout and Sensei play pretty good on the maps of Erangel, but they need to be a bit more consistent, because right after that, when Miramar struck in, we saw a dip in the performance. And that's going to be hurting them quite a bit in the longer run.
See, that's the thing about individual skill and also macro gameplay formations, right? Like, a perfect example would be Wildfang. Wildfang is a team where, hey, they're all individually skilled, but in terms of strategy and formation, it seems like they were just banging anything. Like, anything that comes into trade, they just go gung-ho. Whereas for teams like Cosmic, they're doing very, very well. Like, they're very strategic, but they're just playing it disciplined.
Exactly. Let's move on to the promo for now.
What are the drop or the snakes? Am I the one to blame?
Short promo, and make sure to check out the Realme P3 Series 5G. But once again, resuming the conversation that we're having, right? We're speaking about Wildfangs, and we talked about how the inconsistency sort of hits them. You mentioned that as a team, they're functioning pretty well. But still, in certain scenarios, I feel like firepower is something that you need the most, especially inside of the new zone meta.
Agreed. I feel like when it comes to firepower, you need to be playing at the best performance possible here. And of course, when it comes to best performance here, we have to talk about the Realme P3 Series 5G, because this is the phone that is known to redefine gaming as of now.
Yeah, and it's going to be launching on the 18th. So make sure you guys are tuned on the 18th February. And also, if you move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Series 5G, might just stand a chance to win amazing deals and also amazing rewards. So make sure to move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Series 5G. Once again, moving back to the conversation, right? Wildfangs, in my opinion, enough talks about them. Let's move on towards a few more teams. Alibaba Raider. This was also one of those teams that had quite a known roster, but now in 2025, they've got a complete reshuffle. Now they've got a new team playing over here, and still they're doing pretty okay. They're in a good spot in the overall standings.
To be honest, I feel like Alibaba Raiders and Cosmic are in the same boat just because of just based on yesterday's performance, right? Like, yes, they have been very consistent, they've got position here, but every single time the fights that they have taken has been a little bit of a bloodbath. Like, yes, they were able to rebound, reset, but at the same time, every single time their resets, it feels like just because somebody else is third party, they get so much leeway and they are able to get those resets. So I wouldn't say it's strategy, I wouldn't say it's luck, but again, we don't have enough data to actually call this out yet.
Exactly. Even yesterday, we saw Alpha 6 be a part of a lot of the fights, honestly. Alpha 6 were trying their best to get as many elimination points as possible, but sometimes they would get shut down pretty easily. i4i had a fantastic game one, but then later on, i4i, we also saw that inconsistency hit them, not doing too bad in the overall standings. A comeback is definitely possible. Aerobot's a team that's focusing so much on the elimination points. I would love to see them focus a bit more on the placement, though. I do understand firepower is important, but also having a chicken dinner can give you those extra 10 points.
Agreed. And personally, I think Aerobots hope they are the teams that needs to change the most in terms of their overall playstyle, right? Like, when it comes to taking head-to-head fights, they're really, really good. But if we are talking about multi-warfare, that's something that they are struggling the most.
If you remember Hope yesterday on the map at Miramar, they went for an early drop clash. And unfortunately, it did not really work out for them because the opponents were able to once again recover and shut them down easily. So Hope, in my opinion, they should try and be a little bit more bold. The only reason came into play in the first place is because they wanted to drop in the outskirts. And unfortunately for them, there was another team thinking the same way. And that's why Hope pretty much were not able to make a comeback in that fight.
Exactly. When it comes to the gameplay and testing phases as well here, you know, I've talked about edge zone, outside zone, as well as a center circle, right? Center circle has been one of the, I would say, outstanding strats rotations in all the maps thus far, based on 6 maps in overall in general. But when it came down to people who's rotating outside zone, every single team has pretty much fumbled, except for OMG. They were the only ones that were able to pull it off, somehow got decent amount of plays in the final game in Erangel yesterday.
The crazy part is that, especially when we think, considering it's the new zone meta, all the newer teams might just start to struggle. Walt OMG was one of those teams that came out of nowhere, and they were adapting instantly. I'm not exactly sure who the coach is, who the IGL is, but whoever the man is, he's doing a perfect job. He's doing it perfectly well, because Walt OMG is currently sitting on the 3rd spot, looking pretty good and dandy. Let's move on to the game off the Erangel, the first game of the day that can decide the fate of a lot of a team.
Without further ado, we are going to be kicking things off in the map of Erangel. This is map 7 for Group D in the grind here, as we are going to be witnessing how the teams are going to be adapting here for day number 2. Day 1, we saw a lot of teams, you know, getting completely bamboozled and also confused on what they should be doing here. But with after 6 matches of experience, day 2 is going to be extremely crucial on how they want to approach this. But so far, this is by far the first Erangel map where we are going to see the flag path coming from west all the way to east. I've talked about how important it is for the first 2 circles, right? So you have to get into the zone very, very quickly just because of how much damage the zone starts to take. So teams who have early drops are going to be having a little bit more advantage in terms of overall loots before they enter towards the 3rd circle.
Exactly. If the teams do want to move down south, it's going to be a tough pill to swallow considering the plain flat path. It's tilted to the northern side. We do see M4 right next to one of the teams, which is possibly Jubilant Divine. Yesterday, we saw M4 take a lot of fights as well. And unfortunately for M4, none of those fights were working out that well. But so hopefully, this time, M4, they've learned their lesson and they know exactly which fight to prioritize. Alpha 6, one of the most stubborn teams out there, they will always try to go for a drop clash no matter what. We do see a bit of that cluster of teams heading towards Severny. There's a major chance we might see a clash there.
Yeah, interesting enough, I'm surprised Hope is opted to go for Pochinki, because knowing Hope for the past yesterday's match itself, they have swapped out between Stauber, between Severny
they like
as
to
well.
drop in the extremities, right?
Yeah, so for them to actually get smack middle of it all uncontested is just surprising.
Yeah, exactly. But we've got an action brewing up on the screen. M4, once again, they step in the playing field. But this time, they're the one to find the first strike. Sketch, unfortunately, gets knocked down return. But Noxie's knocked out as well. And even Noisy Boy gets knocked out. It's quite unfortunate for Jubilant Divine to kick things off in such a way. But Mysterious 4, they've definitely learned from their past mistake. Yesterday, they were the one to get strike down every single time. But this time, it's M4 kicking things off on a fantastic note.
Oh my goodness, Jubilant Divine, they had a rough day in the final map as well. They were completely destroyed by Gen XF, denied their opportunity of getting a chicken dinner. But this time, right from the get-go, it's only up to Ambush to secure the deal. But M4, they are going to clean things out. They're 4 men healthy. And Ambush doesn't have a lot of room to work with, so he's going to be in trouble here. But guess what? Here comes Grind. He is going to try and scout things out, try and set up for the tempo. Ambush. He's going to try and set up an ambush, but there's only so much can do. He's got the Uzi. He's got the shotties as well. He's proning his way through, but I don't think they actually heard him.
No, they did not. Just trying to pre-fire around the corner. Ambush. The man's trapped in this building.
They
the
see
opponent
him.
somewhere down line. Now they know where Ambush is too. Is peeking out. They've spotted that pixel, but Ambush, he holds that doorway perfectly.
No way!
And fights all 3 of them. What a play this is from Ambush. They try to ambush the man himself, but then he comes through with one of the most strongest defenses and strikes down all the 3 players. One more man to go. Now the fight's taken down to a one-on-one. Sketch in the front. Can Ambush clutch it out? Can Ambush put the nail in the coffin, even for the last player of M4? M4 choked this fight big, but even Alpha 6 is now closing on up from the back, and Alpha 6, they will shut down the last man of M4. Ambush, he just survived by the Whiskus.
What? A play from Ambush. He literally did so, but at the same time, the third party comes in, and here comes the wrap-up. Ambush, does he go for the kamikaze? He is going to try and win this out. Here comes the nades. He's stuck in a difficult spot. He's going to go for the pre-fires. But he's got so low, he hasn't been able to reset as well. Alpha 6 wants to clean house. Here comes another nade. Once more Ambush. They got him, and this is an end fight with Alpha 6 coming up on top.
I feel bad for Ambush. He tried so much to stay alive, but unfortunately getting third-partied like this by Alpha 6, there's a reason I like to call them the stubborn ones. Alpha 6 has always been the notorious crew inside of the game, and they like to go for early game fights, and if you're going to give them such a great setup, they're never going to back away from this. 2 elimination points accumulated from those.
This is really smart when it comes to Alpha 6's decision, just because of how they've been playing, especially the first 2 circles, right? Same can be said for OMG as well. When they hear a major fight happening, they do not hesitate to rush in, knowing that there's not going to be a 4th or 5th party, just because of how early and big of the zone is in terms of statistics, right? So, very nicely done coming out of Alpha 6. They are the biggest menace thus far, but again, great stuff. However, for Mysterious 4, it's back to the lobby once more.
Unfortunate. Mysterious 4, they're going to stay a mystery. But almost they turned the tables. It was really close.
So close, though.
Yeah,
so
really close. Do or die, they're playing with their coach once again, Veds, in the playing 4. It's quite interesting to see the coach once again play over here. Yesterday, not a lot of that impact, but hopefully today, do or die, they make something happen. The coach needs to step up as well. When it comes to the survival gameplay, do or die knows how to make it inside of the circle. But when it comes to the fight, that's where do or die can lack.
Well, to be honest, I feel like Do or Die, they are the teams that literally have been put in the worst possible situations, right? Like, I would say in terms of positioning throughout their 6 matches that they played, it feels like every single time the circle is the reason why they are put out of position. And because of those kind of plays, they do tend to have this kind of hesitation whether or not do they want to push or do they want to back out, and by the time they make a decision, things would have went south for them so many times, especially for the map. The Sanhok, they tried to sneak past the zone, but they didn't realize how things were just so difficult.
Do or Die is currently sitting on the 6th spot, not doing too bad, honestly. And they can definitely try and bring in that consistency and just climb slowly and steadily, claw their way back up in the overall standings. Wildfang's on the screen, Safe and Scout. These 2 guys yesterday popped off pretty well. Especially Scout on the map of Sanhok. He was doing pretty nice, but now he needs to pop off even on Erangel. That's where the real struggles have been, striking the players of Wildfangs.
When speaking of Wildfangs as well, it seems like based on their overall finish feats right now, Wildfang's Trace God is the top in the leaderboard after 6 matches with a total of 14 finishes, tying it with a very surprising team, Aerobots Esports Aim God.
Of
with
course, man.
14 finishes as well.
It's not even a question. Aerobots Esports' stats boards say everything. They've been taking fights left, right, center, and pretty much trying to gain that better spot inside of the circle too. But when you're going to take fights in the late game, you got to understand one thing. There's going to be third parties too, and that's where Aerobots, they seem to crumble. Team Cosmic, a current team that's sitting at the top, and Cosmic is one of those teams that's been doing pretty great. They've adapted to the meta pretty well.
Yeah, I personally want to see a little bit more coming from Cosmic Scripture, just because of the fact that they were very low-key, they were just doing the right things, and overall, even in the finishes leaderboard right now, all 4 teams are not even close to the top 10, but it seems like everybody is just doing their part really, really well as a team. Let me rephrase that. Actually, one guy, Pash, is actually 10th finishes in the leaderboard. He is currently sitting at 8th place out of all the players in terms of total finishes. So he's doing work, but again, it's very disparate. Like even their final zone as well, they really prioritize on their overall formations rather than making flashy plays.
Yeah, Pash is definitely doing pretty good too. As you mentioned, they're trying to focus on the team play more and just trying to prioritize fights that's going to help them in a team fight. Looking at the circle too, Alpha 6, after going for that third party, initially they dropped in Rozhok. Now they've moved all the way up north towards Severny. And looking at the cluster in the Smack Center, you've got Hope too, still inside of Pachinki. They haven't moved a muscle. You've got TMG making their way towards the centric part, considering TMG started all the way from Milta.
I like how Hope has pretty much done their homework, right? Like, based on yesterday's performance on how they have been dropping so far, especially for 70, they know for a fact that there is so many people in the 70 itself. Like, Alpha 6 is going to be swinging down north here, trying to catch people, any stray cats or dogs in the sides. But with the circle shifting, seems like it is going to be shifting all the way towards Rozhok. And based on this circle,
oh my god,
I have a feeling it might be a river battle.
I think so. It might be a Rozhok finish, especially on the hilltop where the warehouse is. We might just see a lot of teams wanting to contest that. Ooh. Alpha 6, you better be quick. You guys were at the same spot as the game started, but then you went for the third party, and you gave that position away. Alpha 6, you better be quick on the feet. You've got Alibaba Raiders now getting pumped up by the players of I4I. It's a big push that's coming through. I4I thinking for the future. They want to get their hands on the school, considering they know it's in the Smack Center of the circle too. But Alibaba Raiders, one man's already able to find the first knock. Maxis, great way to open the fray up as Demi gets knocked out. It's quite unfortunate for I4I that they've lost out on the man already. Now the fight's taken down to a 3-on-4. Alibaba Raiders with a major man advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well, but here comes the spam. Raikkoon wasn't expecting it, but what?
How?
How?
He's able to stay alive. The man was using the shotgun in long ranges. That's why Raikkoon is able to stay alive with barely any sort of HP. But here comes the backup from the back. And what a flank that was. Ninja OP puts the nail in the coffin for that player. But you've still got 2 more players standing for I4I. And those 2 players, they actually want to go for the commit.
Speaking of commitment right now, Alibaba Raiders not taking advantage of the high ground. They are going to try and go for the hit to try and scare them off. And guess what? They do scare off I4I. They will back out and retreat this. So school belongs to Alibaba Raiders for now. And expecting maybe if the circle shifts out and open, they are going to be able to punish any teams residing in apartments, which as of yet, people are actually dodging their way right now. But on the finish feed right now, we do see Johnny actually finding one of the members coming from Cosmic.
Yeah, Walter MG, they kick things off. Unfortunately, even they've lost out on one man. Luckily enough, they were able to find the return knock, so that's going to give him enough time to get the fallen player back up on his feet. Walter MG in a really bad spot. Out in the open, I see. I'm not a big fan of this. They need to move out.
Yeah, Cosmic now already down towards the last band as well. However, OMG, they need to back off. They are pretty spread off apart as well. And Do or Die is going to be looking to try and capitalize on this as well. Here comes a very nice nade. Does he connect on Johnny? Looks good, but seems like, you know, they just don't want to hard commit to this. But they do force out a lot of utilities coming in from OMG right now.
Do or Die drive all the way down south. And now look at the rotation they've pulled off. They're all the way up north, right next to Welt OMG. Do or Die is pulling off some incredible moves in the game, as even the Wall of Death is now going to start to move up. And something needs to be done. Ved smoking himself out, considering he does not have the vehicle anymore for any sort of mobility. But the man's still patching himself up.
He's gone. He doesn't have meds as well. He's in trouble.
Yeah.
He needs to get out. He's only got bandages to kind of survive this. But fortunately for enough, it is going to keep him alive for now. But at the same time, his teammate is going to get shut down as well. Ved's also finally going to lose his life with a well-placed nade coming from TCW.
It's unfortunate. Do or die in a world of trouble. Team Empire, they get that knockout and the confirmation. But look at the circle and how it's shaping out. It's going to move down south a bit more. And as I told you, there's a big chance that Rozhok is going to be in contention, and that's what's happening. We do see one of the teams move in towards Rozhok, and they've already got the claim of that. But still, a lot of teams around that nearby vicinity, and we might just see a chaos ensuing soon.
Based on this zone that I've seen so far, I feel like the biggest advantage that is going to be highly in contention right now is going to be School, right? Alibaba Raiders, they have the perfect view of every single rotations. They have open sites as well, even towards apartments, just because of the fact that whoever resides in apartments, they are going to be expecting a lot of heat because there is so much room to work with for at least 3 to 4 teams to kind of take each apartment section. So this is something that I think Alibaba Raiders, all they gotta do is just be very, very patient and just start hammering and zoning everyone away from School.
Autobots and Team Empire going for a late game rotation. We saw them a while ago on the map feed. It's interesting, considering you need to be the quicker one to get a better spot inside the circle. It's all about being proactive in these type of moments. Airbots Esports, they're quite proactive, having quite a solid spot in their hands. They've also got the high ground, so that means it's going to give them unlimited info. But converting that info into a good pathway to the upcoming zones, that's up to them.
I actually disagree with that as well. Like, just because of the fact that, yes, they are in the outskirts of Rozhok, but because of how they are at the edge part of this section, yes, they may have high ground, but rotating outside of Rozhok, especially when the zone shifts into the open field, is not exactly the most safest one. Like, the only safe area would be that small little shack north of the school, but aside from that, it is going to be very difficult to out-rotate that. Like, one well-placed nade, you're done, if you're inside the shack.
Cluster of teams racking up slowly and steadily. It really comes down to the upcoming zone shifts. That's going to be dictating the major pace. If it keeps on shifting on top of Rozhok, then we might just not see a lot of action. But Airbots Esports, they've spotted a few players. Welto OMG in the crosshairs locked. Alpha 6 right next to him too. A big chance we might just see a fight brewing up. And that's what seems like it's going to be happening. Welto OMG in the front. Crack spots him out. No shots taken so far. He's going to let the opponents just slide by.
I actually like what Alpha 6 is doing right now. Just because of the fact that, yes, they are playing from the north. Not many people are willing to take their chance to play on high ground, the hills, etc. And because of those particular reasons, sometimes going to a dangerous place might actually be the safest place. And for them, all they gotta do is just wait for things to die down when the southern fight gets finished. They are going to wrap in, but guess what? It is going to shift out in the open. School is out of the vicinity, so it is not going to be in it is going to be in apartments, north of apartments. We do see TMG already smack in the middle in the mansion as well. It's a great compound, but it does not have a lot of vantage point to actually capitalize on compared to places like School, compared to spaces like apartments as well. So a lot of teams are going to be able to sneak by, but as of now, Alpha 6 and OMG might have a little bit of a skirmish down the north side though.
A lot of teams now need to start brainstorming how to pull off a rotation. They've got the information, but how to pave a pathway to safety. We do see a few compounds available towards TMG, but moving on towards the fight between the players of Alpha 6 and OMG, it feels like OMG, they just want to back away and prioritize the circle, and that's what they're doing.
Yeah, and as of yet, based on this zone here, you can see Team Hope, they are in the apartments. It's one of the best when it comes to vantage points. But again, they are going to be in a position where they can pretty much secure themselves a decent amount of placement, maybe up to top 4, top 6, just because everybody is going to be dodging apartments, right? But as soon as I say this here, look at this, School. We do see a lot of drive-bys coming in, but at the same time, Alibaba Raiders isn't able to capitalize on anything.
A lot of teams just sending it do or die. What a run that was. But one thing is for sure, they're also losing out on a lot of players in return. Do or die. Surviving this wrath will be tough. You've got so many teams focus firing at you. At this point, it will be tough to try and sustain all the damage. Even I4I doing the same thing. It's a mad dash inside of the safety lines. Maybe they're not going to stand a chance as well. I4I, they were taking too much damage upon themselves. Alibaba Raiders, even they need to move out. So many teams are messed up because of this zone shift that we're seeing on the screen. Alibaba Raiders, Ninja OP has got a bit of that shack to play with, but for how long can he keep the shack clear?
Yeah, this is the shack I was just talking about as well. Like, it's one of the worst place to be in, just because of like, hey, you have some sort of protection, but if you want to get out, rotate, push towards south or maybe even north, there's pretty much nothing that can save you. And even vehicles will get completely shredded down, knowing that there's no way out. But meanwhile, we do see Alpha 6 going to be having that skirmish standstill down towards the north, but it seems like they are the ones to come up on top against OMG.
It's not looking good for OMG. In a big sandwich in the front, it's the players of VST. In the back now, you've got Alpha 6 moving up. Where can you go if you're Walt OMG? In a big world of trouble. All the boys, they're also getting ripped apart. You see Johnny and Justy knocked out and caught from. It's not a good news. VST, they're constantly ripping apart the players of Vault. As you've got Alpha 6 from the back now, spamming away as well. They're trying their best to get something done at this point, even Alpha 6. They need a few more elimination points to satisfy themselves. But look at what's happening. Underneath the bridge, there's Team Cosmic, and right next to them, it's also one of the players of Walt OMG.
Yep, interesting enough, Team Cosmic, they have no choice but to, you know, burrow a very, very big hole and then just hide and wait things out, right? They are literally going to be sticking their heads in the ground like an ostrich, but there's nothing much they could really have done.
Yeah.
They've lost their fight against Alpha 6. Alpha 6, undeniably the kings of the north for now. But again, when the zone shifts here, they're going to be okay. Again, you can see that all these teams, they are battling to scramble with all these fights. And now, from Southeast here, Wildfangs has been completely silent for the first 4 stages. And now towards the 5th stage, they finally show themselves that, what are we going to do? But speaking of what they're doing there, look at Wildfangs. They're so spread out. They've gotten so much space in the southeast corner.
Yeah, they've been playing the same way since the start. And that's why Wildfangs hasn't really been making a lot of moves, because they've got a lot of area to play with. But now move and try and group up. Considering the upcoming circle, it's not a lot in their court. But VST, they're controlling the majority of the circle. Before now, we've got a fight brewing up on the screen in Rozhok. Aerobots Esports trying to make some sort of room for themselves, but Genix FM is the one blocking that way. UOP is trying to patch himself up, but a few more utilities might just swing his way, so he needs to back out, and that's what he does. Aerobots Esports, still you can see Gary just making sure that the sidelines are going to be clear, because Aerobots Esports, they've got a clear rush in their mind, and that's going to be to move up inside of the circle as soon as possible, because the Wall of Death will have no mercy.
Indeed. Speaking of which, as they slowly edge their way in, they have to wrap things up. Utilities will be expended there. Aerobots, I talked about this as well. They were the furthest from Rozhok. And as soon as they finish up this fight, it's going to be, looks like they will get finished instead, because Drew, with the DBS, he is going to be traded off as well.
It breaks out in the worst possible way, and Yuba, he pulls out the S12 as well as he finds the first strike as well. That's going to be the return off against the opponents, but unfortunately, Yuba stepped on fire, and he was literally on fire. Till the end, he got eliminated. Genix FM, though, that's a great way to kick things off. 5 elimination points already on the belt, but they still need to move inside of the circle, and they've only got 2 players to sustain all the fire upon themselves. As you move on towards another fight, that's going to be between the players of TMG and also Autobots. Autobots, they've made through quite a long rotation, but unfortunately, that rotation does not pay off.
Yep, TMG, they played... Like I was mentioning as well, TMG, they had the compound, they have a lot of advantage to work with. But again, speaking of this fight here, like look at this. We've seen a lot of stranded players here. They're right out in open, they're sending out smoke. It's going to be free shots for Wildfangs. Capitalize on this, and Scout OP is going to try and punish this.
Yeah, these can be free eliminations that they can try and rack up. People almost gets blown up too, but luckily enough, they create that distance, so they're going to be alive for a bit longer. Scout OP instantly focuses on the team on the sidelines, which will be VST. And VST too, they've been a really great threat for the players of Wildfangs, but right now focusing on Hope is the only option they've got. They're now tossing out a few more util Sensei's nades. They need to find some sort of connection, but Hope, the man is moving back as well to safety. That revival might just be possible. Wildfangs, now they're starting to eye out the players of VST. Wildfangs is taking fights on 2 different fronts, and I'm not a big fan of this.
Oh my goodness, this is a very, very important fight coming from Wildfangs as well. This is a crucial head-to-head against VST. They have the high grounds. They are able to capitalize on this as well. And I even see Scout using the UMP to go do some really, really insane chip damage. And that's all they can do right now. They've expended so much of their resources. Meanwhile, Alibaba Raiders was able to hold on despite the onslaught being dropped by Wildfangs.
Indeed. All the 4 players, even from VST, quite spread out. And you can see Beast, he knows exactly what's happening in the vicinity. Wildfangs trapped in the houses. As you see Alabama Raiders out in the open, shots taken from Beast. Those shots are not going to find any sort of connection. VST with all the 4 players, almost on the verge of getting the chicken dinner too. Look at the final circle. It's being dominated by VST, and no one's able to stop these boys.
The elves in the forest are going to be the ones that comes up on top, and VST has the perfect cover. All they have to do is hold on, and at this stage, you get, especially on how the circle went, having a vehicle to rotate in and set up a barricade is going to be very, very crucial. However, because of all this aggression and all this heat, Alibaba Raiders is going to struggle the most.
There's still a lot of teams outside of the circle, and there's a big chance they might just get eliminated by duking it out against each other. You've got TMG, you've also got Alpha 6 in the mix, and even Team Cosmic is still making it alive, by the way. The first fight that they took did not really pan out that well, but now Alibaba Raiders, considering they're out in the open, they've got nowhere to go, and even the circle moves away from them. They need to make it inside of the circle, I see. It seems impossible now.
Yeah, they have some sort of resources, but they've expended it rather early to trying to keep themselves alive, and because of this, look at this, none of them have smokes. They are done for. Ninja OP, he got a trade off Scout, but he himself gets traded in return as well. Scout will be picked up because of the high ground, but no!
Bad peek.
What a shot from Trace God! And now Alibaba Raiders, they're getting completely shut down, and TMG is going to try and clean house, but guess what? Greed is not good, TMG. Greed is not good.
Flex was too greedy, try to go and try to accumulate those elimination points, but unfortunately gets eliminated himself. He's knocked out though. He can still be brought back on his feet, but as soon as his teammates, they try to make it across, even they can be trapped. There's a big chance Wildfangs has been a possible threat for TMG now. And no matter what, they need to try and avoid this threat. VST, they've been super quiet. All they need to do is just play defense, and that's what they realize, and that's what VST's been doing so far. Alpha 6 slowly and steadily making the move, but Matty is still in the back lines of OMG, and he can find the great striking point and even the angle.
What? The ostrich has finally pulled his head up, and now he's going to sneak by. I don't think Alpha 6 realized that there's a prey behind there. And that's going to be a problem, because right now in the center of the zone, Wildfangs is going to be alive. We're down towards the final 5 teams. TMG in a very difficult spot as well. But Wildfangs, they have to make a play. They've got a little decent fight, but so far Wildfangs and VST, which is kind of surprisingly, has not taken a major fight against each other.
More than an ostrich, the man was a turtle, just doing enough to stay alive, but he's been eliminated finally from the game. And so now we've got TMG constantly barraging those utils against the players of Wildfangs, and every single util is finding the right mark. Trace got knocked out. Confirmation 2 follows up. Scout OP is going to be the last glimmer of hope alive, and even he will be racked up. As even Scout OP hits the deck, that's going to be the entirety of Wildfangs just ripped apart. As VST, they finally start to move like the Lions they are.
This is disgusting of VST. They were stalking Wildfangs for the longest of time, and the moment they know that TMG did a major blow onto us, they just reaped in, came in, steal everything, and then just got out. It was a perfect heist coming from VST.
You know what VST is playing like? They're playing like God's Reign. A team that just won a trophy in the past, and they've pretty much copied and pasted that same strategy over here. Do nothing in the early game, but in the late game, start accumulating all the elimination points that you can, and it feels like they've finally cracked the code for this new zone circle. They're doing perfectly. The new zone meta is being cracked by the players of VST. TMG, though, still with all the 4 players, they stand a big chance to try and convert this fight, and also maybe take the chicken dinner.
This is going to be a crucial fight coming from TMG as well as VST, just because of them still having resources as well as vehicles to actually work with. But for TMG, their vehicles a little bit in the low side, but for Alpha 6, here it comes. They are going to be the party poopers. Are they going to be the ones to help them out? But unfortunately to say, I don't think it's possible here. Look at this. Not enough ammunition, not enough mats to work with coming from Alpha 6.
Yeah, indeed. They're stuck. And they need someone to try and rescue them from this spot. But at least Alpha 6, they've got some sort of cover to play with. And they've also spread themselves out, so I'm liking this. But VST, they're playing with a 2-2 split. Making sure that a few more players in the back also know that the back lines are super clear.
What?
And look at this strike. He tried to run that man over, but luckily enough, Flex Shot was pretty quick. And the fact that they got the revival onto Flex Shot is also quite massive. But here comes the blunder from VST. They've lost out on 1 player. And that's going to be Sharaj. He's knocked out.
Same for TMG as well. They were picked apart by Alpha 6. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 3 versus 3 situation. And they need to go in for the reset. Flex actually blocked his way through. He doesn't have mats, but he will be shut down. TMG, Devil, gonna be looking for the return fire. However, the damage has been done. Will he be able to commit to this fight? VST still has the formations to work with.
They've still got 2 more players standing. It feels like 2 teams fighting. And then Alpha 6, they just came in out of nowhere. Now they've got the man advantage. Siraj, though, still demands back upon his feet. VST can still stand a major chance. They've got 40% chance of converting this chicken dinner. While TMG, they're trying their best to fight back. Still one man's knocked out. Can the revival come through? That's the question. But look at what's happening. Alpha 6, they're starting to make their moves against the players of VST. That's VST. They wanting to play a bit more safer. Once again,
he sees
going
him.
back in their huts. And yes, the man spotted, but does he really want to eject and
But
go for the move, considering the wall of death is starting to move, Icy?
He's not in the zone. He doesn't want to take the risk as well. He's all by himself. But he is going to try and regroup with the rest as well. VST now looking for the flank. They found Franklin. They found Devil. TMG. They are going to be the ones that lose out a little bit more. And somehow VST gets the full reset with 4 men alive instead.
Yeah, indeed.
What?
And they've
How
also
is
got
this even
7
possible?
They've got 7 eliminations accumulated too, by the way. Keep this thing in mind. Off the rip, they were not having any sort of eliminations. But now in the final few moments, 7 accumulated already. Team VST, they've got so much confidence oozing through. At this point, it feels like they know it's coursing through the vein. They know this is their game. No one's going to be able to steal it away from them. But Alpha 6, once again, back in their shells. They're trying to play it as safe as possible. Alpha 6 has always been a part of third party. Even over here, as TMG went for the fight, they were the one to go for the third party.
Alpha 6 is just sitting down and being very, very quiet, but at the same time, they do not have those vehicles now, and they have no choice but to wait out the zone, and they are spread out between 1 in the north and 2 on the sides here. They're looking to go in for a pincer on towards VST, and Seraton making the risky plays, and guess what? He has been stalking VST for the longest time, and VST hasn't been able to flush him out, and I don't think VST realize that Seraton is actually all by himself.
Yeah, Seraton. The man's trying to create the flank angle the same way that we saw one being made from Wildfangs yesterday. And now it's trying to create that same scenario. Once again, the zone's starting to move. The wall of death is now going to have no mercy. It will be chunking out HP. Luckily enough, Devil's got 2 first aids on the back, so he can patch himself up slowly and steadily. But he cannot really tank the damage from the blue. He needs to keep on moving up once again. Alpha 6, the fight breaks out. Seems like a cold war for now, though. Still, a few shots were taken. But look at Pratik. He's only got 4 bullets in the mag. He does not really have a lot of bullets. Every single shot that he takes needs to be converted to an elimination. Arthur's position's also known. And here comes the first strike. Arthur's able to find the first knock as the second one almost follows up as well. The man's all the way back in the blue. I'm not sure what VST's doing. They're throwing this game.
Oh my goodness, they had no choice, and because of this skirmish coming in, Alpha 6 is able to capitalize a little bit more. Arthur, does he have a small edge? Yes, he does, right into the zone, but the nades coming in from Alpha 6, is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. He's going to flush him out, and the EMG gets eliminated, and Alpha 6 finally joins in the fray. They are going to go head-to-head against VST, and now it comes down towards a 2v1 situation. Carol Ho, all by himself, actually 2v2. Potentially where VST is able to get their full reset. Alpha 6, do they want to push up? And yes, they will! No! And they find Pratik before he gets the reset. Alpha 6 gets the first chicken dinner.
What a way to kick things off. Yesterday, Alpha 6, they were a part of so many fights, but today they prioritized the chicken dinner, and they've played it perfectly. They've lost out on 1 man off the rip, but still the remaining 3 players were more than enough to play that perfectly. Just knowing when to strike, just knowing when to take the advantage of the third party. Alpha 6 has done it perfectly.
Alpha 6, the biggest menace there, the biggest, creepiest stalker of this match. They could have done so much so early, but again, sometimes waiting for the right moment is right. The most important one, where it matters the most. They came in, they rained down on the parades of VST. But all things considered, I feel like VST did a fantastic job throughout the entire game.
It was good. They have a lot of points as well to end things off with, but still they could have gotten a chicken dinner. They threw when they made that push against TMG.
True.
I'm not even sure what they were thinking. That push was so unorthodox.
Yeah, the biggest concern for me for that push was like, if they had 1 guy to go and bait, it was good enough. They got the first knock, it was good. Like, the moment they committed 2 guys, that means that there's 1 guy lesser keeping the first bait in check.
Exactly.
It's just unfortunate.
There were 2 players in the backlines, right, trying their best to get something done. They tried their best to provide that cover fire, but as soon as both the players got knocked out, you could not really do a lot in that scenario, right? I mean, yeah, they tried their best. VST, with those 2 players, they tried to clutch it against the players of Alpha 6, but let's be honest, Alpha 6 firepower has been incredible. Yesterday's day, we saw Alpha 6 be a part of so many fights. And yesterday, considering it was just the day 1, a lot of teams were treating that day as if like the testing waters. But still, Alpha 6, the fact that they've gotten a chicken dinner today itself, there's a big chance we might just see them catapult directly in the top 8.
To be honest, yeah, it's not a surprise as well. I feel like Alpha 6 took a little bit of different in terms of approach for today. Is that instead of focusing on the zone itself, just focus on our formations and just win our fights and take strategic fights as much as they can, and then just capitalize on people's demise. And in this case, Alpha 6, if you think about it, they were in the worst possible position from the north, especially of how lacking in terms of cover. But all they gotta do is just make sure that somebody there is gonna mess up, and when they do, that's it.
And Matty from Team OMG. The man was underneath the bridge, trying his best to stay alive for as long as possible. The zone moved in. Unfortunately for that guy, the zone was not on top of him, so he needed to move out, and that's where Alpha 6, they were able to collect that scrap point. But let's have a look at the final few moments of the previous game. Wildfangs could have stood a big chance as well, but unfortunately for Wildfangs, the nade parade that came through from DMG, every single nade connected. And then it was just Scout in the final few moments, and VST, they converted that point.
Yeah, and speaking of this fight as well, this is really surprising of me, considering the fact that VST, they had the high ground, they could have flushed down TMG way much earlier, as well as Wildfangs, but they just, played it a little bit safe there. And because of this indecisiveness, which I feel like this was a very, very interesting wordplay, and yeah, this was the perfect angle for Peridot, right? Like, because of that two-man push on towards TMG, it literally put them in a spot where they were exposed for Alpha 6 to actually make a carry. So Erangel was able to capitalize on this. It all came down to timing. So it's very, very unfortunate for VST, but still nicely done coming from Alpha 6.
And Pratik only had 24 bullets in the magazine, by the way. So even that's a thing that they need to understand, right? So especially when the two players, they make that push, what were they thinking? Pratik only had 24 bullets. So if he's not able to provide you that cover fire, that means there's only one man providing you cover fire, while the rest two players pretty much just threw the game. So for VST, that could have been a chicken dinner, could have been more extra points on the board, but still fine. They're one of the most consistent teams in the lobby so far, and they're still going to be in the top 3 no matter what. Now, over here, the real concern was Welt OMG. We're seeing that dip in the performance slowly and steadily. First 3 games, yesterday, Welt OMG was doing phenomenally well. But then the latter 3 games, they were not able to perform that well. And now even the first game, Welt OMG, nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, it comes down to how well they adapt, right? Like, well, OMG, they are very, very good at reactionary planning. But whereas this game itself, it was a perfect example where at least 60% of teams has done a lot of pre-planning stages on how they want to approach fights in general. And I think VST was like, the reason why I brought VST yesterday, and even my prediction as well, was a very prime example on how they played this. But now, there's one point you just brought up, which actually made so much sense. I said that, hey, VST, they had high ground, they should have pushed this a lot longer as well. You talked about Pratik having 26 bullets. I think that's the reason why they did not push. They wanted to save it for the final fight where it mattered the most. That's why they didn't finish Wildfangs a little bit earlier, or even the rest as well. Because if you commit to the fight against Wildfang, there's no way you're going to be able to stock up your resources. Just because everybody else is going to be joining the fight as well.
I mean, sort of makes a lot of sense too, but I'm not exactly sure if those were the calls being made from the side of VST too, right? Especially the way they played the last fight. It just makes me question what exactly was happening there. What sort of a call was made from the IHL? I do understand they wanted to bait out the peak. It's understandable. They found the first knock too. But then the second man committing all the way back in the blue, especially
it should have been just one guy who
did
it,
the other guy just pushed back in the blue, and he was taking so much damage from the blue. It just got so much more easier for the man to hold it down. So that's why TMG got those 2 elimination points easily converted. Now, we had a lot of expectations from Jubilant Divine too, considering it's one of those teams with a big fan base, but Jubilant Divine, unfortunately, were not able to perform. They got taken down off the rip.
It feels like Jubilant Divine is in a situation where they are getting messed up really bad. You know, yesterday we had one play from Gen X FM. Drew just completely shut down their dream of getting a chicken dinner. And today itself, it was the weirdest combo ever. Having one of the most unexpected clashes coming in from Mysterious 4, which, to be honest, I feel like should not be possible, but sometimes life happens, man.
Yeah. And
sometimes
even
life happens, man.
Yeah, and Mysterious 4, right? Even they should be part of the conversation. Every single time, every game, they go for a drop clash. Now, I see what is going on with this team. In my opinion, they should realize one thing, that, if your drop locations are contested by someone else, and if you're going for a drop clash, and if it's not working out, maybe it's time to switch. Be the wiser one, be the bigger one, and just switch. Because you need the points at the end of the day. You're currently sitting at the bottom. You might as well try and give a tough fight.
All things considered, a lot has to be processed, but overall, the overall gameplay has significantly improved over day number 1. And I'm actually excited to see more coming later on.
Of course, man. The upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. Of course, we might just see more tactics being pulled out from these teams. I would love to see what Wildfangs pulls off this time, because they were so consistent till the end. But unfortunately, VST were struggling too much. But anything can happen on the map of Miramar. But for now, we need to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a jiffy.
Whether the drop or the snake, am I the one to blame?
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओह यस।
Welcome back to the realme BGIS The Grind 2025. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Johnny, and we are going to be commentators for this next upcoming match. And you guys are currently watching the English broadcast and also Group D. In this case, I would say this is the group of death for some of these teams, because today's games has been a lot of maturity compared to yesterday's games, and I really like a lot of these teams starting to adapt a little bit more.
I agree with you on that, but I have to say a huge part of that, a huge hand in all of that, the pace being controlled in the early stages in particular, was played because of the flight path and the circle both being towards the northern half of the map. It made things a whole lot easier, but then again, M4, Julia Divine. Who cares about where the flight path is, where the circle is? If we want to fight, we are going to go for a fight.
Mysterious 4, they have been riling on the scavenger strategy, and it has gave them some points in yesterday's game, but today's game is a little bit lacking. However, once again, this event is actually brought to you by realme P3 Series 5G, which is born to slay and made for gamers like you. Remember, mark your calendars, because the P3 Series 5G is going to be coming out on the February of 18. So when it comes out, you are going to be able to see the next level gaming, like the most experienced, best experience ever, where they are here to redefine gaming in general.
Exactly, and once we actually have the device with us on the 18th, once it comes out, there are some pretty cool features about it that I think we are going to discover all of us together, because, I mean, you and I, we have to settle our differences in a 1v1 IC.
Exactly, but of course, for any kind of information, be sure to search on Google for realme P3 Series 5G. If you search it up, there is going to be amazing rewards for you guys to actually earn as well.
Exactly, but I think while our lovely viewers are checking out the realme P3 5G, let's check out the numbers and the MVP rankings, in fact, of the previous game. Let's see who was the MVP. It is going to be interesting to see. I wish it is Ambush, because that play at the start of the game was just amazing, but it is going to be Shiraj. He got 5 eliminations to his name, survival time of 27 minutes and 32 seconds, 802 damage dished out. And of course, I heard you guys, I see you and Nick were talking about the fact that VST, they've cracked the code.
Yep, they definitely had as well. The two teams that stood out in yesterday's game was VST and OMG, but VST has been very, very consistent, and they're still riding on that momentum from yesterday into today's game as well. Shiraj, the MVP, has got 5 total finishes as well. He almost got the chicken dinner, but in the end, he is going to be sharing the stage alongside with Arthur with 4 finishes, Perillo with 4 finishes, Neville with 3, and also Ambush with 3. Yeah, despite not making the finals, Ambush definitely left a mark in that match itself.
Exactly, man. That was such, well, I would love to call it a 200 IQ play, but they also knew he was hiding behind that table. Exactly. It's just that the micro Uzi in close quarter combat is too much to deal with. We have the match summary in front of us. 7,970 healing done. I mean, all thanks to the fact that players now, since they've started to play the edge a little bit more, are restricted from moving inside the circle during the late game stage. But the match rankings, Alpha 6 finishing things off with 17 points, VST with 15, and then we have TMG with 15 as well. But I see Wild Fangs. It seems like one way or the other, this team figures out a way inside the top 4.
See, the thing about Wild Fangs, right? Like, they were making the right plays, but they just could not rack up those finishes. Their objective has been solely focusing on finish points rather than placement points, which gave them so much consistency just because of the fact that in terms of micro skills, these are, I would say Wild Fangs in this entire Group D has one of the highest mechanical skills compared to the rest of the pack.
Especially one of the best players you could have inside of the entire tournament. Craze God playing for the side. But looking at the overall ranking, not a lot of changes over here. The top 4 still remains the same. You have Alibaba Raiders on the 6th. Alpha 6 have taken a climb after finishing off this previous game in style, and TMG as well, moving up to the 7th position.
Yeah, and considering that all these teams, it might be able to jump into the top 8 here.
Yeah.
It just comes down to a matter of whether or not do you get that first chicken dinner. You will be shot up into the first 8. And as you can see, all the chicken dinners winners are pretty much in the top 8 except for Wild Fangs and TMG. These are the only 2 teams that doesn't have a lot of, I would say, finishing moves to actually work with. They have been consistent in just racking up top 8 placements, and then also a decent amount of finishes. It was good enough for them.
Exactly. And I think that's the simplest way to stay inside of the top 8, right?
Yep.
You know, even if you get 4 eliminations very early on in the game, that pretty much gets the job done. Because right now the objective isn't to stay at the top. Getting number 1 gets you nothing. But getting inside of the top 8 helps you move to round 2 of BGIS.
Agreed. But it is also an opportunity for teams who are relatively new, trying to rediscover their playstyles, etc., to gain esports experience, right? Regardless of whatever happens after these 4 days, especially for Group D itself, they are not eliminated yet. They will just be seeded either in round 1 or round 2. So this gives them a little bit more of experience to train potential rising stars as well.
Exactly. There's a lot of hope for the future, and especially with these players, how they've been performing, how we have seen them improve in just 6 games that happened yesterday. But I hope they're prepared for today, because everyone else is going to be, right? Everyone would have gone back home, done their homework, figured out how to take on specific teams. And I believe because of that, even in the next map of Miramar, we're going to see some interesting drop clashes.
Agreed. So confidence is going to be the key here. And in this case, let's take a look at how map A is going to be happening here, because we are heading in towards the upcoming match. Enough of the yapping. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's jump into the game.
There we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Miramar all loaded up on our screens, and of course all of these players ready to go at it in what is going to be match number 8 for them in realme BGIS 2025, the grind, the flight path. Oh, for Miramar, this is going to be an interesting one. It is leaning towards the northwestern quadrant of the map, starting from Torre Amuda, ending towards Valle del Mar.
Yeah, and on top of it all as well, I'm curious to see if any of the teams have started to shift, right? Like for me, the biggest change for me would be Team Hope, just because of how they have switched their dynamic playstyles. And in this case, looks like they're sticking to their usual comfort zones, but guess what? They are going to be joined in by Aerobots. Ooh.
Yeah, this is going to make things extremely intense, and it's not just that drop clash happening in Campo Militar. Look at Do or Die as well. They are quite close to the players of Eye for Eye. I was expecting that 4-man split to be broken apart, but it seems like Eye for Eye are prioritizing their start of the game, heading towards El Azhar. They do not want to be part of that early clash, but here we have it. Aerobots against the side of Team Hope. Trades made from either side, but Foul, his HP is not even there anymore, sitting at around 10%. Hope with the numbers advantage. They move forward. Carry knocked out. Now it's a 3v1. And it seems like this fight is already done and dusted, with Hope coming out on top.
It's interesting to see how Hope has been winning all their head-to-head fights almost every single match.
Yeah.
Like, they have like almost 60 to 70% win rate when it comes to just early skirmishes like this. But despite all that, Hope, they need to realize that they cannot prolong this fight. They have realized that every single time they've lost so much points in yesterday's games has always been because how long the fights actually drag out. In this case, now AR, they're going to lose one as well. Liv, he is going to be on top of the roof. He needs to be picked up, and Hope, do they want to commit to this? Foul is stuck in a difficult spot, and Yuva, what a shot, what an angle. Yeah. To be able to actually take down Liv right there. But he's going to get shot at himself as well.
Yeah, the helmet gone completely. And now Yuva needs to be careful. He can't repeat this window again. Hope on the other side, they need to do something about this. Foul is just standing outside the building in the line of fire of his teammates so that he can be protected over there. But he has no way to evade the pressure that Hope will bring in just the next few seconds. Look at them. They're looking for a window to leap from, looking for a door on the same side, on the east, on the western side of this building so that they can take out this one extra man and then charge for Yuva in a 3v1 formation. But Foul, he's managed to stay alive for a few extra seconds. But Corey, he finds that knock, looking to convert into a finish, but Yuva from the distance, and it was a UMP as well.
What
he
a
finds
shot.
a trade, and now things are not looking that great for Hope.
That's an insane pixel perfect shot coming from Yuva.
Yeah.
And he's been doing a lot of miracle works for Aerobots, but the question here is, can he continue to do so? Because the top fragger by the end of day one was actually aim gone, and now Yuva is trying to step it up.
I see, look at the radar though. There's a third party incoming. You have OMG Johnny in the distance. And now he's a stalker. He's just standing on that ridge, just making sure he has vision of all of these players. And as soon as this fight between Hope and Aerobots concludes, I think even well to OMG, they're going to pull the trigger, look for those extra finish points in the early stages of the game.
I don't think he's going to be committing to this fight just because he doesn't have those helmets, right? Like any random thing in the head, he's pretty much done for that fight. But
Here's the backup, man.
calling in the cavalry, they are going to be trying to go in for the fight. It seems like they are going to use Nick to come in first, and seems like they are going to be able to see Hope. Oh, he sees a pixel. What tap is enough, and Corey hasn't been able to find those resources here. And again, I brought this up once more. If the fight drags on too long, it is going to be inviting trouble. And guess what? OMG is here to say hello, brother. Where's Johnny? Johnny boy. We are going to come in for the flush, but in this case, Nick going to be opening things up. And fortunately for them, guess what? Aerobots actually manages to go in for the reset.
Yeah, Aerobots, Yuva, he still managed to survive just because Welt OMG had no information about where he is. But OMG now looking to clean up. 3 finish points right in front of the eyes. Lim, he's going to be spotted out, but still finds the knock. The UMP helps him out just for a few extra seconds. But in the end, Welt OMG are going to be the ones who will be the victors in this fight. 3 finishes secured. 1 more waiting for them on the sidelines, but Yuva, I think from his perspective, it is just better to stay hidden, get those healing utilities, find those healing utilities for himself, be the first aid, the bandages, and then just play for survival from here on out.
All right, Cosmic now. We do see Cosmic having a little bit of a downside on the previous map itself. This time they are going to be on the hunt. They do scout out members coming from Alpha 6, and they are going to try and flush him out. He's made his footsteps. Abi needs to make a run for it. He got the UMP once more. He's going for FPP mode, but the nades are doing some serious chip damage. Can he trade it all? But nope, the jump shot. Spray trace coming from Abi is going to be able to shut him down. That's going to be, well, one of the teams eliminated. Alpha 6, they were the ones on top for the previous game and this game. Back to the lobby rather early.
Yeah.
Too soon.
This is Miramar, right, Icy?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, 5 minutes in, 3 teams already eliminated from the game. What is going on?
Well, welcome to the new zone meta.
We have lost 14 players within the first 5 minutes.
Which is ironic.
Wow. Yeah.
Which is really, really ironic though so far. But nevertheless, all things considered, because of how the first two happens, it is going to be very, very difficult to, I would say, predict how the rotations are going to be looking like, just because of how unpredictable the zone can be, especially for first 2. Because, like, think about this, right? Like, as one thing I've realized is that every single matches, the total healing has been reducing compared to back in days. Back in days, it's like you were expecting like 5,000 healing, 6,000, 7,000 healing, especially in the top tier teams. In the previous game, there was only 700 plus healings done throughout the entirety of the map.
I agree with that. I mean, because we looked at the match summary as well. It was somewhere around 7,200, right? Ideally, for a map of Erangel, you would see numbers close to 10,000. For Sanhok, it would be a little bit more because that is the map where the heal battle strat came into play. Miramar as well would be somewhere around 10,000, 12,000. But now those numbers overall have started to drop because players, rather than going for those heals, they know they can't survive the damage in the blue early on. It's better to go aggressive, better to try and secure points early, and especially in the grind itself, where it is just about staying inside of the top 8. But look at this, Jubilant Divine. seems like the players from the side of Team Empire are spotted out as both Jubilant Divine and Empire are scrambling for some control of the center of the circle.
The most important thing right now is to gather as much resources as possible, right? Especially for their meds in general. Being inside the zone early, especially with places where there is a lot of compound and able to stock up at least like 6 first aid kits per person is the most ideal situation you want to be in. But in this scenario, especially for teams who's outside the zone, the first 2 zone means that even if you stock up 6 first aids and you're tanking zone, you're guaranteed to lose at least 60% of those meds before you actually rotate in, which we've proven ourselves to see in yesterday's games and even the game before that. If you're rushing for the first 2 stage, and how long does it take from stage 1 to go to stage 3? Barely about 8 to 9 minutes the moment the game starts.
Yeah.
And 8 to 9 minutes is not a lot of time because you have to take into the factor where I'm looking for vehicles, I'm sharing compounds, I'm looking for weapons, I'm looking for ammunition, I'm stocking up on helmets, stocking up on smokes. Basically, that time is only enough for you to dodge maybe 1 or 2 fights.
Yeah.
Anything longer than that, especially when there's 16 teams, you're just going to be scarce in terms of resources. Same can be said for every single team. So even if you win a fight, it doesn't matter because most likely, chances are, when the bodies, when you go and loot, there's no meds, there's no utilities.
Because they have already used everything up for themselves. But let's see, I mean, 8 minutes in, it is stage 2, and look inside the blue zone.
What
you
is that zone?
OMG still up north. Yep, it's moving for Impala. Eye for Eye, they're going to be very happy with this, playing the shorelines of the city over there. But the cluster up north towards truck stop, that has gotten me a little bit worried. You have Do or Die, you have Empire, M4, Jubilant Divine, TMG moving in from the northern side as well, Gen XFM just crossing Lab and Aditya. They're going to head towards the eastern side, but they will find those open fields. So they should be a little bit safer in comparison to everyone else. But ICS, we were talking about tanking the damage of the blue earlier on in the game. I'm kind of worried about Team Cosmic, man. They're still in Monte Nuevo. It's stage 2 already. We know 60 seconds later, the blue zone is going to start to move, and by the 12-minute marker, we will have the 3rd stage, and the damage is going to be amped.
That's the thing, right? Like, Monte Nuevo is in a very unique situation, just because of the fact that, yes, it may be long overall in terms of distance, but because of how they are going to be able to traverse in the next zone, there is a very, very long stretch of highway through Los Leonas, which is kind of like a speed run for them to actually rotate in. So it's not that big of a deal coming from them. But the one point I wanted to bring out was actually Wildfangs, because they have the most amount of loot from Los Leonas, and now for them to rotate in is going to be very, very easy. However, Eye for an Eye, this is going to be a team that they have been prioritizing on going up mountains a little bit more. So they are very impactful, but again, resource management becomes a key factor coming for teams like that.
Yeah, but they got to be careful, man. Not just about their resources, but about everyone else around them. But look at this. Do or Die, they have the summit of this hill for themselves, and Wildfangs were looking to make that climb, but Trey's got, I believe, information gathered, and they instantly fall back looking for a reset.
And speaking of resets here, Wildfangs, look at this. Trey's got, he's got 4 first aids, he's got 7 smokes. Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, right? Like the rotations, the positionings was great. And now, when they're rotating their sides as well, guess what? They are going to be able to find a couple of compounds to set up pit stops as well. So they're just dodging fights very, very smart as well. And you can see that homework has been done. But again, this is Miramar. You have a lot of room to work with.
Yeah.
It's fine, it's expected. But for Erangel, for Sanhok, not so much.
Plus, this time around with the Impala circle coming in front of us, I think Wildfangs got a little bit of lucky, as well, because they start from Los Leones, so they didn't have to move around much. It was just about 1,000 meters or so, an easy rotation. Plus, there was no one there towards the southern half apart from, well, Do or Die, and they even moved in from the northern side, so unrestricted access inside of the zone. But can they survive once they eventually reach there? But look at this. Eye for Eye still going at it against the players of M4, who have the high ground for themselves, but I don't think they have any angles to approach this fight.
Speaking of angles here, Mysterious 4 gonna take a page off OMG from yesterday, but hopefully they don't find themselves a very, very interesting hole that may cost their lives. But for now, they are going to be in the prime position, right? Being on the top means that you have the most room to work with, but at the same time, one small mistake, you will fall to your death. But right in the middle of the zone is great for them to hide, but it feels like they are in a situation where they should be scaring people off.
Yeah. Oh, but look at this. There's a fight breaking out. Wildfangs, it seems like they have spotted out the players from the side of Autobot. Spray committed, damage dished out, but The knock is not going to be secured. They've already picked up one player from the side of the Autobots. So they have a man advantage to work with. They can commit to the fight if they want to, but TMG, they are going after OMG with Johnny knocked out. Justy also down in the back lines. OMG, Matty, he becomes the savior for a few extra seconds, but Devil shows up, and in a matter of seconds, the fight is going to be wrapped up as well.
They were literally tag team between both TMG and VST. VST
Yeah.
was just lurking from the sides as well. It just goes for a casual drive-by. He's like, hey, wait, there's a random guy who's not looking at me. Let's get some finishes. And again, same thing happened for VST once more. They will only gobble up and try and steal away like the thieves they are. And guess what? They've done it 2 games in a row now. One against TMG. Sorry, not one. Actually, both times stealing away from TMG.
And VST, I mean, this team is just incredible. But oh, Cosmic, here they show up. Malik put under fire. The buggy, it's quite vulnerable, quite exposed, but the spray, Devil, he whiffs it completely. And Malik does get to survive for a few extra seconds, but he needs to take this duel. He needs to come out on top as well because his teammates are already gone. But they are turning around, looking to retaliate, looking to re-engage into the situation. The shotgun, it goes berserk, but Devil, he's going to be the one hitting the floor. And now Arthur in the back lines is going to be left all alone. TNG, that wide split that they had going for themselves, it backfires upon them. And Cosmic, they get 1 free point off of this. 5 finishes on the board, just like VST. I have to say, even Team Cosmic are quite incredible.
I'm not gonna lie, that was the biggest whiff coming from TMG.
Yeah.
I wouldn't sugarcoat it. That was a whiff that should have been in the bag for him.
It was head-on as well.
Exactly. Cosmic just completely have to count their lucky stars because the stars will align and the cosmic universe is in their favor for that fight.
Of course.
Insane. Like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It was just a big whiff, which is really, really unfortunate for TMG, but still, they're still not out yet. They only lose 1 member. It's okay. You know, there are some days we have a good day. There are some days we have a bad day. Yesterday was a phenomenal day for them. Today, take a little bit chill pill, man. Like, relax, relax.
Plus, I think in that particular situation, as you were talking about the highways, TMG know now where Team Cosmic are coming from, so they can. There's a potential where they can set up a trap or try and just gatekeep them from entering the next zone. But look at this. Autobots stuck between a rock and a hard place. First taking a casualty at the hands of Wild Fangs, and now Gen X FM strike the second blow. As Kiddo is going to be knocked out, it's going to be difficult to help him recover. Survey is there, but there's absolutely no way he can reach his teammate.
Yeah, that's gonna be easy pickings as well. Evil FM, you know, just hoping maybe that there's gonna be more hits there. But if the moment he gets the finish confirmation, he knows
And that's circle.
okay, that's done. But seeing the circle here, oh my goodness, right at the circle. Are we gonna see a submarine strat so far? Is anybody gonna be taking a boat outside?
I'm going to ask you again, man. Is this actually Miramar? When was the last time we saw a circle like this in Miramar Stage 4 and it's half water?
I think we saw it during INKR.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago.
And I think we saw it in BMPS as well.
Also 2
One
years
game.
ago. Yeah, one game.
No, BMPS was last year.
It was last year, but I think it happened in the 2023 one.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
But speaking of which, here, Wild Fangs, they do find themselves a very, very nice cover on the south side as well. And I really like this decision coming from Wild Fangs. Just because, yes, they are right at the edge. But technically, it is the best place to be in because of how the terrain is designed.
Yeah.
East side, you are not going to be expecting anybody from the east side, right? Like, the only couple of teams back in the days who does stuff like that was pretty much Big Brothers and maybe even Blind Esports as well at one point. But again, not many teams are willing to take that risk because that kind of risk pretty much secures you position points.
Yeah.
But for you to actually wrap up the game, nearly impossible. Nearly impossible.
It is, man. And especially there's like, as you were talking about the terrain, there's this hill that you have to climb. And my belief is every time you're climbing up a hill in Miramar, you're basically showing everyone a beacon about where you are.
Exactly.
And you do not want that unnecessary attention. But look at this. Gen X FM against Jubilant Divine next. I do not like where he is. The nade damage was enough to drop him extremely low. And Vishu has closed in the distance. A second nade in the same spot could do the job. But Wild Fangs, I see. We see them closing in on the radar as well. Their position now getting closer and closer to this fight. They will have an opportunity to third party, but then if they engage, escape options from there are going to be very limited.
That is really, really far away as well, coming from Wildfang. But again, that is going to be the top side, south side of this vicinity. Wildfangs, they do have the high ground, but there's just not enough room to work with. There's still a lot of cover coming in from Gen X FM as well as Jubilant Divine. However, here's a little bit off topic here. Apparently, I may have said the stars align for Team Cosmic. They were actually in a heated battle across map between TMG, and both sides has lost all their members except for one guy. So
Oh man.
I'm sorry, Cosmic. The stars might have aligned, but apparently Caster's curse is worse than that. it's terrible. I'm sorry, but
You're stronger than the universe, I see.
I know, right? Yesterday it happened to another team as well. I'm so sorry, my
You
brother.
gotta stop praising teams. You gotta, don't you ever say anything good about them.
Every team that I praised has just had a complete blunder later on. Maybe that's why Wildfangs has been top 4 throughout the entire game.
Not number 1. But let's see, I mean, there's still a long way to go. Cosmic, even with one player. Yeah, I was about to say something about Cosmic, and the last man got finished off. Even TMG have been eliminated at the same time. Wow. Hand in hand, they fought each other, and hand in hand, they go back to the lobby.
Well, it is going to be mutual destruction in that phase. They will be at 9th place as well as 10th place, I believe. Sorry, 10th and 11th place coming from both of them. But now here comes the fight coming in. Jubilant Divine not having the nicest start here for day number 2. They have lost one member once more, and Gen X FM is able to get themselves one finish point in the bag. But at the same time, this is taking a little bit too long here. They need to get out and head towards the next phase of zone. But little did they know, Wildfangs is keeping tabs on them as well. They've got Trace God in the sides alongside with save, but do they want to take the risk and continue to try and farm those finishes on the side?
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how things turn out over here. I'm just looking at the radar, eye for eye. I feel in the perfect position to capitalize no matter what happens between Gen X FM, Jubilant Divine, and Wildfangs. Their position on the southwestern edge of the circle allows them to just stay there in safety and just gatekeep all three of these teams. Wildfangs, this is where experience comes into play. They realize that all of that time they spent stalking the side of Gen X FM and Jubilant Divine was just being wasted, and they make the move looking to enter the circle, but things go south very quickly. A scout is going to be knocked out, do or die. They strike the first blow, and Wildfangs, they're going to be down to 3 players.
Scout not having a good time at all. Meanwhile, looks like Jubilant Divine, they do see the indicators, knowing that their counterparts has left the building, so they are going to be making way, but little did they know, another team that's going to be gatekeeping them is going to be eye for an eye. In this case, eye for an eye. They are a little bit panicking here. They are gatekeeping the right team, but guess what? They were outflanked by another team who's looking to try and contest it. Wildfangs was able to drive past them, and now you can see with a slight miss of information coming from Wildfang, that player has been repositioning and he's just hesitating whether or not should he commit to this fight or not. Not knowing whether or not Wildfang is going to be clipping them as well. But he sees the beam, he sees the hit, but he does connect, but not able to get the full finish. And now he fights right at the edge. Ambush gets taken down, but little did he know the noise has been made. He gets knocked as well by Mysterious 4, who's been on top of the mountain for the longest of time, and finally they get their chance, they get their shot.
And they're not going to miss it this time. Eye for eye, they're down to 2 players, and Hero, he realized that both those 2 individuals are very close to him. He needs to call for backup right now, but his team is losing numbers. His Sketch gets knocked out. Eye for eye, it's going to be very difficult for them to recover. Jubilant Divine on the other side can bring their numbers back because they have the cover of the factory. But M4, now with that high ground advantage, how many finishes can you rack up? That is going to be a very important question, and I believe the answer to that, we're going to find that out in a few short moments. In the meantime, though, Jubilant Divine, reset has been made. But then again, they're stuck on the edge.
They're stuck. There's nothing much you can do. Utility's gone, no meds. Only one guy has first aid kits. They have a decent amount of ammunition. He wants to go in for the finish Dale player, but I don't think he can steal any of those loots here. But
oh no,
Mysterious 4, oh my goodness. They've got so much vision.
Yeah.
But all things considered, ammunition-wise, it's starting to hurt them a little bit more. They have to rethink twice, but Hero!
Ouch!
He got shot. Ambush got picked up from downtown, and he's gonna trade him off and take him out. That is a sick shot coming in
Yeah,
from Jubilant Divine.
that was just nasty, man. I did not even think someone from Jubilant Divine would be able to find a line of fire against Mysterious 4. But it's not just a line of fire. Now they've relieved so much pressure, and it gives them some breathing room to work with. But Jubilant Divine, the next step in their list of things that they need to do in order to move further in this game is going to be to finish off Eye for Eye, who are blocking their entry inside of the circle right now. On the other end of things, Gen X FM, it seems like, are in a world of pain as they come across Do or Die. Bhalu going at it against Evil. HP bars not looking good for both these players, but Beds, he's going to be there. The striking, the damage done from Shogun in the backlines is going to be enough. And what just happened? Shogun with the DBS just completely annihilates Do or Die. A little bit of help from his teammates, but hey, what an incredible moment.
Gen X FM finally finding some breathing room there. Dhruv has been the playmaker for the team. Finally, they are able to save him and go in for the reset. So they are going to be conquering for themselves, but little did they know they don't have a lot of ammunition to work with. They've got a couple of shotties, which is great in terms of close quarter combats, but this zone in particular, it's kind of unfavorable for shotties right now, which is really, really unfortunate for some of these teams. But all things considered, we are down towards the final 7 teams, and BST as well, still in the game very consistently, making it towards the final few stages of the zone. Same can be said for Empire as well, but they are all pissed at M4 for the longest of time on top, and there's nothing much they can do about it because M4, as much as they want to get down from the high horse, they don't have a lot of ammunition to work with.
Yeah, and I know the reason that these lads are upset with M4, all of them together, because having the high ground, M4 has only been able to accumulate 3 finishes till now. You know, you put any other team in a position like that, they will just start mowing everyone down.
Exactly.
But to be fair to M4 as well, they started to engage everyone all together.
Rather late.
Rather late, and when you're playing from that high ground, it is about target prioritization and just picking up a finish point, resetting, looking somewhere else, and just securing those points one by one. But Wild Fangs, oh man, they're not having a good day today at all, are they?
Oh my goodness, Jubilant Divine finally gets flushed off. Mysterious 4, they are able to rip them apart. Meanwhile, they want to go and stock up their loot, but they cannot do so. Eye for an Eye is here. He's going to look for a nades as well as got the Molotov. And the grind, one wrong step, he is going to be shut down. The rest of Mysterious 4 has been spread as well. They're going to be splitting up the forces. Sketch is looking to try and punish the rest of the team to try and capitalize on this situation. He's being an absolute nuisance on this side right now. Mysterious 4, this has got to be one of the best games thus far in all the matches from day 1 and day 2.
As soon as I said they do not have enough eliminations, they secure the points from the side of Jubilant Divine. 2 more points added to the total tally. But can they actually go for the chicken dinner? Sketch being on that lower ground position actually opens up a lot of possibilities for the side of Mysterious 4. And he's not stopping anytime soon. Picks off a man from the side of Team Empire and then gets traded out from a third party. But Gen X FM, 10 points. 10 finishes already secured. They're going to get a lot more for placement as well because they've made it inside of the top 5 of this game. But if they can secure a chicken dinner, it will be such a big leap for Gen X FM on the overall leaderboard.
Again, this is one of the better rounds coming from Gen X FM as well as M4. But the biggest question is, despite having a big round, can they shut down VST, who is undeniably the biggest threat right now just because they have an insane hit glitch all the way on the east side, right at the edges. But all things considered, they still need to pull through their usual ordeals. In this case, down to the mountains. But guess what? Gen X, with a beautifully placed nades, takes down Krishna. And that's going to be members from Mysterious 4 getting slowly but surely whittled down as they slowly need to get down from this mountain circle, closing in. Shogun already oppressed as well. And guess what? He's got 400 ammunition just because he looted up the Trace God's ammunition, which is insane, from that body in this small little shack. And he's got natural cover as well as 2 vehicles and protection. That's the perfect engagement coming from Gen X FM.
And look at how the fearless Marathas are taking the fight to their opponents right now, not afraid of anyone. Dhruv, he's not looking to slow down or stop anytime soon. 15 eliminations already secured, but Gen X FM Vishu was knocked out. He's been brought back into the game, and Shogun, this is the man that all eyes were on when he joined this team, coming from the lineup of God's Reign Gladiators back in the days, and then being put into Gen X FM. A lot of expectations were there, and now finally he lives up to all of them. Team Empire going up at it against the players of VST makes things a whole lot easier for Gen X FM. They can very easily close out this game. Top 3 teams, 11 players still alive. Vishu gets the high ground, and now Gen X FM, they have all the map control they want. They have all the information to work with. It's just about how many more finishes can you secure before the game finally concludes in your favor.
Execution is going to be key here. Gen X FM, in this case, with the leadership of Dhruv. Dhruv, no longer a kukaracha. He's brought his friends. The entire family is here to gobble up food. And in this case, VST being the biggest threat, they do find him as well. Dhruv is going to be pressuring VST out of position once more. They are going to try and take space, but as you can see, VST, they do have one member already in the smack middle. But again, can they capitalize on all this space right now? And they haven't been able to gather their bearings yet. They have positioned their vehicles, so they are going to be setting up stop shop here. But they're still waiting for one team to make a move, and that's going to be TE. In this case, they are going to be making the move, and guess what? As soon as they're about to, Gen X FM takes a tag team. They are going to go in for a couple of trades, one down for each side. And VST is like, you know what? This is good for us. This is fantastic. We're going to steal the win once more.
Well, let's see if they are successful in doing so. Because VST, I love, first of all, what VST and Gen X FM are doing with how they are trying to one-up each other macro-wise. First, Beast was sent into an off position, smack in the middle of the fight. And then Evil, with that off angle, is trying to bait the players of VST into having a false sense of safety along the slope of the hill, but that's not going to work out. TE, there's nowhere left to go.
No.
Things wrapped up, done and dusted. Shogun securing all of those eliminations. 7 finishes for that one single player, and now they secure a knock against the players of VST as well, as Shiraj is going to be hitting the floor.
They have to move this quick as well. It's 3 versus 3. They have got one knock on VST. This is the prime time coming from Gen X FM to make a play. They have to make a fight as well. But guess what? He found VST in the sights as well. Shogun, how is it possible? That shouldn't have been possible. But at the same time, oh, wait, sorry. Unnecessary hype is only 3v3. He finished his knock, but VST, they need to go in for the reset. Yeah, they're going to be taking a little more fire as well. Gen X FM, they broke the tempo and they found one more. Vanish going to be dying to the vehicle explosion now. Shogun dropping down low. It's all going to be a 2v3, but Circle comes in. They find one as well to make it a 2v2. And Shogun dropping down very low. Shirashi goes for the push, but no, he gets denied. And now it's only up to Pratik. Gen X will need to force a reset here. Looks like they're going to play it safe as well. They're going to wait up with Shogun to get his health back up. But Pratik, can he make the play? The bait nade comes in. He drops it down low once more.
It's over.
It might be over. He's going to heal up once more. But Navi needs to make a play. Pratik, he doesn't have a lot of mats as well. He's got bandages. He needs to go in for the flag, but he's not going to make it good enough. He will bow out in second place, and that's going to be Gen X FM taking the chicken dinner for this match.
And in an incredible manner as well. I think 20 plus eliminations secured in a single game. Shogun just playing like a madman, going berserk in every single fight. And I mean, I don't know, man, how did they pull this off? It seems like after that last Erangel yesterday, where Dhruv just as an individual became a menace to everyone else inside of the lobby, especially the players of Jubilant Divine. I know Ambush hates him now. They've turned things around today completely. I mean, in this game of Miramar, just absolutely dominating every single fight. And it wasn't like they were the ones who forced those fights as well. They would just see something happen and they were like, all right, 4 points lying there. We are just going to take them and move on. Do you want to take this position? No, we are just going to take your points as well.
See, that's the thing, right? Like, yesterday's game, everybody was just adapting, learning, and just trying to understand what's new about this new meta. But game 2, it was a very, very quick adaptations by every single team. And if you think about this, right, this is a perfect example to scout out who are the actual pros and who are the actual amateurs who are trying things out, trying to figure out what's right and what's wrong.
You know what I realized though? Today's prediction, Maisie's prediction was Gen X FM, I believe.
Oof.
Man,
Mine is VST. Like, VST still looks good. They have been consistent right now.
Yeah, VST is very consistent. Yeah. I mean, they are playing so well, taking control of the northern half of the circle. I think they were there for almost like 10 minutes during the mid game. And it was incredible because that northern cluster breaking in from that side was extremely difficult. Luckily for them, Team Cosmic and TMG, the two teams holding that position, just ended up fighting each other very early on.
I think that's the thing about Team Cosmic, right? They have been so low and under radar that people just don't really look too much onto them. But when after yesterday's performance, people were like, you know what? Let's focus on Team Cosmic a little bit. And so far, they've made a lot of blunders for today's game. But all things considered, let's take a look at the highlights on how things has happened throughout that map itself, because there is a lot to recap. Because there are a couple of moments where I'm a little bit surprised, because I did not expect how the game was turned out to be a complete 180 shift compared to yesterday's games.
That is very true. I mean, this Miramar was kind of awkward in the early stages as well, with the third party coming in from OMG. If you remember, Alpha 6, the winners of the previous game, were one of the first teams to be wiped out in this particular match. And then this is where it all began. I think this fight was the confidence booster that Gen X FM needed, because how that play began against Do or Die was with Shogun just hiding in a corner with around 20-30 HP, puts the first aid on while Evil shows up being the distraction, and then he just goes ham with that DBS, takes down 3 individuals from the side of Do or Die to wrap things up and end that entire fight.
Yeah, and speaking of fights about Gen X FM, this is something that they definitely needed the most to actually secure his way through. And I talk about this as well. He brought his friends, he brought his entire family, and guess what? Gendroof is got to be smiling, he's got to be having the biggest smile, and I think this is their first chicken dinner as well. So in the top 8, every single team should have a single chicken dinner except for Wild
Fangs. I was just going to say, except Wild Fangs, because Wild Fangs, it seems like their strategy as far as the grind is considered, it's simple. Just go for finishes, 4 to 5 finishes every game. They just want to stay in the top 8. They don't care about dominating. That's what I believe, because I don't think we've seen Wild Fangs ever put themselves in a position for a chicken dinner. They're playing the edges, they're going for those fights, and as soon as those 3-4 points are done, they're like, all right, back to the lobby. We don't care.
Yep. And of course, it all comes down to reset, right? I've been telling you guys as well, this is an opportunity being a platform, being presented by the tournament organizers in general. So Crafton here is providing all this tournament here, of course, alongside with realme, to provide an experience for every single tier. Like, regardless of amateur, regardless of semi-pros, all-pro, an opportunity to learn and improve. And I really like that a lot of the teams, especially it's just Group D, and people are adapting, which is amazing.
Exactly. This group had the least information to work with, and yet the speed at which they have understood how they need to function based on their own playstyle, combining it with how the circles are forming right now, it's just incredible. And I just wonder what's going to happen once the next group rolls around.
Agreed. All things considered here, we are going to be taking a short break. Before that, don't go anywhere, because we are going to be starting out the next session in a bit. See you guys right after this break.
What did the drop or the slave? Am I the one to blame?
To survive is a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping, King Kong beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Tawa Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर, और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर। Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BGIS 2025, the grind, brought to you guys by the Realme P3 Series 5G, an amazing device that's redefining gaming, and it is born to slay, made for gamers like you and me. And this guy, Necro, is going to be joining me back again. And Necro, we just had an incredible game of Miramar.
Yeah.
What has Gen X FM had for breakfast today?
Look, Gen X FM knew the fact that, day one was a big slip-up. So now somehow they wanted to pull off a comeback. And, well, luckily enough, it was the map of Miramar, too. And, of course, you can't really forget the fact that Gen X FM is one of the most OG teams. At this point, they're in a T1 circuit, and they're supposed to dominate lobbies in search of win. That's what they're exactly doing.
Exactly. But what made me happy was that Shogun, a man who has just completely faded away since he left the GDR side, has finally showed up, and it's the old Shogun that we got to witness again after a very long time.
Exactly. Shogun, as you mentioned, after leaving GDR, it's quite a great past, honestly. And now finally stepping up in such a massive margin. Even Dhruv OG was doing pretty good from the side of Gen X FM. So in general, like a well-knit unit, they've been doing pretty good as a team.
Exactly. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, if we are talking about good things, one of those good things is the Realme P3 Series 5G. And if you guys want a few good things, a few amazing things, in fact, for yourselves, just go onto Google and search for the Realme P3 Series 5G. There's going to be amazing rewards that you guys might be able to win for yourselves. But talking about winning, VST. They might not win every single game, but for some reason, we just keep seeing them in the top 3 every single time.
Yeah, it feels like they finally cracked the code, right?
Yeah.
From yesterday's games to Sanhok, it feels like VXT, they've always been in the top 3, no matter what sort of game you put them in. Game 1, they were there in the top 2. Game 2, once again in the top 2.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what exactly VST is doing, but whatever they're doing, it's been working out. They've been playing it super passive, and I mentioned this as well during the entire segment. In the first game, I mentioned this. They're playing the same way that God's Ring likes to play.
Yeah, exactly. That is just a perfect comparison. Brilliant, Necro. But I think we are going to see how things turn out for them once the days move further. Is anyone going to challenge VST? But in the meanwhile, the biggest challenge of this game of Miramar was how do you take down Shogun? And look at the top 5 players. The entirety of Gen X FM is there. The whole team, and Sketch from M4 is going to be there on the 4th position.
Exactly, man. Shogun getting 7 finishes racked up with 2 headshots and 850 damage acquired. But look at Dhruv OG. 1,108 damage from this man. Dhruv OG was popping off too from Gen X FM. In the final few moments, we also saw Team Empire. Slowly and steadily, even Team Empire starting to make those waves. And I'm loving that. Looking at the match summary too, 61 finishes were acquired from 64. But you've also got 0 vehicle finishes so far in that game.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was able to take those vehicles and have a run over. Fights were engaged at long distances, even in the mid-game stages. Towards the end as well, we did not really see that heavy commitment to just push into an entire team to try and take them out. But look at this point standings for the previous game, and Gen X FM creating a big vacuum because they were able to finish off the game with 22 finishes. That is 1/3 of the entire lobby.
Yeah, Gen X FM was single-handedly just creating that vacuum, getting a lot of elimination points. But honestly, let's speak about the stats and figures now, right? Alpha 6 won the previous game, instantly got wiped out as soon as the game started. Even another team that sort of now concerning me is also going to be OMG, because yesterday's day OMG was doing pretty good in the top 3. Now slowly and steadily they're slipping off, and it's not acceptable.
I agree with you, but I think OMG, all of the heavy lifting that they did yesterday is the reason that they can just relax a little bit today, and I think that is what they are doing. They've taken a back seat. They're just looking for a few finishes every single time, and other than that, we aren't really seeing them commit for the center, looking for any sort of map control. This time, they are looking for those fights, but look at this overall rankings. VST still leading the chart, sitting on the 1st position. Team Cosmic on the 2nd, OMG on the 3rd, so not a lot of changes within the top 3, but now finally Wild Fangs has been pushed to the 5th position because Gen X FM, they take number 4.
Yeah, exactly. Look for Wild Fangs as long as they're going to be in the top 8. I think so it's all good in the hood, right?
Yeah.
Considering Scout is not able to perform that well. Yes, the game of Sanhok, Scout did pretty good. Sensei as well was able to step up. But then once again, we saw that inconsistency hit them. And that's why Wild Fangs is now once again struggling. But as long as you're in the top 8, that's all that matters.
Exactly. As long as you finish in the top 8, it is all good. Because instead of falling down to round 1 of the Realme BGIS, you move forward to round 2. You have a head start. And for Wild Fangs, that is what they want. They do not want to risk getting eliminated in round 1 itself. But moving forward, I think because there are big names involved from Wild Fangs, there would be that one day that And I think you would agree with me on this. The fans would agree that one day, at least one day for 6 matches, we would want to see this team just dominate and showcase what the Tier 1 circuit looks like.
And I think so over here, another team that should be part of the conversation has to be Hope Official as well. Because yesterday's day was incredible for Hope, and today's day, they're getting picked off the rip. And that's what the main concern is. I do understand Hope does have the firepower, but once again, relying on the firepower off the rip, especially when you know you're getting contested every single time, I don't think so that's the way to go.
Not maybe in the later stages of the tournament, but maybe the first 2 days, I think we can give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they're just trying to see if that early aggression can bring them some extra points. In this game, I mean, they should have realized that the third party from OMG was inevitable. You saw the parachutes drop towards the western side of Torre Amuda. You engaged into fight. You were in the lead in that fight as well. It was a 3v1 situation, and yet instead of just committing fully for that last player and going for the finish, they just stayed there, wasted so much time because they were underconfident because they had no heals. But now let's see, hopefully Sanhok could be their game.
Exactly, Sanhok, the Rainforest, as we know, it's supposed to be super aggressive. So let's just hope this time as well, we might just get to see that early game action and a few more clashes too. Without wasting any more time, let's just directly jump inside the Rainforest of Sanhok. Big Bird's going to hit the skies once again as the plane flight path reveals itself. Now, Johnny, there are a few more concerning names that are still at the top of my mind, and one of them is also going to be Jubilant Divine Esports. What are your thoughts about them? Game 1 yesterday, they choked hard. Then moving on forward, the rest of the 5 games, Jubilant Divine was not able to squeeze in that many points as we expect them to. Game 1 and 2 today as well, Jubilant Divine's not able to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, there are opportunities that they create for themselves, but they fail to seize the moment when it arises. Like even in the previous game, we saw that fight happening between them and Gen X FM for a long time. There was it was an extended engagement, and then Eye for Eye tried to enter the mix, and Jubilant Divine just stayed in a corner. If you are cornered, you're back against the wall, you know the blue zone is closing in, you need to go for those eliminations as quickly as possible.
Look at Kampong, Johnny. Jubilant Divine taking a fight against DMG.
Oh, wow.
Once again, a drop clash, and maybe this time it can be the players of DOD taking the advantage and going for the third party. There's a major chance it can definitely come through. But I would love to see Jubilant Divine do pretty good because slowly and steadily it does feel like they're making some sort of improvements. But in the firefight, Jubilant Divine needs to make sure that they're not going to lose out on any sort of players.
I agree with that. I mean, that's the best thing that you can hope for. But Necro, as soon as I see Sanhok with this particular group, my eyes are locked into Paradise Resort. We know what happened yesterday. Dead player securing a 1v4 for his team, clutching out the win. But here we have it, Kampong. The fight breaks out, and it seems like Jubilant Divine, they kick things off in a very nice manner, securing the first pick against the side of DMG.
They needed that too. Jubilant Divine, they need those type of picks to get them back once again riled up. Alpha 6 losing out on a few more players. Team Cosmic right there too around the fray as Mullet gets knocked out this time around. Unfortunately for the player, he was not able to stand the wrath. And a BOB, he constantly makes that push happen. Alpha 6, they will be able to get the fallen players back up on their feet. And speaking of the stubborn squad, once again back to their old ways.
I mean, they're extremely
But honestly, I feel like M4 is even more stubborn. Because the way they were playing, they seem even more stubborn compared to the players of Alpha 6.
Look at this. Fate has something else in store because Alibaba Raiders show up out of nowhere for a third party, and all of a sudden, it is going to be Team Cosmic, the first ones to be eliminated in this game. This gives Alpha 6 enough time to go for a reset, but if they don't have any first aids, then they're going to be the next one sent back to the lobby. And Alibaba Raiders have an opportunity to start this game off with 5 eliminations within the first 5 minutes.
They definitely do have a chance. They can't start it off. But look at what's happening on the elimination feed too. Even Aerobots Esports get eliminated completely from the game towards Paradise Resort. There's a lot of fights happening at the same time, Johnny, and we've already seen 2 teams take an exit, from which one of them was a big name, Team Cosmic. But hold on to that thought. Alibaba Raider, Chris gets struck down. Alpha 6, it's not a team that you can directly underestimate like that. Krax is still alive in the backlines. Unfortunately for Krax, he does not have any sort of meds, so he cannot patch himself up right now. He needs to work with just a sliver of HP. He's got the UMP-45 to back him up with the AKM, and unfortunately, all that takes is one single bullet, and that will nail down Alpha 6.
Oh man, Alpha 6 so unlucky in this game, but at least they walk away with 2 points. And as we were talking about Aerobots against Eye for Eye, I think that last man from the side of Aerobots just took himself out, denied the point to the side of Eye for Eye. Did not really want to give them even bigger advantage on the overall leaderboard than they already have. But Alibaba Radios, they're going to be quite happy with this player of theirs. They were able to shut down two big names right off the bat in this game of Sanhok. But coming back to Kampong, it's 3v4 situation, and TMG, they are pushed in a corner. Jubilant Divine in the driving seat in this fight.
They indeed are. And TMG, the way they're playing too, slowly and steadily moving up. Jubilant Divine, considering they've got the man advantage. Franklin has always been the main playmaker.
Necro, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but something has happened. You remember that shack where right now we just saw Aerobots, my apologies, not Aerobots, Alibaba Raiders take down Cosmic and Alpha 6. Well, it turns out Eye for Eye show up to take down Alibaba Raiders over there.
Oh, wait, did they got eliminated though? That's my question. And it
will
seems
be.
like in return, Eye for Eye's lost one player. So that third party backfired. Quite unfortunate for them, to be honest. But TMG right now, the only thing they need to pull off is surviving. And can they really survive through this outcome that they've got so far? 3 players on the deck, while you've got the players of Jubilant Divine constantly pressuring you. It's really tough to stay alive in these type of circumstances. Noisy Boy, the man's on full HP. He seems topped up, but all it takes is one single mistake, and the entire game can instantly fall apart. Jubilant Divine's been making a lot of those mistakes, so hopefully this time around they keep their defense tight.
They need to. I mean, even in a 3v4 situation, you can still, if you end up giving the opposing side the first pick, the numbers will be equalized, and then it's just even 50-50 odds for both the sides. One more point of concern for both these teams is that Kampong is just slightly outside of the circle, and once you start to move up towards that northwestern direction, do or die is going to be waiting for them. A lot of information exchange between the two sides with all those footsteps, but look at Nex and Ambush. They are trying to move out wide while Noisy Boy is just staying behind, making sure that the players of TMG do not escape or evade the threat that is headed towards them. On the radar as well, we see the flank. It's been set up. Jubilant Divine, they're just waiting for an opportunity to strike, waiting for TMG to make the first mistake.
And I don't think so any of them has got any sort of intentions to move out just yet. Both of them want to play it safe. No one wants to take the first thing. And that's why now this stalemate's starting to look pretty awkward. TMG, you better start to make some sort of moves. You cannot afford to stay outside of the circle for too long. You're even limited on resources. While the opponents, if they won, they can easily pull out. But for now, DOD, they seem like in a pretty comfortable spot. They're looking pretty okay. As long as they're going to be staying in this spot, it's all good in the hood.
I'm going to talk about DOD, and I want to ask you one thing. When did Weds turn into a full-time player?
That's what I was saying, too, since yesterday, remember?
Yeah!
DOD's playing with their coach. And I don't understand, how is this even working out? I mean, so far, in my opinion, it's sort of been working out, considering they're there in the top 8.
Yeah.
But
it's working out pretty well. He clutched out a fight yesterday.
But let's not forget, they're also playing in a lobby that's not going to be the peak of the performance. So they need to understand that as well. Weds will be tested fully when they go up against groups like Group A, or maybe even in the future stages against some of the most experienced teams. That's when you can't say DOD will be tested fully.
100% agree with that. And I remember you and IC were having this conversation about yesterday that maybe one of the reasons they might have put Weds in is so that he can also get a better understanding of how the game functions right now, as he is in a competitive setting himself. From a coach's perspective, that helps him make better strategies for the team itself. And if that is the play that they're going with, I think it's absolutely brilliant. A new experiment being run by the squad, but let's see how things are going to turn out in the future for them. In the meanwhile, though, TMG Devil, burned alive as Franklin goes down as well. Arthur's knocked out, and it seems like Jubilant Divine are all set to wrap things up in Kampong.
I mentioned this too a while ago. If TMG does not make moves right now, they will be eliminated from the game, and that's what seems like it's happening too. Devil, he's found the right moment to strike, but he whiffed that shot. Oh no, Devil, this could have been the moment that could have been seized by this one man, but unfortunately, he whiffs the shot and gives it away to the opponent. Now, all the 3 players, they stack up, look forward to making the push against Devil, but Devil himself is able to find the first. He finds the second one too. Jubilant Divine is choking. I told you, they're known for chokes like these! And just like that, it's a 1v4. Devil single-handedly strikes down every single player that stood against him from Jubilant Divine. Just when we thought this team could do good, they choke miserably.
Praying to the gods and the devil has answered. The Savior 40 MG, the 4K coming in, a big clutch for the man of the hour. What was that? As you said, Necro, a small little mistake in judgment coming in from the side of Jubilant Divine. They ran in one by one, gave him those isolated duels, and look at this, pixel perfect shots every single time. The first one down the it's the second one, and this was just a few shells connecting. It wasn't even the whole clip.
It was electric. He connected those shots so quickly that the opponents did not even have time to react.
Man, either run in together when you're taking on one man, or just use utility. Do not go in one by one.
And the funny part is, it's not the first time this has happened to Jubilant Divine. They've been choking fights like this. If you remember yesterday first game, when they took a fight in Fair Appear, they choked the same way.
Against Empire.
Yeah, I don't understand what exactly is going on with the team, but I hope they try and fix things up and they increase their performance. And speaking of performance, how can we forget the realme P3 series? It's going to be launching on 18th February, by the way, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, Icy was the one who informed me, and I think you and I have our own plans when we get the device in the future.
I mean, especially when the device is going to be on the table. You already know the heist is on, baby.
Hey, man, don't disclose it on broadcast. There's people watching it.
I mean, the last time, somehow the bosses found out and we almost got kicked off the desk.
We got in so much trouble the last time. But we're going to give it another shot. It's a new season. We are redefining the heist as well.
Yeah, it's new year, new people. Maybe these guys know how to keep the secret.
Do they, though?
So, you don't like trusting people now?
I don't, man.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's just trust each other.
Yeah, we're going to hold hands and cast the entire game now.
No, I'm good, man. Keep your distance away from me. But anyways, we've got OMG. Slowly and steadily, this team's performance dipping down. Johnny, even this is the main sign of concern now.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see how they manage to recover, if they do. But OMG, this has been the play they've been making on Sanhok since yesterday, always showing up to scout the position of Paradise Resort, and I4I have been their prime target over there, but I4I themselves, not an easy team to take down. Let's see where the next shift of the circle is going to take us. We are headed towards Bhan.
Interesting.
It's quite open, to be honest.
Imagine if the circle actually pans inside of Bhan. Have you ever been to that place?
Yeah. That's where the game begins, man.
It's filled with a lot of wooden constructions, and those wooden constructions are so thin that you cannot even use as cover. But at the same time, it's sort of like a maze where a lot of those shotgun duels can actually pan out in an interesting way. I would love to see the final zone there.
I agree with you. I mean, because of those wooden structure, what happens is if your movement is... If you're good with your movement, you can actually juke out a lot of shots, force the opposing player to go for a reload, and that gives you enough time to retaliate against anyone. But let's see how things are going to turn out. My concern is it's a very open position, and right now, Team Empire, they have control of a very amazing hill. It gives them a lot of vision of every single direction. You talk about north, south, they're going to see everyone headed towards them. But pressure handling. Can Team Empire survive all of that unnecessary attention? On the other side of things, though, we see the players of M4 quite close to Aerobots. And Wildfangs a few moments ago did take a few shots in their direction, so that distraction might just be a little too much for Mysterious 4 to handle.
Might.
Because VST is closing in as well from the west.
Mysterious 4, they're quite the notorious crew. They're just like Alpha 6 back in the day. This Mysterious 4, though, this time they've avoided a lot of that clash off the rib, and I'm liking that. Even the previous game, Mysterious 4 was able to stay alive for the longest, and I think so that was the longest they've been alive through the entire tournament.
Also, what are you talking about Alpha 6 back in the day, dude? Previous two games as well, they just went absolutely ham with those early fights. Even on Miramar, they went for an early fight. They got 3 finishes and then got eliminated. In Sanhok, they did the same thing and got taken out. Alpha 6 is still the same.
Yeah.
Some things never change.
And I'm loving that, right?
Me too.
Alpha 6, they also got a chicken dinner off the rib, so that's a great way to kick things off. But hold on. VST, they're getting picked off. A team that's known for their consistency and the games of Sanhok. This time around, VST slowly and steadily fading away with the performance on this map. Pratik tosses out a smoke, wanting to give the cover to Yatnesh, but can he stay alive for a bit longer? Mysterious 4, they themselves want to be part of the action as well. Maybe scooping a few more elimination points. But VST, they're almost about to get the reset, but they've lost out on one player.
Yeah, and it's quite surprising as well because the knocks came from the side of OMG, while Mysterious 4 were the team closest to VST. So it's the flank that got compromised for the side of VST, because of which they ended up losing those bodies. But as you mentioned, recovery is an option available to them, although it is going to be a little bit risky. In the meanwhile, though, they've sent one of their players towards the side of OMG to just cause a little bit of distraction so that they can bring that fallen man back in. And Beast, he is going to go berserk, pick off Nick, and now OMG are going to try and focus this isolated player. But this play works out better in the favor of VST, because remember that flank angle that we were talking about, that line of fire is still available for the other two players of VST to take and retaliate and find an opening against OMG now.
Hold on to that thought though. VST taking a fight against the players of Alibaba Raiders too. VST's biting on too much that they can chew. But luckily enough, Beast has got a lot of first dates to play with, so that's a good thing as well. He can constantly keep on patching himself up and be a part of the action. Well, to OMG, also catching a lot of hurt upon themselves. Johnny almost was able to strike down Beast in the front. Beast is taken down with a sliver of HP. The Wall of Death is also going to be doing a lot of work. Pulls out the shotgun and connects that crucial shot. Heads out the death blow as well, so that's going to be a point converted. Well, to OMG, slowly and steadily once again stepping up.
It's as you were talking about, Necro, VST biting off more than they could chew, and Beast, the pressure from the blue zone, the Wall of Death, a little too much, and he just panic runs out into the open, playing right into the hands of OMG. But Mysterious 4, Sketch, I think he hears the footsteps, he knows where Yadnesh is, his back is quite exposed, so he needs to be a little bit worried about that, because Wild Fangs can move in at any given time. But for now, he's just focused and tunnel visioned towards Yadnesh and Pratik on the other side. Oh no, Pixel spotted out. He knows exactly where he either needs to lob a nade or just go for the fight. But from the distance, it's going to be his teammate who finds the frag. And Mysterious 4, they have another point on the board now.
As long as the players are alive, VST still stands a chance to be really consistent. Eye for eye up against the players of Mysterious 4. And what a nade that was from Krishna. Finds the opener. Big man taking down Trey Scott, not there to help anymore. But luckily enough, there's still Sensei in the back who finds that crucial knock. Fills up the shoes of Trey Scott, especially when he needed the most. And now Seth is going to be the one to charge on forward. M4, they're getting picked off, slowly and steadily dismantled. And this one seems quite systematic.
But Necro, Wild Fangs, they're just so focused in on Hero that no one's looking up north. There's one more man on the flank of the hill, and if Wild Fangs overcommit, then it is going to be his opportunity to strike, and he might just be able to help his teammates survive this assault that's coming towards them. But Wild Fangs, how do they react? Shots finally fired, and now their attention is going to be drawn towards that isolated player, Sketch. He has a rock to use for cover, but what he has managed to accomplish right now is let Hero escape. Hero has fallen back, and he's moved in towards the center of the circle.
Next zone's going to pop up soon, Johnny. Centers on up a bit more. And unfortunately for that player, he's not in the zone anymore.
Yeah.
Gen X FM, a team that has went through a rampage in the previous game. Now, once again, wants to repeat the same history. With 3 players alive, 1 man in the back creating the flank angle and constantly popping up against the players of Hope. He's also able to rack up a few elimination points as he finds the confirmation on the limb. And that's going to be important. Evil. He's the evil man, especially for Team Hope. He's constantly shattering their hopes. As Gen X FM, now they realize there's a bit of that threat available on the other side. And Franklin is catching too much hurt upon himself. 4 bullets in the magazine. He's also getting pushed from the back, but eventually there was a bit of that cover fire. But he won't be able to stay alive for too long, Johnny.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for him to survive this, but Gen X FM, it seems like the momentum from the previous game has given them a lot of confidence in their firepower. 3 eliminations already secured, and this position towards the southeastern edge of the circle is brilliant as well. There's no one around them. Everyone in the distance already distracted in their own fights. But Hope, Corey, he might actually have a line of fire to be a nuisance to the side of Gen X FM, but maybe later on in the game. In the meanwhile, Autobots taking on the side of Team Empire, and they just get sandwiched and demolished, because it is not just Team Empire now that they have to worry about. It is going to be the side of OMG as well on the flank, but OMG distracted for Alibaba Raiders. Pixel perfect shots, and Rio's going to be picked off. 5 eliminations secured by Welt OMG.
Just tapping away. Maddie, perfect stuff. And now you've also got Wells constantly taking shots all across the board. They've got a few more opponents in the front, Predator, especially from Team Empire. Well, OMG needs to watch out. Sidelines not too clear. Surrounding lines filled with a lot of foes. What can you do? At least they're inside of the circle, so that's a good thing. But there's a big chance the zone's going to move away from them towards either Bond or the compounds nearby. M4, they've got some own problem brewing up. They need to take a fight against Scout, especially against Wildfangs. There's a few more teams in the surrounding lines. That's going to be DOD too. And DOD, once again, fantastic job surviving.
Yeah. I mean, do or die, they've been doing quite brilliant today, in fact, as far as survival is considered. But Scout, that Molotov, dishing out some unnecessary damage. And of course, the utility exchange between him and the players of M4, it was a little too overwhelming. But Scout, can he survive this? It's a 1v2. And then the players of do or die are going to be next in line for him to deal with. But let's see how things turn out. Mysterious 4 in the meanwhile. A desperate move being made for that finish point in front of them. The nade is going to be lobbed.
Oh,
a lot of damage dished out. The Molotov, the gunfire, and Scout is going to be finished off.
He tried his best though. At least he got a return knockout before he himself got taken out of the game, but that knock's not going to do anything. It does not justify anything so far. Mysterious 4, they're catching a lot of hurt upon themselves. Sketch is knocked out. The only thing Hero needs to pull off right now is to get the revival on Sketch. If he wanted, he could have parked the vehicle in front of Sketch and saved him, but he still missed out on that micro detail, and now he himself gets eliminated. These sort of mistakes can really punish you, and do or die from this compound. It's just inflicting a lot of pain and hurt on the lobby.
Yeah. I mean, do or die, they are getting pressured as well. We just saw one of the players from the side of Welto OMG make an attempt to steal that compound away from them. But hey, as I say that, Wids is going to be the first man to go down. Reaper still surviving with a sliver of HP. But Necro is finally down to the top 4 teams of this match, of this lobby, as Welto OMG are going to be wiped out as well. Just 14 players still alive. And one of these top 4 teams is still Genex FM. They're still in this game, still in it for the win. Autobots with that high ground. Can they be the ones who ruin the day for Genex FM right now?
Team Empire's got all the 4 players standing though, Johnny. So that's quite important too.
Yeah.
Even they can step in the action out of nowhere and surprise everyone. But then Autobots from the high grounds, even they can be a major problem. Genex FM 2 from the sidelines. Team Empire, they've got sort of an advantage, but at the same time, they've got the disadvantage too, considering the zone's not on top of them. They need to move inside of the circle as well and leave that cover.
Yeah, Empire, I mean, they're in the worst possible position out of the top 4 teams in this particular match. Look at this, straight up, clear line of fire, and Evil, he finds 2. Well, he made that look easy, but now Team Empire escaping and staying alive over here. That's not going to be easy at all. You were talking about this, the wooden structures coming into play, Necro. Not enough vision to go for those finishes, but if he can secure those knocks, his teammates up ahead might be able to pull it up. But from the distance, it's going to be Reaper and Balu, and now Genex FM are the ones in a world of trouble.
Mistakes are being made constantly. Genex FM, 2 players in the back. They've only got Rock to work with. Util toss from Reaper. Maybe this is going to find some sort of semblance. No, it's going to be the answer, though. Still, Reaper's got a lot of resources to play with. Maybe not the utilities, but he's got a lot of ammunition that he can try and spare for his teammates. DOD, they've been super quiet throughout the entire game, but they've also got all the 4 players standing. And now, considering even the opponent's Team Empire, who could have been the closest one to take down DOD, even they're getting ripped apart from all the different angles. Wall of Death starting to move in. Genex FM, they need to do something. They need to try and escape from this cover, and that's what the game plan is. But as soon as they move out, they're probably going to be catching a lot of hurt upon themselves, and that's what's happening.
Exactly, as you say that, it happens. Genex FM, Vishu somehow did manage to just prone at the right time at the last second, and that is why he's still alive. But now, how do they survive from here on out? Shogun and Vishu, the last 2 players remaining from the side of Genex FM. They're not even close to lob that utility towards the players of Team Empire. But do or die, even they're going to be forced out into the open. Necro, it's stage 9. After this, the game comes to an end. It's going to be the blue zone collapsing on everyone, and they have just about a minute and 30 seconds to settle their differences. And it is going to be the side of Autobots who are eliminated on the 4th position. And in the top 3 teams remaining, it is do or die and Empire with the entire squad still surviving. Genex FM with just 2 players remaining. happening. And Empire, they want to pick off Gen X FM first before running towards Do or Die.
DOD, now it's going to be the time to make that third party, considering they hear a lot of those gunshots happening as well. If
Oh,
wants,
wow.
This is going to be the right moment to strike, but a big blunder comes into play. The man unfortunately stepped out in the blue, and that's why he got knocked out. Two more players standing to try and stand the wrath of the entire DOD, and this seems impossible, Johnny. Now converting this game is going to be super tough. DOD, they've got the high ground to play with. They've also got the man advantage to play with. They've got more utilities. They've got more ammunition. DOD is going to be having the most advantage in these moments, but especially Hunter gets spotted. Shots were taken towards that generic direction. Hunter is still thrown down. Now finally he reveals himself, pulls out the shotgun. No value found from that, and now Hunter is trying his best to get something done, but even he gets shut down. What a game from DOD that was. They played it super defensive, and it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, they played super passive, as you mentioned, defensive in the last few moments as well, and that is the one big reason why they have the chicken dinner in this game, because had they done what Team Empire did and actually charged for Gen X FM, it would have been them who got eliminated, right? 2 players knocked out, because it's Gen X FM, man.
Yeah.
They are going to dish out at least some damage to either just knock out a player or just make sure that whoever remains from your team is just going to be there with like 10-15 HP, and it just made things a whole lot easier for Do or Die. I like the fact that the last-ditch effort from Team Empire was like, let's just get up and go at it. I mean, we have the shotguns. If we win. Otherwise, we are finishing second.
And let's not forget the fact that Empire's doing really good too.
True.
Previous game in Miramar, Empire was there in the top three,
yeah.
and now this game, they're there in the top 2. So you love to see a performance like that. Empire is also one of those teams, we know they've got a lot of potential.
Yes.
Ace, Predator, these players in the previous tournament, they were doing so good, almost keeping that team alive and almost qualifying for the LAN finals, by the way. But they barely missed out on that. But now over here, they've got a chance at redemption.
Yeah, and Empire himself as well. I mean, he's been in the circuit for a long time.
Yeah.
We keep seeing him again and again, and with the same name. So I believe he's one of the founders of this team. We've seen Empire again and again in officials, but it's just the fact that that extra, that something special, it always felt that was missing, and I feel like 2025, they just redefined themselves.
Yeah, definitely they have. This lineup seems really good. We are seeing a lot of those promises too from this lineup. I would love to see them perform the same way. Now, moving on the conversation towards DOD, right? Weds is playing, being the coach. He's the one sort of in the driving force, and I'm pretty sure he's also IGLing the team. And them playing it so safe, I think so Weds is the main reason for that.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, but let's see. I mean, all we are asking for is a little bit of more firepower from the side of DOD, right? Because their positioning was absolutely brilliant. Their timing of engagement into any fight in this game was just spot on. I mean, you talk about this particular situation, right, where you had Weld OMG charging towards them, you had Mysterious 4, Wild Fangs in front of them, and Do or Die, they were so smart when how they dealt with all of it. They're like, all right, we know we have a good cover position, we know the incentive for us to actually charge forward into any of these fights is just not there. So let's just wait. Let's just patiently wait. Eventually, all of these individuals are going to be open, and then is going to be our time to strike. And they just did that till the very end of the match.
Yeah, Empire messed up big time, though, especially when they made that push against Gen X FM. But I do understand they had no other chances, too, because Gen X FM was constantly being a big problem for them. Gen X FM Evil was in the backlines, if I'm not wrong. He was constantly taking shots against them. But later on, at the end of the day, they had no other chance.
It could have gone south for Team Empire very, very quickly when they were in Bhan and Evil found 2 knocks. Luckily for them, it was Do or Die that saved them from getting eliminated right then and there, and plus the blue zone damage made sure that Evil panicked and he was forced to run out. He tried to make a rotation towards his other 2 teammates, but had Gen X FM had a backup player over there as well in the same position, then Team Empire was done and dusted for right then and there. But I mean, brilliantly executed. I mean, nothing taken away, as you were talking about it. Consistency now being displayed by Team Empire, Gen X FM.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to see these old names returning.
And now a few big names are starting to slip out, right? Welto OMG is one of them, yes. But even Wild Fangs, today's day has been really rough. Game 1, not exactly there. Game 2, once again slipped out. Game 3, performance just completely lost out. Wild Fangs, now it's time to step up. There's a big chance they might just not be in the top 8 anymore.
Ooh, that is going to be one of the biggest upsets right off the bat for this year. But I agree with that. In this game as well, we were talking about it, that Wild Fangs, maybe the strategy is just to keep up the finish numbers, 3 to 4 eliminations per game. They got 2 in this match.
Yeah, it was quite rough for Wildfangs, right? Especially a team like this, you really expect them to perform really good. You expect them to dominate the same way that Gen XFM did in the previous game. We're not able to see that domination now just carry on forward. Trey Scott is doing good. He's getting the constant finishes, but the rest, struggling.
It's not even about the finishes. I think something's lacking in the macro, because you remember the fight in this game against Mysterious 4, right? It was a 2 versus 4 situation. They got baited and eliminated in a 2v4.
It feels
the entire team.
It feels like they want to be greedy for the eliminations, but at the same time, they're not able to back those eliminations up with a proper cover and a proper communication too. For some reason, it feels like there's a bit of that communication barrier, and once things get sorted out, maybe they can be better. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back on the other side of the game with another game of exciting Sanhok.
What did the drop or the snake? Am I the one to blame?
भाई ये देख नया फोन,
इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, उसके कट्स देख,
एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है। अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार?
ग्लो आने वाला है। ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा, तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ, तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट।
डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP। TPP। FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर। विनर चिकन डिनर। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BGIS 2025. The grind brought to you guys by the Realme P3 Series 5G. And it is something that's just redefining gaming, born to slay for gamers like you and us. Because we have been slaying throughout this entire day. I have to say, Necro, I just love those promos, man.
Yeah, me too, man. I would make sure to download BGMI on your phone. If you do not have BGMI on your phone, then what's the use of your phone, man? You might as well just use a telephone at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Like that guy over there.
Yeah.
But anyways, I mean, phones are usually made to make calls, and it seems like the calls that the teams are making to each other with the side of the game are getting a little haywire. We were discussing Wild Fangs before we went for that break.
Yeah, exactly. And Wild Fangs, we had a conversation about the dip in the performance. The overall standings definitely do seem shaky, but maybe considering it is Wild Fangs that we're speaking of, we might just see them realize the fact that, yeah, there's a bit of that communication barrier coming through, and now it's time to step things up a bit more. And the game of Sanhok was the game where Scout and Sensei stepped up. I would love to see them do even good.
I mean, they did yesterday, but today Sanhok as well did not really go their way. That previous game, it just felt like they wanted to be aggressive, but in just that one tunnel vision thought process, they just lost the fact that they got lost in the fact that there were other players as well, and while you're running after one man, his teammates on the other side caused a little bit of distraction, and then they just started running after him. But I mean, hopefully the next game of Sanhok, they've learned from their mistake, and we are going to see Wild Fangs recover once more.
But hey, we're speaking of lost, but a chance for the viewers to gain. You might just win some amazing rewards if you move on towards Google and search for realme P3 Series 5G.
Yeah.
And you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards. But once again, moving back to the conversation, right? Let's have a look at the MVP of the previous game, considering that's going to be clearing a lot of that brain fog, that how sort of performance that we saw from the side of DOD as well. But considering the interesting. The MVP is going to be from the side of TMG.
And he was there in the game only for 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I'm surprised about. I just went speechless for a second there. 4 eliminations racked up from that man, but even Maddie's going to be there from the side of OMG. At least OMG's getting some sort of eliminations racked up, maybe just barely touching the average.
I think, as you said, barely touching the edge. They just made sure that they stay in play, they stay in the top 4. But moving forward, we have Sketch from the side of Mysterious 4. He had an incredible game as far as individual performances are considered this time, especially manipulating the players of Wild Fangs too as well. But looking at the match summary, 55 eliminations secured, so a few of them did go down to the blue, it seems like.
They indeed did. And even 52 smokes have been used in that previous game. Just 2 grenade finishes now. Isn't that weird?
It is a little weird, especially considering it was Sanhok, and we saw all of those clustered fights happen at the same time, like one between VST and Well to MG.
Maybe a lot of knocks were found with the nades, but then later on they closed on up and went for those finishing blows, right? That's probably what happened.
Yeah.
We've got the point standings of the previous game. DOD, considering they got the chicken dinner, of course they've got the most amount of points, which is going to be 18 on the board. Gen XFM consistency now once again reached 12 points on the board. But Wells OMG, a team that we were concerned about, has finally replied back. 10 points, looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of eliminations secured by Well to MG, even though they were taken out a little bit earlier than expected. But we cannot ignore TMG Necro for that last game of Sanhok. Special shout out to TMG, and I believe it was Devil who was able to just annihilate the entirety of Jubilant Divine. The 4K clutch coming in for him. But looking at the overall rankings, VST still sitting at the top. But the difference between them and Well to MG, it's getting smaller and smaller. And now even Gen XFM are catching up.
Yeah, and those type of plays really do rile up the entire team, right?
Yeah.
Considering he pulled off one before, now his teammates are going to be like, yeah, if he can do it, I can do it as well.
Exactly.
It just gives you that mental boost. So I would love to see what Team G's going to be able to pull off in the future. But look at the top 8. 49 is going to be the cutoff.
Yeah, and now it is just Wild Fangs, the only team inside of the top 8, sitting there with no chicken dinner. And also, man, Necro, something is wrong with Jubilant Divine. Just 9 placement points. They played 9 matches. They're doing 1 placement point per match. That's the average.
I'm telling you, man, Jubilant Divine's choking a lot of fights, and they're also taking a lot of early game fights.
Yeah.
I don't understand this. If you're choking fights, maybe try and play defensive. Maybe try and play for the circled center, considering that's something that's going to give you the main jackpot these days. That's what the new zone structure seems like, right? The new zone settings really do favor a team that likes to play from the center, and VST is a prime example of that. And even when God's Reign step in the further groups, you would clearly see how God's Reign likes to play. They like to play from the center too.
Exactly. The only problem, I think, if you're going to talk about God's Reign, I think the only challenge they will face is the rotation timing for God's Reign is extremely late, especially for the first stage, and I think they are sitting back in their boot camp with their coach Robinson. They're making notes like, okay guys, we have to play against our natural play style. That is going to be a big challenge for them. But VST, as you were talking about it, right? Slow down the pace earlier on. Jubilant Divine needs to take a lesson. Avoid any early clashes. Just stay towards the edges. If you can't take the center, just play for survival for a little bit. Stay alive in the game for a while.
A team that's going to find the most amount of value from this new zone structure or new zone settings is going to be Versatile. Because they like to drop in Pochinki, which is quite close to the center too.
Yes.
Even Aiko Soul can be someone that can take the most amount of advantage with that. But moving on the conversation towards this lobby once again, right? You've still got Team Empire. They've been doing pretty good. They've got the consistency hit as well. But I would love to see Eye4Eye as well do the same thing.
And Eye4Eye, there are moments where we see them pick up the pace just a little bit, and it just seems like every time they overcommit into a fight, they just stop talking to each other, and then it's just like, you get your finish, I'm gonna get mine, and then we are gonna rendezvous back there.
But you know what, Johnny, without wasting any more time, we're straight up just gonna jump into the rainforest of Sanhok, where a lot of those speculations might just be answered, and we might just see the consistency once again back up from the side of VST. The plane's going to hit the skies once again as the plane flight path begins all the way from Mongnai towards Tambang. And this plane flight path, it's really not going to make any sort of difference considering it is the map of Sanhok. And Sanhoks are always really small. So no matter where you want to go, you can easily traverse through the open grounds.
Man, this map is so small, they don't even have a spawn island over here. It's just Ban. They're like, yeah, this is where you spawn, and then we put you on a plane and we go over this place again.
Yeah. That's one way to start things off, right? And considering even the makers knew that Ban's going to be a place that's never going to be visited, so you might as well just make them visit that place at least once in the game.
Force people to go there. Force everyone to just go there once. Oh, man. Hey, but talk about forcing things on other people. Aerobots and Eye4Eye, they just force each other upon themselves, and this time it's just going to be those blades being put to use. The knife fight between the two sides. Aim got knocked out. Eye4Eye with a player disadvantage. Although it is still a 3v3 until Aim God recovers. And Demigod and Dead Player, they found weapons. Even Rokon has that Vector in his hand, which in close quarters can be extremely deadly.
Mirabots Esports, they've already lost out on Aim God, but still they're not going to give up on this fight just yet. 24 bullets in the magazine and 0 spare bullets left. Aim God 2 backing up. Eye4Eye slowly and steadily making that push. Dead Player has pulled off a 1v4 in the past in this same vicinity, and maybe he can pull it up once again. But this time he's got his own teammates to back it up. Unfortunately for the opponents, they're slowly and steadily losing out on the man number. And now Demigod's making that push up close and personal. Gets his hands on the shotgun too, reloads it up. And now realizes that there's the man in the front lines. UOP is playing with the cover, waiting for the opponents to step outside of it.
Oh man, this is going to be extremely irritating if you are one of the players from the side of Aerobots, because guess what, Necro? I think it's a 4-0 record between between these two teams as far as the fight for Paradise Resort is considered. This Paradise Resort is a personal hell for Aerobots Esports right now.
Seems like it. Seems the way. UOP, the man's taken down so low, and unfortunately for him, he does not have any sort of meds too. Eye4Eye, with just 2 players standing. Dead Player in the past has pulled off a major clutch, but now pulling it off once again seems too much. Seems like a daunting task. Demigod, the man's keeping his position anonymous too. And Dead Player's so lucky. Gets his hands on the DBS once again, the same weapon that he pulled off the clutch with. And now Dead Player's also starting to make that push, starting to make that bounce against the foes. He realizes that the opponent's right there on the opposite side. Wants to make the push happen. Hasn't spotted the opponent just yet. Foul. He's trying to play it as safe as possible. Cheeky with those angles. He's trying to force the opponent to make any sort of mistakes. But instead, even Dead Player's playing this pretty well. Aim God's going to start wrap up from the back. He's got 2 nades to play with. He can definitely try and force out someone.
Yeah. Just toss the utility and try and flush out the players. But there's so much tension between these two sides right now. Just playing with information, trying to manipulate each other with footsteps being given. The nade is going to be brilliant, but it's going to be difficult to secure a knock. Demigod, he's closed in. This could be brilliant. He's waiting for Aim God to get into position, and there's the knock to kick things off.
What sort of a plan that was? He literally pushed up to the face and then went for that nade. Even though he heard the footsteps closing up, that's such a major mistake made by the man. He should have went for the rebound instead. But now, this is where the real opportunity is in the hands of Eye4Eye. Dead Player, considering he knows it's a 1-on-2, this is going to be the best possible chance. He can try and pull off a clutch, a 1v4 now. The fallen players back up on their feet. This is not looking too good. Can Dead Player make it happen? 1 against the 4.
He does not know where Yuva is. That's the only problem, Necro. He has not even looked over there for a single second. And I think that one missed piece of information might be the reason that Aerobots are finally going to find themselves winning this fight against I4I today.
Dead player. He's getting pushed up from that staircase. Spots out the man. He knows he's right there. He's looking at the pixels too, but he still can't make any sort of action because he knows there's a few players in the back that can provide the cover fire. And now he's getting pushed up. Molotov toss to get rid of that door. And now Dead Player's starting to make that pounce, starting to make that prowl. He backs away from the compound. I'm not exactly sure what sort of a thought process this is, but placing yourself in a better spot in clutches like these is something that you need to do. And Dead Player putting himself in one of the most uncomfortable spots possible, and he eventually gets wiped out. I'm not even sure what he was trying to do there. In my opinion, the initial position that he had was good.
I think he was just trying to funnel all of them into a corridor if he could, or maybe into a doorway, because that is when that shotgun would have helped him out the most. But I mean, not a lot you can do when there's 4 people just hunting you, especially in a close quarter situation like this. They first forced him to drop down from the first floor to the ground floor, and then they already had men ready to finish him off if he tried to evade, push further inside of the Paradise Resort. But I mean, what a fight. And Aerobots, I'm actually surprised they did not lose a single body, because at one point it was down to a 2v2 between the two sides. And yet, yeah, a clean win for Aerobots.
Eye for eye, we just had the conversation too, right?
Yeah.
They're getting those points slowly and steadily, but since you've only got 2 more days after this, then you really need to realize that now it's time to move on and catapult yourself in a better spot. But eye for eye, they lose out on the opportunity, considering they've been wiped out from the game. And no elimination points acquired, by the way. So that's even more hurting. But Jubilant Divine, in one of the most awkward spots you can ask yourself to be in, out in the open. But they can still catch the opponents off guard. Does Alibaba Raiders know that they've been surrounded?
I don't think they do, because with how Max is moving, I think they just think that they're the only ones here. Dason, he's not even going to look to engage Jubilant Divine. They just gather all of this information. No moves made off of that, but here they come, Necro. It's the 2 mischievous squads of this lobby colliding against each other. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Alpha 6 against Mysterious 4.
Yeah, grind falls apart. Even Sketch hits the deck. It's not looking good. It's not looking smooth. Unfortunately for Sketch, the confirmation instantly follows up as well. Alpha 6 losing their grip inside of the fight as they've lost out on 2 players in return as well. Crack's knocked out too. But Serioton, he needs to go for the revival, and that's what he's doing. Fallen player will be back up on his feet. Alpha 6, it was quite a rough fight.
Yeah, extremely rough, but at least they did not lose out on a player, unlike Mysterious 4. And Mysterious 4 in this game are struggling, Necro, down to their last 2 men. Extremely difficult for them to recover now, especially considering they will have to push either through Paradise Resort or maybe just straight up run towards boot camp. Talking about boot camp, VST, they're still there. They're having a good time this game.
Hold on, TMG, the players are lying apart. Big chance, Chiefly can be caught off guard. The man's out in the open, going for the shots as well. Arthur's a major distraction. They should not focus on Arthur. There's a man up close and personal, and he fights the strike. Franklin, what a knock that was. Lilim instantly gets knocked out. Franklin has done his job, has given the advantage to his teammates, and now TMG, they once again spring back to life.
Yeah, but they do find the trade that Arthur is going to be knocked and finished off. And it's quite surprising, as you said, Necro, that they were focused in on Arthur for no reason at all. They were just seeing the backpack, not even the pixel of his head or his body. It was just the backpack that was visible, and they completely ignored the other players from the side of TMG that has closed in. And hope this could be a big blunder, because now over here it's a 3 versus 2 situation. Lilim on the flank is a little far away for his teammates.
Indeed is. Look at Trey Scott, even he's starting to strike DOD. There's a lot of fights happening in the elimination feed too. But TMG right now in the most awkward spot possible. And Hope, they're just backing away. They know they've got the man disadvantage. It's better to play safe. And I like the thought process too. Sometimes backing away does not mean you're a coward. It just means you're smart.
Yeah. Oh, reminds me of a line said by a villain from a very famous movie. Cowards do survive.
True that. guess staying alive is what matters, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's last man standing gets the chicken dinner. And right now, Team Empire. Oh, this nade might just catch someone off guard. It was so close. Shogun, the man so lucky, barely dodged that nade. And now for Genix FM, still the problems. They keep on racking up on top of each other. Shogun, Vishu right next to each other too. Through OG is getting the revival upon himself. Team Empire, the fact that they're not even making the push, it's really making me concerned. Maybe this was the right time to make that push. Team Empire's got the man advantage.
They have the man advantage, Necro, but they have showed up in a very awkward time. Because a few moments ago on the finish feed as well, I did notice Empire taking a lot of pressure, not just from one team, but at least three. It's not just Genix FM. Alibaba Raiders found a knock against Team Empire. Team Cosmic was there to dish out a little bit more damage as well. It's just lucky that they're still alive in this game with 3 players. Charging forward right now, it's going to be too much for them to handle, because even the hills down south, that is where Team Cosmic is right now. And they have a direct line of fire on both Genix FM and Team Empire.
Seems like it. The way Genix FM is positioning themselves too. The circle-less wall is just forming around boot camp. Alibaba Raiders looking to be part of a fight as well. Pinned down by the players of Jubilant Divine. Nowhere to go. It's in a really awkward spot as well, but hold on to that thought. Alpha 6, they make their entrance. And ARZ, they're unfortunately not looking too hot considering 2 of the players are being isolated. But still, these 2 players, they're doing a lot of damage. Alpha 6 constantly getting struck down. What's happening? Alpha 6 had the initial man advantage in this fight, but they still messed up big time. The 2 players were isolated perfectly, but Aerobots Esports, they've always been known for their firepower, and that's what they rely on once again. As UOP puts that nail in the coffin. Just this one man is enough.
Wow, the moves, the jukes over there. OP is so precise with his movements and helps his team get those extra finish points.
His own teammate blew up the vehicle, by the way, and that just secured the elimination for the opponents.
Oh, man. But it's okay. They have 9 of them, so they will still have the upper hand. But that was very impressive, man. A 3K takedown over there by UOP, especially the moves with the S12K. And then the last finish coming in with that jump shot with the M4. Just emptied out the clip right in his face.
Solid stuff. Honestly speaking, Aerobots Esports, their firepower is quite commendable.
Yeah.
We're loving that. The elimination too, right? When we saw the elimination feed, Aerobots Esports, they were popping off. And even the overall standings is a testament to the way Aerobots Esports is playing. At the start of the day, they had 0 placement points.
Yeah.
0 placement points. And they had 28 eliminations. How is that even possible?
I think that is what they are going for, maybe what they want to go for, just all eliminations. But look at this, what just happened? Do or die, annihilated in a matter of seconds. It's going to be a combined blow from VST, another team from the distance that did help them out secure 1 knock. The winners of the previous game just getting taken out in an instant, Necro.
DOD messed up big time.
I mean, they did in the big game before, so in the next game it's time to die, right?
I mean, for DOD, I guess they're already achieving that average, so one single wipe is really not going to be stinging them at all. As long as they're in the top 8, that's all that matters. And DOD's in a really comfortable spot, so it's all good in the hood, in my opinion. They got 0 points from this game, so that's still a bad feat, but okay. 1 inconsistent game, okay. We know DOD can get the consistent points in the upcoming games.
Yeah, true. I mean, at least as far as placement is considered, they have a good balance going over there. So, then considering it's going to be Miramar, they're going to have a lot more breathing room to work with. There's going to be a lot of options for them to play with, but that's for the future. In the meanwhile, Jubilant Divine, they are definitely not having a good day, as Noisy Boy is going to get knocked out right next to him, already going for a revive, but this does open up the doors for Alibaba Raiders to come charging forward.
The revival happens. Fallen man back up on the feet. Noisy Boy. And next, finding that knock onto Chris. Getting the revival onto Chris is not a problem at all. There's a smoke blocking the line of sight so the players can easily cross on. Alibaba Raiders, though, still staying in a potential threat is really annoying. And Jubilant Divine right now is causing that threat. The previous game, they were eliminated in quite an embarrassment. But this time around, Jubilant Divine, it's time to redeem yourself and play better. They're constantly pinning the opponents down. Scopes into the souls of the opponents, but still not able to find anything. Alibaba Raiders slowly and steadily losing out on the men. And even Ninja OP gets knocked out. It's Genix FM now stepping in the playing field, and the confirmation is stolen by Dassen.
Oh, they see the opportunity and they choose to strike at the perfect time. Dassen doing a brilliant job securing that finish point, and I believe even Rio's position is going to be compromised soon. But all of this breathing room now that Jubilant Divine have, how do they use it? But Necro, look at the circle, man!
Yeah.
What is going on?
What if the circle pans out on the opposite island?
I want that to happen.
Everyone will be messed up!
Except one team, and that is going to be Autobots.
Oh, Autobots definitely rolling out this time. They're playing for the big game, Johnny. And Autobots just playing for the odds. They've got a 2-2 split going on.
Yeah.
2 players on the main island, 2 players on the opposite island. What is Autobots doing? They're playing with fire with this sort of a split. But if it does work out, imagine this team can be the only one getting the most amount of elimination points because everyone else will be in the water trying to swim, and they will be the fishermen just collecting eliminations.
Exactly. We got to bring that wireless fishing rod back into action now, man. I hope and I pray right now that the circle takes that western shift, but let's see if that is going to happen. In the meanwhile, though, Team Cosmic going up against VST, and I think for the first time that position bootcamp is not going to work out for VST. On the other side, Welt OMG, shots fired on the players of Team Hope. None of them connected, though.
Yeah. The players were once again able to get back to the cover. Justy has snuffed out some sort of threat from the opposite side, but finally Jubilant Divine, they make some sort of moves against the players of Alibaba Raiders. Ninja Boy gets struck down. That's quite unfortunate. The entirety of Jubilant Divine instantly, they hit the deck.
Yeah, not a lot of resistance over there, and Alibaba Raiders are going to be very happy with themselves. 5 elimination points secured in this game. But look at this. This is turning out to be a very weird game of Sanhok. 15 minutes in, we still have 11 teams, 34 players surviving. And yes, as you said, a blunder again coming in from Wild Fangs. Sensei is still alive, Scout knocked out, Orva is too close. The nade might just connect. It doesn't.
A little bit of that overshoot.
Oh, look at Seth on the flank, though.
Yeah, Seth's nade might just connect, and it does. Seth comes in as the savior, the man that's been needed for the side of Wild Fangs to save the day at the end of the day. And he comes in, steps up huge. Kiddo's in the back for Autobots. And now Kiddo, the only thing he can do is just back away, and that's what he's doing. Kiddo backing away from this spot. And I like the option as well, considering he knows Orva is a gone case at this point. It's better to just let him go. He's still got 3 more players standing on the opposite island, but unfortunately, Carey gets knocked out from Airbots. Airbots Esports, they step in against the players of OMG. As Justy gets knocked out, the confirmation follows up instantly because the Molotov is placed perfectly. A nade tossed out, and even that nade's going to find the value too. OP, this man's making a lot of work.
Yeah, he's putting up big numbers on the board. 10 eliminations for Airbots already, and they are having a lot of fun in this match right now. But players knocked out, they need to recover, and Yuva needs to be brought back into this matchup. It's going to be Foul going for a revive. They are going to let Curry just bleed out completely. Genix FM on the other side inside of bootcamp, causing a lot of pain and misery for the players of Team Empire. Hunter is the last man alive, and he's going to be hunted out soon, especially with Vishu right next to him. He was waiting for the first aid to be applied to bring his HP back up. Now that he has accomplished that, I think they're going to try and just force and flush Hunter out.
They make the push, Team Empire. They want to establish their empire inside of boot camp, but unfortunately, what was Hunter shooting?
I think he was just confused, man.
He was shooting a ghost, my friend. I don't even know what he was seeing there, but he was just shooting bullets in the air, and unfortunately, in the end, he got taken down because he revealed his position. The pinpoint position that Genix FM wanted to know. And Genix FM, after getting that elimination, now they're looking pretty comfortable.
Well, they are looking quite comfortable right now. It's not going to be easy to get out of boot camp soon, especially with 3 different teams blocking their way. One last player from the side of VST surviving. Team Cosmic also present to just gatekeep the players of Genix FM. And they have 3 players still in this match. Ernie, nade being cooked. Counter nade comes in, does not connect though. Just a small little exchange of utility between the 2 sides, and then they just go back inside the cover.
Genix FM, 3 players next to each other. Vishu, 1 elimination racked up. Shogun with 2. Dhruv with 1. And Wild Fangs, the fact that they're still alive in the game and cooking, even that's quite surprising. A big cluster of teams inside of boot camp as soon as the zone moves away from that area.
Oh no, Skrills.
Everyone in boot camp's going to mess up big time. Skrill's knocked out. Quite unfortunate for the opponents.
They still don't know he's there, by the way.
They don't. And Beast, he's between a lot of players and a lot of threat. VSD, I'm not even sure what this split is, considering the other man is all the way back in boot camp. What is this split that VSTs came up with?
I think this was...
Wildfangs, though, they're starting to make the push happen. Autobots Esports, Kiddo is in a big world of trouble. He tosses a return nade. That nade's not going to find any sort of value, but Kiddo finds the strike. And what an important strike that was, too. But Kiddo is getting shot from the back as well at the same time. It's so unfortunate that this happens to Kiddo, because he found 2 crucial knocks.
Yeah, there's so much pressure. Everyone's playing the shoreline, but you know what's the game changer for the side of Autobots? It's Servi across the river, but he's going to be shut down as well as Aerobots finish him off. And now it is going to be interesting to see how the teams move out of boot camp. Wildfangs, I think this could be, we could see them getting eliminated in the next few moments. There's too much pressure to handle, and plus Beast being that close to Wildfangs with a single nade could just end it all. But does he have any utility on him? That's the question now.
Wildfangs lost out on 3 players, and now they're almost on the verge of getting a reset. So Wildfangs can actually be back up all the 4 players. Hold on, though. Bootcamp once again starting to strike. As I mentioned, if the zone moves away, we might just see hell break and lose, and that's what's happening. Check the fam, realizing that same fact, and what a shot! With just 1 HP, Pash once again clutches it for Team Cosmic.
Oh man, on the verge of being eliminated. Pash just goes all in. Pixel of HP, no helmet, no armor, no healing available. He had no options. Back against the wall, and he just breaks it down. Genex FM getting eliminated from the match, but we're finally down to the top 7 teams. And look at Welto MG. They made this call early of going towards that small island. He's just standing on Pixel. The man is walking on water, and then he just drops down and runs away, ruining the day for Wildfangs. It seems like Wildfangs, no matter what they do, someone just shows up to cause unnecessary problems in their lives.
Nick is like a piranha in water, super small and super annoying. This one single man has found the strike, and now Wildfangs, just look at how unsettled they are. They're so paranoid the fact that Nick can strike once again.
Yeah.
They do not know where the man is, because he just disappeared in the water lines. But Nick, if he finds the right moment, he can also close in towards the shoreline and maybe create a few more problems.
And I think there was one more player from the side of Welto MG who was still surviving, but maybe they did get eliminated. On the other side, though, Aerobots, they're going to take a blow against the players of Wildfangs. One of the players knocked out. Seth does get to secure that finish point for his team. And Necro looking at the circle right now. Wildfangs, they need to secure the chicken dinner in this game. The one man who can ruin all their hope is going to be Beast, who is still hiding in the same position. Wildfangs, absolutely no idea that this Beast is just waiting to strike. And as soon as they take the leap, this could be the moment. But no, he holds on. He's holding the trigger. They're still not looking at him. They've run past him. Beast is waiting for information. And M4, they lend a helping hand as Seth is going to be knocked out.
I don't know why. I've got a feeling that Beast is going to be the one to seal the deal.
Yeah.
And get the chicken dinner. He's going to strike at the right moment. There's a few teams inside of boot camp, considering they're going to be fighting against themselves. Beast will find the right moment. And there we go. 2 players, they emerge. Beast tosses a nade. No connection. He messed up big. Beast, you need to close up right now. You've got the best angle possibly you can ask for. And Beast is taking too much damage. He messed up big. What was Beast doing? He just threw the game. Beast could have done so much more. He could have wiped out the entirety of Wildfangs if he would have not tried to toss that nade.
I 100% agree with you, Necro. He could have just lined up that spray. 3 players in front of him and just mowed them down. But Wildfangs, it seems like the deal is sealed. Alibaba Raiders, Ninja OP is going to be the last player left alive. He has a DBS to work with, but he is just outnumbered. The jump shot does not connect. The blue zone damage is going to be a little too much to deal with. But he sees the players of Wildfang committing for that last finish point. They aren't going to be able to secure it. They miss out on that 1 extra point, but hey, finally it happens. The chicken dinner for Wildfangs.
Yeah.
And I mean, I understand they won this game, but I am still upset because...
You're upset? I'm pissed.
Even I wanted to say the same thing, man, but we can't use certain words. We're on a broadcast.
I mean, come on. How is this even possible?
I would have lined up that spray.
Anyone
could have done it.
Anyone would have done that.
Oh.
At that point, the man had the 3X and the M416, and all he could have done was just line up that spray instead of wanting to throw a nade.
I get the idea behind the nade, right? Because Wildfangs were going for a revive. he whiffed the nade as well. Twice.
Well, you know what? Let's just move on. It's fine. Wildfangs, though, getting a chicken dinner. Definitely the highlight of the previous game.
Beast got to change his name, man.
At least VST, once again, we're in the top 4, right? So that's
Yeah.
a great thing. VST doing pretty good. So as we know, they can constantly move on forward. They're doing pretty good in the overall standings, too. Barely touching that average point.
Yeah.
And now moving the conversation towards a few more names. Velto OMG's Nick was super annoying, especially for Wildfangs. He was able to find that crucial knock.
And I mean, I want to go back to the start of the game as well. I mean, we are going to have the highlights on our screen soon. The first fight in Paradise Resort. Aerobots winning that fight for the first time. And by the way, Aerobots were also able to secure a lot of eliminations in this match. It seems like as soon as they beat Eye for Eye, they get the momentum in their favor.
Oh man, I mean, just look at the way the action kicked off, right? Alpha 6, especially when we thought that they've got the advantage, they mess up big time. And Yuba from the side of Aerobots. Of course, what a play, man. He was the only man stepping up huge. He takes down the entirety of Alpha 6 all by himself. Incredible stuff.
And again, I mean, Aerobots in this game, they showed up big. Putting up big numbers on the board, but they weren't really able to secure the win. While Fangs, due to their superior positioning and just staying on that shoreline, staying alive on their on that shoreline just west of boot camp, this game was pretty much theirs. And as we were talking about it during the match as well, Beast, the one man from the side of VST, who was forced into a very risky position, could have actually ruined the day, taken the chicken away from Wild Fangs, but he failed to do that. And Bash, that was a moment. That is what Beast needed to do.
Yep. In the end, they just drop right on top of Nick, get the confirmation followed up. Nick messes up big time, considering the observers did not really focus on that, so that's a great thing in the highlight.
Yeah.
But then later on, Wildfangs move in to win the game, considering they had the man advantage too. So it was pretty much unstoppable. It was known the fact that Wildfangs will be the one to seal the deal. Now, the real conversation once again relies on a few more names, like maybe M4. M4 has been one of those teams. Maybe recently in the previous couple of games we saw M4 doing okay.
Yeah.
But still, man, here's the inconsistency hitting them.
Yeah, finally, I mean, we talk about taking that early risk every single time, right? And you know, when you're taking a risk, you are going to take that loss as well every now and then. And it seems like while M4 were winning a lot of, in fact, majority of the early fights yesterday, today is just not working out for them. But we still have 2 more matches to go, so you never know. If they go big in the last 2 games, I think they're going to balance everything out.
Maybe they are. Even TMG slowly and steadily stepping up on the board. You've also got Team Empire, though. Even the inconsistency for Team Empire hits up pretty hard.
That is
because
true.
at the start of the day, Team Empire was doing pretty good. 2 games back-to-back, super consistent. But now in this game of Sanhok, Team Empire nowhere to be seen. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a short break that we need to toss to. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a jiffy after this.
What did the drop or the snake? Am I the one to blame?
Let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है।
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता ओके फाइनल सर्कल 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to Realme BGIS 2025, the grind brought to you guys by the Realme P3 Series 5G, a device that is redefining the gaming experience on mobile and, of course, born to slay mate for gamers like you and me and Icy Baby that's joining me right now. I see a very interesting, intense game of Sanhok. Me and Necro were very upset with Beast not being able to wipe out Wildfangs over there, but Wildfangs finally a chicken dinner on the board.
Don't get me wrong, you know, I've said this before, right? In this grind, because every single team is going to be playing 24 matches in total, so it is going to be a long marathon. So fatigue is going to be a factor, stamina, endurance, etc. is going to be a factor as well. Day 2 itself, we've seen some teams like they've adapted, but fatigue is starting to kick in as well. So I feel like people make blunders, they whiff, it's fine, it's okay. You know, we've had good days, we've had bad days. That's all I'm saying, that's all I'm saying.
Look at you being the protector of the young players, defending the knight in shining armor. We're both shining today, by the way.
I know, right? We have a matching one.
Exactly. But if you want some exciting things for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is just go on to Google and look up the Realme P3 Series 5G. That is it. And you could potentially win some exciting rewards for yourself. If you do let us know, include us in the happiness.
Exactly. They are here to redefine gaming experiences for all gamers out there. And guess what? They are going to be releasing their model, the Realme P3 Series 5G on the February of 18th. So while this is happening as well, you can actually check out all the information. All you gotta do is just type the word Realme P3 Series 5G and you will stand a chance to win some amazing prizes yourself as well. So now, speaking of defending the honor, obviously we have to talk about the biggest highlight here. We've mentioned that while Fangs has not gotten a single chicken dinner, think about it this way. They finally gotten their first one, and guess what? Right now, up on screen, the MVP is gonna be Trace God. The man has been solo carrying Fang for the longest time, and guess what? He really stood up to his name.
Exactly. I mean, Trace God has just been incredible for this team throughout, not just today but yesterday as well. And as we look at the top 5 players, you have Trace God followed by Foul from the side of Aerobots. Aerobots also having an amazing time. Me and Necro were talking about it, that clash that always seems to happen, eye for eye against Aerobots in Paradise Resort. The first time Aerobots were able to beat out eye for eye, and then they went on to get another squad wipe, taking out Alpha 6 out of the picture.
Agreed. And while this is happening as well, of course, we have Foul, Pash, Zaim, as well as Krishna. These are the guys that have one of the highest finishes thus far. And of course, we have to give credit towards Trace God, because he was a top finisher from yesterday, and now he's still consistently getting enough frags for himself. But in terms of overall total healing thus far, you know, earlier the first match I saw 700, but this time it's a little bit different change as well. It's 6.3k total healing, so it seems like, you know, maybe loot drops and positioning play a very, very huge factor when it comes to resource management. And it seems like teams are starting to adapt to Sanhok. But with that being said here, congratulations Wildfang, their first ever chicken dinner, and finally getting one themselves. They've got 9 finishes on top of that, and also a 10 points placement for themselves.
Exactly, finally those double-digit placement points in a single game. But then we have Alibaba Raiders on the second with 12 points secured from this game. Aerobots on the third, 11 finishes in the match, just 1 point for placement, but who cares if the total tally is of 12 points. Mysterious 4 on the fourth. I think this is one of the best performances we have seen from Mysterious 4 in the first 2 days of this Realme BGIS The Grind.
I would rate it as second best, just because the previous match in Miramar, they did really, really well. However, this is going to be our current overall standings here. VST is going to be the top in the leaderboard right now with a total of 87 points, followed by Wildfangs, who shifted from 4th place with that chicken dinner, pushed themselves into 2nd place with 79 points. 77 is going to be OMG. Gen X FM is going to be on 4th place with 77 points as well. And TC, at the start of the day, they were the racetrack leader. This time, they are on 5th place.
Yeah, and that's a massive drop for Team Cosmic. They did so well yesterday, but seems like today is just not theirs. Dropping down to the 5th position, and the differences are just fading away. But VST, Necro keeps mentioning it. I have to mention it as well. You can't ignore it. VST, they have cracked the code. They have figured out how to survive in the center of the circle, stay alive, and just be consistent every single game. Does not matter which map it is, does not matter which circle they are playing in.
Again, it is all about a marathon, right?
Yeah.
And based on this current standings, the overall standings as well, two teams that really stand out for me as well is Hope, who started things off a little bit rocky, finding themselves in the top 8. Now they've fallen down all the way to 13th place, 12th place. Whereas for Mysterious Fall, they were the bottom of the bottom, and they have managed to climb their way a little bit. But again, still quite the distance before they actually make it into the top 8.
I think they need one big game. They have like 42 points right now on the leaderboard. If they can have one game where they end up with like 12, 13 points, then I think Mysterious 4 will be able to break inside of the top 8. They are being consistent. I mean, I'll give you that.
Today, big changes for them.
Big changes, but they got to work on placement as well, because they just had 10 placement points, man. 10 is not going to cut it. You got to make sure that you're getting at least at the end of 6 games, you got to make sure you're securing at least 10 points in 6 matches total. Yeah.
Aerobot started the day with 0 placement points. So now they're doing some work.
Yeah.
They're being a little bit consistent. They're still in the top contenders when it comes to their finishers. So I am really excited to see who's going to come on top, because fatigue will eventually kick in over these few days.
Exactly, and I think it might just happen for a few teams in the next match, because 4 matches done and dusted. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're about to jump into match number 5 of the day overall for these teams. This is going to be game number 11, and when I say a few moments, I mean right about now.
And without further ado, we are jumping off for the 5th game of day number 2 here for Group D. You guys are currently watching the realme BGIS 2025, the grind stages for Group number D. And of course, you guys are watching the English broadcast, and we are going to be starting things off in Miramar this time. And of course, the flight path is going to be starting things off from Torre Ahumada, heading all the way down south of Los Leonas. A pretty eastern flight path thus far. Kind of similar at the start of the day, but instead of focusing on towards the east side, it was more onto the northwest to the east instead.
Oh, but look at this. Last time it was Team Hope making the charge. This time, Aerobots are going to be left alone in Campo Militar. OMG, Welt OMG, a little bit close to them. But Autobots, along with Hope. Team Hope now, it seems like, are just going after anyone they want to.
They haven't really found their footing, right? Like, it feels like today's games, from yesterday's games to today's games, they haven't really figured out a drop spot that really suits them. And just as soon as I say that, today, when they started things off, people have been targeting, hoping to try and get a contest with Hope. And I mentioned as well, when it comes to head-to-head, Hope has a very, very good chance. But after today's games, they had a couple of blunders. It feels like it might be a big blow onto their own confidence when it comes to taking engagements now. So I'm curious to see whether or not can they fix this. But now with Circle appearing on towards the outskirts of Impala, it feels like a relatively similar one again from the previous Miramar map.
Yeah, it does seem like it, but let's see how things are going to turn out. If it goes towards the shoreline again, then maybe Gen X FM, they are going to rewind time, go back into that previous Miramar that happened earlier on in the day and secure a lot of eliminations. I mean, if they pop off like that again 2 times on the same map, it is going to be just insane. But I see, what is M4 up to? We see Grind alone in truck stop, while his other teammates are between Hacienda del Patron and Graveyard in the middle of nowhere, to be a little bit more precise.
Well, the scavengers is gotta scavenge, man. You gotta pick up whatever you can, and this day they are doing pretty okay. And I feel like this is something that they need to kind of work on a little bit better. We saw a lot of improvements, but look at this. A little bit of a late drop here coming from Alpha 6, and now he on the hunt. Sirito, you're gonna be the first to fall. That's gonna be too soon for you, as you are gonna be back to the lobby, my friend.
Oh man, Alpha 6 is not having a good day. I mean, I've lost count of how many times you've seen them take an early exit, and this is a team that actually does like to prioritize those early fights every now and then. Even in the previous Miramar, we saw them make an attempt into the early action. Fortunately, the third party came in and Alpha 6 were taken out comparatively early back then as well. This time it is Team Empire who go on to secure that point, and I believe they're going to make that long rotation towards El Pozo, where there's going to be another team waiting for them. So they have to be a little bit careful with how they tackle that situation. But TMG versus Team Empire, it's going to be an interesting fight. In the meanwhile, Alpha 6 moving towards Picado. There's going to be Gen X FM very close to them, but running into a fight where a player lost this early inside of this match, no one's going to advise for it.
Yeah, and seeing how Team Cosmic is, well, it feels like they are struggling a lot when it comes to making rotations, especially when they're playing Edge Circle as well as outside zone as well. Whenever they are getting gatekeep, they have struggled to find a way to penetrate. Like, they're the best when it comes to holding down formations, but so far, all the circles and all the positions that they have set themselves in throughout the entirety of the game has been a very, very difficult one. So I think with this sudden switch of approach on how they're tackling the situation now is giving them a slight edge compared to before. Because every single time they've been playing for outside zone, waiting from like maybe zone 3, zone 4 before they actually enter the zone, which kind of put them in a awkward spot. So I feel like when it comes to the meta itself, I talked about this yesterday, outside zone seems to be dropped down in a lot of tiers. A lot of teams has tried to make it work. So far, the only team who had some success was OMG, and that was even yesterday's game. Today's game, everyone is just messing up.
That is so true. Everyone's been making those mistakes today, but hopefully, I mean, it's just the, as you mentioned, the fatigue kicking in.
Yeah, fatigue. People tend to make a lot of mistakes. Well, OMG going to be still in Torea Amada. I think they're going to try and make it work at least to Zone 3 before they enter in again. They realize how important meds are. Every single time they make it to Zone 6, Zone 8, Zone 7 as well. Not enough utilities, not enough meds to work with. And in this case, M4, they are still on top of the mountain. So that's something that they can still utilize in terms of strategy again from yesterday's. But after showing it from previous game, people might take note a little bit more. So this time, based on this map, you can see Sketch already moving ahead to try and set up for the play. And hopefully he doesn't get scouted out, because nowadays, especially today itself, we saw a lot of scavengers, and one of them being Alpha 6. In this case, they've lost one member right from the get-go, so I don't think they will take this risk right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's nowhere to go if they try and move towards San Martin. There's VST, and VST is definitely going to move in the next few moments. Team Empire being present as well, and on our screens, we see the players of Gen X FM already in control of Picado, so Alpha 6, they will have to make that run for Graveyard, but luckily for them, it is a decent position inside of the circle earlier on inside of the game. Although, if you remember, last time we had a circle like this in the previous Miramar, Wild Fangs, they got very lucky. They found Impala completely isolated. Unfortunately, though, they weren't able to convert that match. But this time around, things seem different. They have a strong momentum going for themselves, coming off of that win on Sanhok before. But we'll come back to that in a bit. It seems like Team VST, Beast, is looking to redeem himself, Icy.
Yeah, Beast, he has been the playmaker for the team, right? Like, and at the same time, you have to give shout out to Shiraj. Shiraj has been the one that has been finding a lot of finishes in general.
That is true.
But when it comes to crucial moments, in this case, known as the clutch gods of the game itself, I feel like Pratik has always been put in a very difficult spot every single time. And you're expecting him to perform at the best every single time, which is unrealistic. But again, when it comes to competition in this game, especially when you're competing with the best of the best, trying to compete into the grand finals in Kolkata, well, you have to be the best of the best. Not everybody is a Joker. Not everybody.
Consistently, you have to be the best.
Not everybody is like Aquanauts. Not everybody is like Jonathan.
You missed out one name. Simp.
Simp, yeah, 100%. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible, the last Pro Series we got to witness, but this is where those players also got their opportunity. BGIS has always been the nurturing ground for all of these undergods, and well, turns out, as we were talking about Redemption, the clock has struck, and Beast along with it. The first knock secured by the side of VST.
Yep, Team Empire gonna be in a very, very awkward situation here. Right from the get-go, they've lose one knock, but at the same time, leaving no time. Beast, he is gonna try and go in for the push. He knows for the fact that one of them is down low. They know there's gonna be two guys, but can he win the push? He opens the door, he misses right in the pixel as well. Just a second, just short in this engagement. But he's now in a very awkward position. He's all by himself with this aggression. Can he find more? Nope! The animation lock will be punished here. Nice push coming from Ace to actually trade him off. So that's going to be Beast sacrificing his life for absolutely nothing.
Man, I really wanted him to redeem himself for that misplay on Sanhok, but...
Caster's curse, my friend. Caster's curse.
Yeah.
We got to watch our mouths a little bit.
Yeah. Happens to me in game, happens to me in real life as well.
Gotta get detergent. But speaking of,
did you say
curse,
detergent? What? What are you trying to do to me, man?
Mouthwash. we need a stronger one than a mouthwash, because as of now, look at this VST. They try to make a play, but Pratik also. It seems to me I just can't praise people because put in a very awkward situation. His cars almost half damage, barely even any engagements thus far, losing a member, no mats for Pratik, and he even ditched his teammate.
Yeah.
And guess what? VST, they don't care. Like, they know they're going to be late to the zone, just commit to the fight, but again, is that a good idea? Because they don't really have a lot of mats.
The circle is going exactly where it went the last time.
What is VST thinking? Like, they are currently top of the leaderboard, but for them to make a risky play like this, it just doesn't make sense. But now, okay, it looks like they will back off, so that's a little bit good sign. But again, circle very, very far away in this case. Now you can see M4 already in the middle, looking for high ground. Same can be said for do or die. So they want to play center circle, and it looks like we will see a repeat in history like the previous Miramar. It is going to be all the way to the sides once more. Wildfangs, they had a really easy time down south, but this time I don't think they are going to get so, because I'm pretty sure some of the coaches has been watching some of the replays to figure out how the rest of the teams has been working out. And Wildfangs, they are going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be in a world of misery in a few moments. And as you were talking about some coaches watching the matches, some coaches are playing the matches because do or die, along with Weds, they've taken control of the center of the circle early, but we'll come back to that in a bit. In the meanwhile, fight breaking out, Team Hope against EMG. And Devil, he did save his team a few moments ago, but this time he's not going to be able to pull off that miracle. He is going to get knocked out. Hope they have the man advantage to work with. And in the distance, Flex Jord, he's just being a nuisance to the players of Team Hope. He's the last man surviving for his team. Has a couple of nades, a few smokes to work with in terms of weaponry. The S12K, the perfect shotgun for a moment like this, and the M4 as well. So he's armed, he's ready. But can he pull off this clutch? He is outnumbered as well. Play extremely low, but he still can't strike the final blow. And with that, TMG, they become the first team to be wiped out in this match.
Well, again, proved my point. Hope Official are the teams that you do not want to mess with in towards a head-to-head fight. But the only difference between them and the rest of the team is that they're always fighting outside the zone. And that's one of the reasons why Hope Official is the team that are struggling to maintain placement points, because they have the firepower just in terms of positioning, especially with the new meta, has hurt them a lot. Like, not just a little, a lot. Because look at this, no mats whatsoever. They're taking head fights. They still need pickup Corey. There's going to be a lot of time being wasted as well. And especially when now Stage 3 has been shown themselves here. As soon as they make it on zone, there's not much utilities they can do for. But
yeah,
as soon as I say this, Autobots actually looking to try and join the fight, which is that even a good idea? It seems like they are going to try and steal the loots away. But again, all these teams, all they're doing is just dragging out each other's time.
No!
Oh,
Autobots, yeah, Autobots secured a knock. Aerobots stole that point away from them, and now Autobots have found the second knock against the side of Hope. But as I said, Aerobots, they are here as well, so third party is going to happen. Oh no, it's Team Empire that show up out of nowhere. Kiddo is going to be knocked out by Empire himself. Skrills, he wants to be the savior, dishes out the damage. The knock is going to be secured, but runs into the line of fire and is going to be traded out as well. Now it's down to Hunter in the back line. Siri, he wants to put the pressure. The nade being cooked. There's one more man. Ace at the ready. The damage dished out. Pixel of HP and he survives. Oh, that was close.
He got it. I think he got it. It's 1 HP. He's taking the zone and he will fall. That's going to be TETSW. Comes up on top. Aerobots not exactly happy about this trade-off. They are going to be kicked down to the bottom in terms of manpower. They do have 2 men left. They've got 2 finishers, but TE will be able to find 3 themselves. So they are going to be able to stock up a couple of first aid kits. So this is a big W for Team Empire because that's a lot of utilities gathered, and it's not going to be scarce ones as well. But back to the question here again, they are still one of the furthest points away from the zone. This is going to be the full closing stage of Stage 3. Stage 3 has going to be shifting to Stage 4, and this zone is going to hurt double time, big time as well.
Exactly, and with Team Cosmic also being there, if they engage into a fight against each other, there's going to be more time wasted. So they have to, both these teams need to be concerned about moving out at the right nick of time. But look at this. Empire, while they try to evade, get away from the action, Zord from the side of Team Cosmic does want to stop them in their tracks. Spray committed. Did he even get a tire over there?
Well, he may have done some chip damage, but again, ammunition, he's got 2 first aid kits. He's still relatively far away from the zone as well. They're going to be trying to wait things out, probably try and tank it all the way to Stage 5, but is it advisable though? With only 2 first aid kits, that's going to be a very, very rough spot to be put in as well. Weld OMG, they're inside the zone, barely at the edge as well. This is one of the teams that is going to be causing chaos for everyone who's still stuck outside the zone, especially from the northwest section as well. They've set themselves a very, very nice roadblock pit stop to cut off any rotations, and they are going to potentially reap up a lot of rewards because of this.
Yeah. But look at this, Jubilant Divine now. It seems like even though the circle is same, their pain and misery in this game is just a whole lot worse than the previous Miramar. They played 2 players knocked out, and Alibaba Raiders this time do not want to waste any time against the players of Jubilant Divine. Oh! Caught completely unarmed, and they just run after him. Ninja OP did not miss a beat over there. Jubilant Divine wiped out from the match.
I can't believe Ninja OP
He just ran in.
Just got away with that. He literally just spammed all the way through, pre-fired everything, and just held the button and came up on top. That was a sick rush coming in from them. Meanwhile, Alibaba Raiders, they've got a little bit more company, but guess what? They wiped the floor with Team Empire, who's stuck outside the zone, getting desperately trying to rush their way in, and they'll lose everyone except for one guy who's still trying to make their way into the zone. But again, not a good time for Team Empire, and this is the downfall. You can see the butterfly fly effect starting to kick in for those who are late to the zone.
Yeah, all of that time wasted in the fight earlier on. Team Cosmic might just suffer the same fate if Alibaba Raiders find some cover towards the edge of the circle. What is going on here? VST against Autobots, or maybe not, because the man shows up, wraps things up, and it's done and dusted. VST, they will be able to recover.
Fortunately for VST, they were late, but they were one of the first teams outside that came in first. And because of that, they were able to punish all these late comers coming from the sides. But the question here is, will they be able to find enough resources?
So I'll tell you this. Drawing parallels between this and the previous Miramar, we have had the same circle. VST are making the exact same rotation as the last Miramar, and so is Gen X FM. Differences have been made, changes have been made by Wild Fangs, who have gotten to the shoreline a little bit quicker this time, and Do or Die, for the first time we are seeing Do or Die just play from that southern edge. So these teams that did very well in the previous Miramar have the same circle in front of them, and we know with the new meta how the circle is going to move. It's going to center up on that shoreline, and yet they've played the same positions for the second time. A few changes here and there. On the other side, Team Cosmic, they're down to the last man as well.
Great. Now here's going to be a little bit of instant replay on what things happened from Alibaba Raiders. They went in for the quick rush, and you can see Ninja OB just held down the buttons like, I don't care, man. Like, there's no way you're going to come up on top. And look at this Team Empire. They were the late comers. This is a desperate attempt to rush. And again, when you're rushing, you tend to step the pedal a little bit quicker. Chances of you having accident, very, very high. And that's exactly what happened to them. The Alibaba Raiders just able to just completely shut them all down. Cosmic, they lose another member once again. Only Zod is alive, and he's barely making it alive as well. He doesn't know where's a good spot to hide in, but as he drives on by, he's bobbing and weaving, but eventually he's going towards the wrong direction as well. He needs to get out. He's about to explode, but it doesn't matter because Scythe does hear this out. He does see it out. And he's going to be able to shut him down. And he makes sure that Scout OP doesn't get found out on top of it all.
Yeah, I mean, Wildfangs are playing a very weird split. You see that on the radar and now on the map as well. Seth and Trace God have been placed on that high ground. And Sensei is a little too close to the players of M4, while Scout OP has been left out into the open along that shoreline. And I think Sensei and Scout, their job at this point is to just grab whatever finishes they can and just be a distraction. Just force everyone away from Seth and Trace God. Because from that hill, Seth and Trace God will have a direct line of fire to do exactly what they did to the last man Zod of Team Cosmic. Just pick them off without even breaking a sweat.
Okay, pay attention to the zone right now. I really like what Wildfangs is doing. They have Saif and as well as Trace God, the two strongest firepower in the team, set up on top of the mountain, providing oversee on everything. And they have Sensei and also Scout OP lurking just to set up for a, I would say, corporate espionage strategy. Think about it.
That's a bait, man.
That is a huge play where if anybody goes in, they just keep quiet. And when the time is right, they strike from all direction, and they will box anyone who sneaks past them without taking him out. So this is going to be a very, very huge risk. But if Sensei gets to pull this off, like if nobody scouts him out, this is going to be the biggest swallow for Wildfangs.
Hey, what's that? We have a submarine now in action. Oh, at least for a few moments it was. Lim was hiding inside of that coop. Finally gets out.
Well, they've lost a car, but fortunately for them, they will be able to have a decent amount of placements. So they are going to be trying to sneak their way into the next phase of the zone, so which is a good thing. But yeah, right now, as you can see, do or die, they've been laying low for now. They conquered the south. They are able to shift everybody to the west side, which is a good thing for them. But in terms of ammunition, in terms of weaponry, mats as well, it seems like they've just been chilling. Like, they've got absolutely maximum value coming to stage 5 with no contestation whatsoever. And these are the biggest goblins. You gotta gobble them up. Like they have big fat loot all the way through.
That is true, but let's
very
see.
Juicy ones.
Hope they found an opening against the players of VST, but Lelem, I think this is a risky play. VST Shiraj moving in. He's been spotted out, but it's going to be the man in the backlines. Yadnesh knocked out, and this is the opportunity that Hope needed. The nade is going to be lobbed, and it lands right in the middle of them. 2 points secured by Hope. 6 in total finishes on the board.
Fantastic plays coming from Hope as well.
Helping hand lent by Sensei from Wildfangs, and he secures that finish. And as we were talking about their formation, the 2-1-1 Wildfangs was playing, since his position was compromised, Sensei just completely backs off, repositions, instant reset. I like it.
Like, he's just being an absolute menace, right? Like, what he's playing right now is a strategy where he's going to try and start something without being caught, and then force people to react to it, and then just back off. This is really, really good psychological warfare coming from them, but it's also very, very risky. And as soon as I say that, Scout OP is going to be the first to fall, but all things considered, the job has been done. They've already instigated incidents for the rest of the teams in the current lobby right now. So we're down towards 9 teams, and Wildfang's still on top of it all, but oh, wow! Shogun just completely took off the helmets of Trace God. What a shot!
Here they come again. I see the previous Miramar, Gen X FM were able to end the game with 22 finishes in total. And now I think they're finally starting to pull the trigger, but do or die. The last Miramar, they made it to the top 3. This time it's going to be a little bit tougher, considering they are going up against Eye for Eye. Last man left alive. Balu is going to be picked off by a dead player. And that is the end of the journey for do or die. And we find it down to the top 8 teams, 26 players alive.
Sensei.
He's going for it.
He's going to make a play. He's the instigator for the team, and now he's going to be trying to apply pressure. And with that pressure, can Eye for an Eye reset? Because they know for a fact that there's people pushing, but they don't know how many. But now Sensei in a little bit of trouble. Dead player scouts him out. Nice cover fire coming in from Dead player. And now Eye for Eye, they will get the reset, but Sensei, you got to back off. You are the instigator. There is no backup whatsoever. Considering the fact that Trace God got shut down, he's got no helmets up on the mountain. And it's just not worth the risk to actually take the peak again. And Sensei, he will be able to slightly back it out, but seems like he is going to try and push his luck to try and stall them even longer so that they rotate away. And guess what? Plan success. Eye for an Eye is going to rotate away from him. And it is going to be a huge cluster down towards the west side. And now with the zone also shifting to the east side, everybody is just congested up here. Look at the radar on the top right as well. It's just OMG in the top left. Alpha 6 as well. We've got Gen X, we've got Wildfangs on top of the mountain still. Eye for an Eye still deciding if they want to push east or do they want to push west. And Wildfangs just doesn't want to let go of the pressure from east side from Sensei.
Yeah, Sensei is just playing mind games with Eye for Eye all alone over there. Because as you expected, I also thought he was going to back off, but he just stayed there a little bit longer. A false sense of comfort for Eye. And if they do not scout out that piece of information, that one man can make a game-changing play, helping, let's not forget, TraceGod and Saif still have that high ground under control. But Alpha 6 over here, up against Welt OMG. Justy's position has been compromised. He's been trying to take down Abi from the side of Alpha 6 for a while now. But it's just time being wasted. Welt OMG, they have the edge of the circle under their control. Alpha 6 need to find a way to rotate in.
Wow. What a replay coming from Well OMG. They just completely shut down everybody who's down on A6 as well. The nade coming in to actually finish off everyone from that team. So it's nicely done coming from Well OMG. This is a perfect game for them just because of the fact that every single team was stuck outside the zone from top left literally got shut down. And now Wildfangs, they are going to get contention from A6. They are going to try and take down TraceGod, but guess what? TraceGod is a god for a reason. They've been hiding on the mountain for the longest time. They've done all the damage, and they've got themselves, again, 3 finishes, but they have caused a lot of problem for all the teams who try and rotate in.
He's playing without a helmet!
Insane.
He has no helmet!
The confidence.
Oh man, Wildfangs are getting extremely wild indeed, but OMG, I think we were questioning how the consistency from this team has fallen off, but look at this, 10 eliminations on the board, hitting double digits already. They've lost 1 player just now, and I think they're going to lose a few more because they are in the line of fire of Wildfangs. I knew, even I expected that shot to connect, but I guess they just backed off at the last second, although concerns from either side. Welt OMG up north, and then you have Alpha 6 trying to breach the rear. He's been spotted out. TraceGod, he is ready. He's going to run out of ammunition, so he needs to make sure that every single shot counts.
This is really rough coming from Wildfangs. They have the best position, but they don't have the best condition. And this is going to put a dent here because of how they've instigated this strategy, right? 2-1-1 split was so difficult to block, and there was so much pressure on the 2 to make some kind of plays. And now it's up to Sensei to be that player because all his ammunition is still got with him as well. And we are down towards the final 7 teams. With 20 alive, Sensei is got to pull it big. This is going to be his moment to shine.
Yeah.
And he's going to be the most difficult one as well because he's the only guy with the most amount of ammunition coming from Wildfang. And he's gotten so much space.
Right now, he's just playing solo versus squad in a competitive lobby.
Insane.
That is just insane, yeah.
But Alpha 6, they're still stuck, a little bit afraid to actually push up as well, but with the zone edging in, they will eventually make a play. Do they want to fight against Gen X FM, or do they still want to contest Wildfangs? Because as of now, options are, against Wildfangs, extremely hard. They don't know what's going on top.
That's true.
Chances are Peaker's advantage still favors Wildfangs. If you go Gen X, well, they will have a little bit more advantage in terms of numbers, but they have to pray that Wildfangs help them. So it is going to be tough to do.
Look at the circle though. Sensei, the one man from the side of Wildfangs, the isolated player, smack in the middle of circle. And Eye for Eye, this is a brilliant opportunity for them to actually secure a big win because everyone else outside the zone is just about to fight amongst themselves. Gen X FM are going to feel the pressure soon of Wildfangs, Alpha 6 being right next to them, and Eye for Eye having that flank advantage. But as I say that M4, they find the opening. Saif is going to be knocked out. And as we have had a look on the players, TraceGod and Saif, they do not have a lot of replenishments in terms of first aid, smokes, grenades, molotovs to survive over there. Their armor and helmet are completely gone, but Gen X FM, they move forward, they create a pathway for themselves to cross in.
Agreed. Gen X FM, they have to make a play right now. They're the only team with the utilities to actually make a play, and now they're going to be expanding their resources to make a gamble play to try and find cover. And guess what? They can't seem to find one. Shogun is going to be the first one to fall. They will run in towards Eye for an Eye. They will lose members because of this, and because of this place, it literally opens up the map for everyone. And Eye for an Eye completely shuts them all down. 8 total finishes just like that. And because of this play, now Wildfangs will have a lot of opportunities. Saif has dropped down so low. He's got no meds. He needs to regroup. And Sensei's here to back him up. And guess what? TraceGod, he still finds one more. And Saif, he will be taken down by Alpha 6. But Sensei, he's got to make a decision. Help TraceGod or dip. And in this case, he's still running around. He knows it's all by himself. Eye for an Eye finds TraceGod, and Sensei is all by himself now. He's the one-man army. And Wildfangs will leave no one alive on top of the mountain. And Eye for an Eye will capitalize on all these easy finishes.
Well, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see if they close out this game because there's one more team remaining towards the northern side, M4. They still have the numbers to work with. Justy from the side of Welto MG. I think this is it. The nade is going to be very close. He almost got taken out over there. Maybe the second one is going to get the job done.
He has to hit this shot. OMG, this is a prime game for them. It's up to him, but looks like his dreams are going to be shut down. Mysterious 4 stepping up big time once more. Again, fantastic run for them in day number 2. They're racking up some serious points, and now being the four teams alive here with 9 alive. Mysterious 4 in prime position to shut down everyone, but Sensei still holding down his horse, but no! The nades from Demigod! He is going to catch him off guard, and now top 3, Eye for an Eye, with 10 finishes so far. Winner, chicken dinner, 45% in the bag for Eye for an Eye. But as the zone emerges and closes in, nobody has space yet, and Hope somehow still finds Hope in the northeast, dodging every single gunfight, consistently fixing the vehicles, and just like, you know what? Just chill, guys. Just relax. You know, we've made it top 3. That's a lot of placement points, guys. We're happy with that. But who can close the game? Because Eye for an Eye, 3 versus 2 right now. And M4, they don't have a lot of information, and they don't have a lot of cover as well. They set up their smokes, but they are lacking in terms of utility to push even further. You can see the suppressed fire from Demigod. The pressure comes in. Grind. Getting grinded in a very, very difficult spot.
Yeah, I mean, they are about to be grinded to dust. They make the push towards M4, but Hope is going to be the first target. Krishna finds the opening. He's going to be traded out, and M4 almost getting taken out. Hope goes out first, but I think now the job is done. Just one more man standing between Eye for Eye and their chicken dinner. 11 eliminations on the board already. They're going to look to clean things up and secure every single point that remains on this map right now. Demigod looking to close in the distance. The nade is going to be lobbed. The vehicles are going to be pushed forward as well as Raikon makes the move. Grind's position is going to be compromised. He's going berserk with the shotgun. Desperate to survive, but will he find these knocks? I don't think so. He's surrounded from every single direction, and there it is, Eye for Eye, closing the game with 12 eliminations secured, I believe. Finally, they show up. We saw the consistency from their side drop off as well, but hey, who cares? One big chicken dinner, and it's all good.
Agreed. A big round here coming from Eye for an Eye as well as OMG. They've gotten themselves a lot of finishes here, and also shout out to Mysterious for making it to the top 2. This is a big step up from being last place from yesterday, and now slowly but surely climbing the leaderboard, barely sneaking in by. But is it enough to make it the top 8 by the end of today? We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Yeah, we're watching you. We're watching you. Well done. Well done.
One thing about this game was that, again, as we kept talking about it during the match as well, once we saw the first circle, it was the exact same zone as the previous Miramar of the day. The only thing that changed was the 3 teams, their names changed. The formation was exactly the same. Where M4 was in the previous game, there was Team Empire. Where we saw the players of Hope was where VST was playing, and Eye for Eye was playing the exact same spot as GenX FM. And guess what? GenX FM, they won the previous game. Eye for Eye won this one.
Exactly. Seems like they've somehow figured out where is the best spot so far, and all the strategic plays has been really, really on point. And it's really unfortunate for GenX FM, considering that they had really, really good rotations. Like, they were in the best position, but the moment they made that preemptive play, everybody starting to shoot on them. It's like they needed to make a play, but there's nothing much they can do.
That is
It's just so awkward. But you can't blame them. They did what they did best, and Eye for an Eye just held down the fort a little bit better. So well done to Eye for an Eye.
Yeah, I mean, they played this very well, just kept their pace. And this is why Hope being inside of the top 3 was very impressive, because they were just playing with 2 players for so long. I mean, they went inside the water, took the car, and dove in just to survive, desperate to stay alive till the late game stages, and towards the end, finishing in the top 3. I think this is the best case scenario they could have thought of. An Eye for Eye constantly fighting since the mid-game till the very end, walking away with a brilliant win. As you were talking about Welto MG, they did extremely well. I also want to say that Wild Fangs also did quite well, and Sensei finally showcasing why he is considered one of the best IGLs you could have for your team. I understand the results that have been expected from him. He hasn't been able to deliver, but the kind of moves that man made in this game, At one point, he came back to help Trace God out, dropped him the utility, and then went back inside the cover. Did all of that amidst heavy fire from every single direction.
I really like what Sensei is doing. Right? He's playing the manipulator role.
Yeah.
But the biggest problem when it comes to being a manipulator is that when you manipulate other soul point, people will get pissed. And in this case, I feel like he's done his job well.
Yeah.
But when it comes to closing up games with the team, he is a little bit different. Like, it seems like Safe and Trace God, they have a right idea. Sensei has a really right idea, but they somehow can't find a way to connect with each other.
Yeah.
And that's the biggest downside of this play, because you can do this at maybe Circle 4, Circle 5, but the moment you hit like Circle 6, Circle 7, where things get a little bit crowded, you have to play as a team. Like, there's only so much you can manipulate. Like, when it comes to manipulation, it's all about shoving these teams into this corner, shoving these teams into this corner. But once they're all there, it all comes down to holding down the fort.
Yeah, you have to regroup and you have to try and shut them down altogether. But hey, still a wonderful game of Miramar. We still have one more match remaining of the day, the last game of Erangel. I wonder who's going to take that, because today we have had a lot of big finish numbers put on board by this team. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next match of the day, we're going to take a very short break. In the meanwhile, you guys check out this wonderful promo.
What did the drop or the snake? Am I the one to blame?
Grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping, King Kong beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. The iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, Jawa Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 grind stage group D. This is a very, very interesting day, and personally why I made a little bit of pause is because today's games has been absolutely phenomenal. There's a lot of surprises, there's a lot of mind games in play, and in the previous match, congratulations to i4y for taking the chicken dinner, because they have finally won themselves a spot in towards the top 8 potentially. So the grind continues. It is going to be the final match after this for today, and once this happens, we are finally at the halfway mark of Group D in this grind.
Yeah, that is true. But another team that is sort of slipping out now is going to be Team Cosmic. On day one, they had the first spot. Now, slowly and steadily dip in the performance. That means that first spot's going to be easily compromised. And the funny part is, me and Johnny just had a talk about eye for eye, and they instantly pull off a major chicken dinner.
Insane. That is just insane. But at the same time as well, introduce myself again. My name is ICBP12. He is Necro. We're going to be your final casters for today. And it is going to be a very, very interesting one, because I am excited to see how all these teams are going to be going up. But of course, all these teams, they are here for a really, really fun time. And speaking of fun time, I think we have something in store for you guys.
Of course we do, and that's going to be the Realme P3 series. If you move on towards Google and search for the Realme P3 series 5G, you might just stand a chance to win some incredible rewards. Isn't that cool, Icy?
Agreed. And then, of course, when you guys are looking for those rewards as well, be sure to check it out, because it is going to be releasing on the February of 18. So it's going to be out in a couple of 2 weeks for you guys to try it out. And of course, us, I know you and Johnny have a very, very interesting side bet, but I want to kicking in fun as well, because I know for a fact that we should be asking, sorry, yeah, I think I'm gonna ask Realme to give us a phone. I'm not gonna.
Me and Johnny are going to pull off heist.
You know? I'm not going to be you.
Me and Johnny are going to pull off a major heist. And those devices at the end of the show will be gone. But you know what? The MVP of the previous game is going to be Demigod. He managed to rack up a lot of finishes, considering he got 5 finishes from that game. And the average survival of 2715. Damage dealt was 813. That means the conversion rate on Demigod was incredible.
Agreed. He was the one guy that actually clutched out the final finish of the match itself as well. Of course, you have to give a shout out towards Hope as well. Lilium has been stepping up today in general. Most of the points comes from Lilium in terms of overall finishes here. I wouldn't be surprised he makes it to the top 5, maybe even top 8 in the finish leaderboards by the end of the day. But of course, consistency is going to be key. We have Maddie as well, Saif as well as just the OMG. They were the ones that you have to talk about. They were the conquerors of the top west corner by just shutting down at least 5 to 6 teams. They got themselves at least 10 finishes by the end of that match. So that was an insane run. Despite not getting the chicken dinner, I want to see how much points they've gotten.
And if you notice one thing, right, this Miramar zone was pretty much the copy-paste of the previous one. It was the same one. Gen XFM, unfortunately, was not able to replicate the same performance that they did in the previous one, considering they had 22 finishes in the first Miramar. And now in this game, they just had 2 points. Complete opposite.
Yeah, it's a complete 360 switch, right? So it comes down to, consistency is going to be key, because eventually people will adapt. So let's take a look at the point standing so far. Eye for an eye, they got themselves 13 finishes, and the chicken dinner, they get themselves 20 points. Hope, 1 second place here, they've got the top 2 finish, and with only 7 finishes, they've got themselves 12 points, tying it with OMG. High finish volumes, but unfortunately not exactly the highest placement point to get themselves 12 points. So it's great, but it seems like it's just an eye for an eye game.
Yeah, indeed. Eye for eye. You expect greatness like this from them. While Fangs being super consistent, M4 has stepped up by margin on day 2 so far. On day 1, if you remember, M4 was going for 5s back-to-back, and then they instantly got eliminated. But this time, M4's been doing incredibly well. You look at the overall standings, Wildfang's currently at the top, VST sitting on the 2nd spot, and you've got OMG on the 3rd. But Gen XFM is not that far back. 79 points acquired with 57 freaking finishes.
My goodness, this is a game that you just weren't expecting at all. But wow, Fangs, they are going to be the top of the leaderboard today. And interesting enough, all they have been doing was just stealing finishes across the map with Saif, Sensei, and also Trace Scott, just occasionally fighting a couple of stragglers here and there, and they've been successful in all these regards. And now, with just 1 point below them is VST and OMG. So it is a pretty intense fight for the top spot right now.
It indeed is, but one team that's still a major part of the conversation is going to be Jubilant Divine, man. Jubilant Divine is one of those teams, especially in 2024. They made such a great mark, but now they're losing it. We're not seeing them perform well at all. In the bottom 2, I do not expect such a performance from Jubilant Divine.
Again, it's all about adapting to the meta. Again, this is where the entire 4 days to come, 24 matches, it's all about the grind, all about the marathon. And despite all that, win or lose, doesn't matter. Top 8, bottom 8, they're still going to be competing. Only difference is round 1 or round 2. So, all things considered, I think that it is starting to be a little bit more competitive now. Yesterday, it was just everybody looks a little bit confused, but we do see a lot of major changes in terms of playstyles, formations, micro decisions as well, has made a huge impact in Group D in general.
Without a doubt, right? And honestly speaking, I even expected Autobots Esports to do pretty well. Autobots Esports as well is quite an experienced banner, but still for some reason, we're not seeing the same performance that we expected. Alpha 6 on the other hand though, man, what a day it's been so far. Alpha 6 firepower's on point. They know exactly how to place themselves inside of the games too. They're doing everything with the right margin. Wildfangs, you cannot even say anything better. Currently sitting at the top. Of course, they're doing the best so far inside of the lobby. Yeah, you do see a few slip-ups here and there, but we know it's Wildfangs at the end of the day. They can easily try and capture back the points. But without wasting any more time, we're straight up going to jump on the last game of the day. So let's move on to the plane fly path. As the plane's gonna hit the skies once again, and the plane fly path starting all the way from Noropnoi towards the opposite side, which is going to be Severny. The plane fly path tilting a little bit to the right side of the map. If the teams want to move in towards Primorsk or Fairpier now, that's gonna be a hell of a stretch. Especially you would need to try and go for the pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on vehicle, and then move in towards your main primary drop location.
Yeah, speaking of drop locations as well, Erangel is going to be one of the most difficult maps to play thus far. Like, we know that Erangel has been El Clasico for the longest of time, but based on 2 days so far, and all the maps in Erangel, it feels like every single team has struggled to play this very, very well, because this circle change has affected the most on towards Erangel compared to the rest. Sanhok feels like, yo, it's okay, it's going to be rushed regardless anyway. Back then, it was also very rushed. Miramar, it's okay, we have space, it's rushed, but it's fine. But Erangel's rush is a major shift, because it feels like Erangel is an 8x8 map, but because of how big the shift have changed, it feels like you're forced to play at a Sanhok pace rather than Erangel.
But still, you can be a little bit more controlled. That's what it feels like. You can have a bit of more control compared to the map of Sanhok. On Sanhok, the fight's going to be super random sometimes. You just never know where the team's going to be placing, and then out of nowhere, you just get struck down, and you're down 2 men out of nowhere. So those type of surprising moments can definitely a bit more on the map of Sanhok, while Erangel can let you free with a few more mistakes. I mean, in the plane flat path, we did see a little bit tilted on the right side, but I'm still looking out for a few more clashes. And look at the zone I see forming completely to the opposite side. It's going to be catching every single team off guard. But also the great thing is, now teams can make adjustments as soon as possible.
I don't think adjustment is going to be a factor. I feel like right now, because of this zone, this is the biggest testing limits on how much you can tank in a zone and how much resources you can bring into the zone from Zone 1 and Zone 2. With this big shift, every single team is going to be scrambling to focus on looting as fast as possible without checking corners. And this is going to make a lot of different kind of blunders here. Meanwhile, JD, they are kind of separated outskirts of Rozok, but they have to loot fast, because if they don't loot fast, it is going to be a hard journey into the zone here. And that's a problem for them, if you think about it.
Yeah, seems like it. Jubilant Divine, a team that's always finding themselves in major problems, major pickles, and this time around, dropping all the way towards Rozok, catching a few teams off guard. iForEye's in the close vicinity. It's a team you should not mess with. And since iForEye's just got a chicken dinner in the previous game, they can definitely try and surprise a few more boys. But unfortunately for iForEye, there's a bit of that disconnect between the players. Raikon is way too far back compared to the rest, but here comes the cavalry.
Yep, he is going to get a little bit of an exit here coming from Demigod, so they have to immediately dip and loot somewhere else. They cannot afford to commit to a fight. And as soon as I say this, well, we do see AR also going to be making an early push here. Aerobots looking to try and find a couple of Scranglers, but seems like they're all the way in Novo, so they're going to be okay for now. But Circle, you can see Hope right in Pochinki. They're going to be very close to Circle, so they have the longest of time to do it, but it seems like they don't want to take chances as well. They want to quickly get positions in the middle, and it feels like this Circle might be two choices for me. It's either Primos or Gatka.
Okay.
It's either that or like I don't think it's going to be a Quarry Circle. It's been a while since I've seen a Quarry Circle.
Yeah,
and I hate it.
But understanding the fact that zones are being forming in a really awkward way and in awkward spots, there's a big chance we might just see a Quarry zone.
But that's the thing, right? If this is a Quarry zone, this is the worst possible position you want to be put in. Because to hold Quarry, you need a lot of resources and a lot of firepower, and there's a lot of long-range fights. And in order to stock up those 6Xs, 8Xs, or maybe even DMRs, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to do so, especially how quickly the zone is going to be shifting here. We do see a lot of teams, no major actions, and I like that every single team has started to respect this right now.
Yeah. DOD is on the way as well towards Quarry. That's what they realize, and that's what the advantage is going to be, especially when you've got the coach playing in the playing 4. He's making sure that the team's going to be as agile as possible, as mobile.
I'm
also got
actually
ARZ.
curious on whether or not Do or Die has enough resources, right? Like, if they go to Quarry, Quarry is technically a 2-man loot drop space.
So
three tops.
They do not really have a lot of resources, but knowing the fact that the zone was on the opposite side, DOD, they made the gamble. They moved in towards Quarry, and now they're going to loot towards that vicinity. So now they're going to stack up on loot inside of Quarry. But there's another team in the nearby vicinity, and that's going to be by the name of Autobots Esports. That's moving in super close, so I would love to see what the game plan's going to look like for Autobots.
It's going to be tough. It is going to be tough, but this is going to be the south side as well. They have to contest towards the Western Ridge. I don't think there's going to be any teams going to be gatekeeping there for now. But all things considered, 3 teams from a military base. The only team that's going to have the decent amount of loot is going to be Gen X FM.
Oh,
but
no.
At the same time, are they going to get robbed? Because as you can see, Alpha 6, 1 first aid kit on Carrillo, not exactly the most ideal. He's got 5 bullets on the S12K. Again, not enough loots. Not like 3 teams sharing military iron Not exactly a great idea.
Yeah, not a great idea at all.
You can see everyone is just scrambling to try and make it to zone right now.
Yep.
And nobody has enough resources. This is a very,
Hold
very
on,
fast
though.
pace push now.
Autobots Esports on the tail. They do spot out the players of Alpha 6, and if Alpha 6 knows there's Autobots Esports on the tail, Alpha 6 is one of those stubborn names that's not going to back away from a fight like this, but they still do keep on moving up. Maybe they do not know that Autobots Esports is in the back lines, and Kiddo is constantly driving around, by the way. Especially looking at the way Kiddo, too, he's trying to engage inside of the fight. Alpha 6, finally, they've came to a pit stop, and this pit stop seems like it might just be great for them.
Yeah, seems like they are going to get a couple shots in as well. Kiddo gets shot by, but they will be able to get out to safety. Alpha 6 just used up a lot of utilities. And guess what? He's only got 30 bullets on his Scar L. That's not a lot to work with.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. Alpha 6 now, here comes the rush on top of them. Autobots Esports, they do not even waste a single time, but even the cavalry is going to be arriving soon. The remaining two players, even they close on up towards the compound. Here comes the slam. They need to try and find some sort of trade. Krax is taking too much damage upon himself, and even the players in the back lines of Alpha 6, they're starting to get ripped apart. Autobots Esports with a clear-cut advantage in their hands, and now down to just the one last man Alpha 6 is. For how long can a P keep himself alive in the game? And that's going to be the answer. Not for long.
Very smart play coming from Autobots. They know for a fact that there's no point dragging this out. Just go in, do or die. We don't have enough resources here. Just do what we can and pray for the best. And guess what? They came out on top. They've gotten a decent amount. But the bigger question is, can they make it to the zone in time? But based on what I'm seeing so far, Autobots has got a decent amount of utilities and loot as well. So they could be fine. Problem is, the next obstacle is going to be Gen X FM, because Gen X FM heard the commotion. And does he want to shoot as well? Rishu's got a decent amount of loot as well. And looks like they've got this information, so he's relaying to his team, maybe set up a couple of pit stops down towards the bridge area.
Not a big fan of what Wishu is doing, though. He's taking a lot of risk to gain this information. If he gets snuffed out, it's going to be such a major problem. Wishu now knows it's better to get out of this danger spot. That's what he's doing, backing away slowly and steadily, step by step. Wishu can be spotted, though. On the minimap, I did see the players moving in a little bit closer. Wishu needs to be cautious. Team Cosmic today stays being quite rough. This is going to be the time where they need to try and patch themselves up and be back in the overall standings. They've lost that first spot.
Yep, and the top side and north side as well. You can see teams who's pushing from the northern section of George Bowl, who's playing H circle all the way through. Jubilant forced to play a bigger rotation away from Ruins as well as George Bowl. It is going to be a little bit rough here, because little did they know there is also a team outside, and Team Cosmic is completely shutting down this entry point. And whoever needs to pass this is going to be forced to go to the west side, and Team Cosmic will continue to hold this point to try and reduce the numbers on the northeast section of the circle.
Yeah, Team Cosmic, they've got a decent spot they're holding so far.
But the circle shift, oh my goodness,
Yeah.
it is going to shift even further west.
It's going to shift towards the sideline, towards the edge lines of the map.
Look at this.
And a lot of teams, they seem they're quite messed up. And you can see a major wave of vehicles too, just moving inside of the circle. And soon we might just see a lot of clashes happen.
Necro, look at this. It's barely even the circle, third circle. No one has had enough time to loot, nor do they have enough time to get into the next phase of zone. And considering how far away from the flight path trajectory originally, you can see everybody is still rushing to get in the zone, and there's only like 2 or 3 teams who made the smart play to go there first.
It's a mad dash. Autobots Esports, even they're able to get a lot done for themselves. 5 eliminations racked up so far, and constantly on the tail of the players of Gen X FM and Gen X FM 2. They just want to make a dash inside of the circle. One man ejects out in the open. Gen X FM's not looking too solid, not looking too fluid. Kiddo gets knocked out too and returned through. OG is a man you should not mess with, but eventually even Through gets knocked out. Shogun's closing on up from the back. He can catch Skrills and everyone from the side of Autobots, and that's what seems like it's going to be happening as well. But Shogun misses that first point, and now it's time to pull out that nade. Maybe this nade's going to find some sort of a value that Shogun's looking for. 8 bullets in the magazine, pulls out the S12K, finds the crucial strike as well, but now Shogun's getting pushed on. Shogun needs to watch out his back, realizing the fact that he's getting wrapped up from the backlines by Orwa. Shogun does a perfect job by minimizing himself and moving backlines a little bit more, but he's still getting circled by Orwa constantly.
Very nice distraction coming from Autobots as well. Because of this play, they are going to be able to get one pickup up as well, so it's going to be a 3v1 situation, but they need to go for the reset as well. But here comes the rush, and Shogun gets taken down. Autobots, easy 8 finishes here. And just like that, they will be able to reap all the rewards, all the resources that they need before they actually push into the next phase of the zone.
They've already got the average amount of points to be consistent on the overall standings. 8 points per game is what you need to pin a spot down, and they've already done the job. Autobots Esports is going to be immovable from the spot they had in the overall standings, but now it's time to focus on the upcoming game and go for the finishing blow, go for the chicken dinner. Considering the center of the circle is already occupied by a lot of major teams, it will be tough for Autobots Esports to breach in, but hey, it's not going to be too tough when you've got a lot of performance with you, and realme P3 Series 5G is something that will give you that performance. The device is going to be launching on 18th of February, so make sure to check it out.
Agreed, but at the same time, VST, they're still a little bit in a very, very tough spot. And as you can see, they are going to be trying to go in for a little bit of late zone here. Stage 2 is going to be completely closing in, so they are going to look for a mad dash into this next phase right from the western side. But little did they know, there is a lot of people as well. They do scout out a team ahead, and seems like with only 2 first aid kits, can they find a way to entry? Do they want to swim this? And now the circle shifts even farther down south for them. VST has got their work cut out for them as well.
The main problem is 40% of the circle's in the water lines,
so
there's not a lot of playing area in the first place. The circle's smaller, but already half of the circle's in the water, so the playing space is not a lot.
This is one of the most difficult circles to play with. There will be winners, there will be losers, but no one can anticipate, or I feel like no one would have planned this possible, because this is the worst flight path and worst circle ever.
But I4I's got a great positioning so far. They're holding a lot of area too, and that's a great thing. Jubilant Divine from the back, they're also getting shot at. The vehicle's now starting to smoke. Jubilant Divine, they're on the run, but one man, Dassen, can be caught off guard. Hold on to that thought though, Mysterious 4. Even they make a push against the players of VST. VST's been the most consistent team so far in the competition, but slowly and steadily, even VST's losing their grip. They are being hit with that inconsistency. Mysterious 4 constantly creating a lot of problems, and these problems can definitely cost them the games as well. VST, they fall back a bit, let the opponents breathe.
Seems like it's all about the holding point here. M4, they've delayed VST a little bit. He's going to get out to safety. He's got for first aid, so fortunately for him, he's going to be A-okay, but he's going to get shot from behind. The shot from Beast will shut him down. That's going to be Krishna taken out. The most best-dressed guy taken out so far. And Beast, will he be able to loot up those rewards? Because I'm pretty sure there was 4 first aids in that box, and Beast seems like he is going to back off and say, like, you know what? It's not worth it. We need to make it the next phase of the zone.
With the new zone settings, the meta just completely changes.
It's just a lot of rushing, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of rushing, but at the same time, if you're someone whose strategies revolves around the blue, you need more first aids. In the past, you just needed 2 first aids to play with, but hold on to that thought though. VST, constant problems are hitting them too much, and now they're down to just a 2-man squad. Beast gets knocked out. The confirmation follows up as well. VST, the greed for the loot was too much.
Not going to happen as well, but OMG, they will be gatekeeping the north as well. They do see this rotation coming from VST. VST forced to submerge into the water. They made it as far as they can into the next phase zone. Again, they were the furthest from the north, but finally they found some sort of a breeding room, but they have to sweep even further. But guess what? Johnny shooting in the fishes. He gets a couple shot in, but he doesn't have ammunition.
14 bullets! What is he going to do with that?
Oh my goodness, yeah, Nish, he might drown. Oh
yeah,
no.
That's what happens.
Actually did. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
Drowns, but he's not dead yet. Not out. He can still be revived, but he's also catching a lot of bullets on the back, so Yadnesh cannot even be back up. Is constantly taking a lot of shots upon himself, and Johnny eventually hands out the death blow too. I guess his teammates dropped him some more ammunition. Luckily enough, Johnny is the one to deliver that blow. But still, Pratik live from VST.
They saw him.
And yeah, the fish is being spotted. Fisherman's ready with the net. And all they need to do is just spread it across the shorelines. One more bullet, and the confirmation will follow up without any issues, and that's what happens.
Worst possible outcome for VST. There's only so much you can do. They get shut down by OMG, bowing out at 13th place. And just like that, VST's dreams of making it to the top #1 spot by the end of day 2 crumble. However, the rest of the fight still continues. You can see I4I already docked up to the north side. South side, we have AR as well as TE. But literally no, where is Wildfangs? Because it seems like Wildfangs, they are going to be pushing from the south side. We've not seen too much information of them, but they finally have a free pass because everyone is on the east side right now.
They indeed are. Wildfangs closing on up from the southern side slowly and steadily. You can see them creeping up. And Wildfangs, one thing they know, they do not really want to be a part of the mainframe. Instead, just stay in the back and keep on tickling the action. That's what the game plan is. Airbots Esports carry out in the open. Man's catching a lot of hurt. Why did he not get back up and instantly try and be in the cover? But I guess Carry, no matter what he would try to pull off, he would have still gotten knocked out. Airbots Esports in a world of trouble. They've lost out on Cannery, and now they're just down to a two-man squad. OMG make a push against i4i. i4i's had a great positioning so far in the game, but the utilities from i4i is now starting to hurt. Demigod finds a knock on to Maddie. Two more players in the front. They're making that constant push, and OMG's starting to hurt now. i4i, they lose back a little bit in the fight as they let the opponents breathe a bit more. But Johnny, he's got the advantage. He's got the high ground to play with. While for i4i, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Welt OMG needs to wrap this up. They need to stock up the ammunition. They don't have a lot of work with. They've got UMPs. They don't really have a lot of rifles here. They need to win this fight. The nades come in, finish off with Demigod. But last man standing from this angle is going to be taken out as well. And that's going to be Nick getting another one. And just like that, well, OMG, they end this thing with 7 finishes. They found their mojo for this game once more. Similarly to how Miramar was, the gatekeeping has been successful. But can they continue to do so?
Well, to OMG, this can be their game. This can be a big game that they're looking for. They're also going to loot the death crates. Once again, replenish on the supplies. And you move on towards Team Cosmic, a team that's been struggling on the day 2 so far. And finally, you see Ernie get taken down pretty low. TMG, they're going to find the first 2 strikes instantly. TMG's been pretty solid in the 4-on-4 fight so far. And once again, Team Cosmic, they're getting ripped apart. One more man to go in the future. Can Team Cosmic hold on? That's my question. The answer is going to be no, maybe, because Team Cosmic just does not have enough man number, and they get wiped out.
Easy points served on the silver platter for TMG. And TMG Gaming getting a 2 points for themselves, but it seems like they are going to be able to hold the reset. They still have the compound. They are in a very comfortable position, but eventually, these numbers will slowly thin out. And guess what? It's only stage 4. We're only down towards 8 teams. That is how quickly everyone got taken out in this game.
Indeed.
And now Wildfangs, they do find one themselves as well. That's going to be AR getting shut down. Easy kill coming in from Trace God.
Hold on, Ninja. The man almost got snuffed out through the smoke. Util was tossed in there, but unfortunately no connection. Ninja's still alive outside of the circle. Trace Scott messes up big, and now Trace Scott to get the revival is going to be impossible too. Trace Scott's done for. He's a gone case. Wildfangs, they need to play for the survival. The Danger Man's not in the game anymore, and Wildfangs, they've messed up big.
Series 4 now holding down the fort, but at the same time, they want to punish this, but they just can't. They're getting shot from afar. They need to get out to safety. Hero is going to be A-OK, but they need to drop in for a reset. So Sketch finds him a little bit of small cover while he scouts out ahead, and he's going to be A-OK, but he needs to regroup with his teammates to figure out where's the best point of entry for this next phase. As you can see, the zone is going to be an open field, so no vehicles, no cover is going to be very, very difficult to play.
Yeah.
While OMG hugging the cliffs is going to give them natural cover against the rest of the world.
Seems like it. They've got the edge to play with. And now Justy is tossing a few utilities, but unfortunately the man's out of nades. Now he needs a little bit of that restock on the utils. His teammate Johnny's got 3 nades in his hands and 7 smokes. They still seem pretty good on resources. But well, to OMG, they've got a big split going on. A 2-2 split. 2 players in the back, 2 players in the front. But the 2 players in the front, they've got a lot to deal with in the name of Airbots. And Airbots Esports, they're one of those teams that's got a lot of potential and also a lot of firepower. To take a fight against Airbot might just be digging your own graves.
You gotta fight, man. You gotta just commit. Like, it's stage 5. But again, if you don't tin the hurt, it is gonna be rough on you. But considering how thin it is already, all you gotta do is just play time. Like, you don't need to rush this. Circle's still in their favor. If the circle shifts down towards the cliff, they're fine. But again, it's gonna be a snake battle eventually.
It indeed will be. A few teams once again starting to send it. Wildfangs, they're gonna find that breach in the zone. A bit of that semblance of cover to play with too, but this is not gonna be the best possible cover that you can ask for. TMG is definitely gonna try to hurt them a bit more. There's another team in the back lines. If they start to make some moves, even that's going to be quite a possible knockout. Wildfangs needs to watch out from the back. Team Empire, they're definitely someone that would love to spread their Empire out as well. M4, they've got a great split going on for themselves. Even M4 can try and disrupt the fight.
That's a lot of commitment coming from Wildfangs to actually hold down the fort. They're like, they don't really know what to do. They are at the edge of the zone, but considering the fact that they have 2 men, there's not much they can do. And look at this, Scout. Ooh, this is a tricky angle. I like what Wildfangs has in terms of options here. They've got natural cover from the gas station. They've got barricades as well. He's got a little bit of elevation. He's got a lot of information to work with. And just like that now, the shots comes in. Scout OP makes it to the houses, but little did they know, TMG, they heard it as well. They want to flush him out. And guess what? They found Sensei. Franklin finds him. And it's up to Scout OP to clutch it out for the team.
Rough luck for Sensei. And instantly hits the deck. Is knocked out, taken away to death. Scout OP still in that combat right next to it. Scout OP, if he wants, he can actually get the revival onto the fallen man, but he's still not really going for that play.
Oh!
They tossed onto Scout, and that's going to be a 3-pointer. What a connection that was. Devil, once again, he steps up huge. When you pray for the gods, sometimes even Devil can answer, and that's what the play was required.
What a nade. Perfect nade to shut down Wildfangs. And TMG finally showing some hope for the team. But again, coming in towards the final phases of this game, we have AR, we have OMG, we have Hope, and we have Team Empire as well as Mysterious Ball. The teams at the bottom are going to be keeping alive as well, but TMG Gaming now, they are going to take advantage of the ammunition and they are trying to apply pressure across the map. They're shooting everyone. But because of this play, Team Empire, they are going to be forced to collapse onto his AR right now.
Yeah, what a fight this is. Aerobots Esports, a bit of that uphill fight for them, but even a Team Empire needs to watch out from the back considering a team's now starting to stack up. TMG is definitely going to start to hurt soon if Team Empire do not wrap up this fight as soon as possible. They will definitely try to close on up. Utilities now just being tossed so far. They're not even going for the proper gunfight. No one wants to make the first move, and Empire's now slowly and steadily backing away, but instead Predator walks into a nade. That nade felt more like a landmine. Predator is knocked out. Another nade tossed up. The man's going to be chipped even low. And now Ace wants to get the revival on the fallen comrade. And what a nade that was, too. Foul's able to find some incredible connections, too. And here comes the cavalry. I'm not exactly sure what the man was trying to do, but he just threw the entire game.
Hunter just getting completely shut down, and Aerobots just came up on top. Now they're going for the pickup here. Ace is going to be here with the EBS. Going for a shot here and there, but don't think he can find any, but guess what? He finds one. That's going to be the opening he needs. He's going to be able to get a couple finishes here.
High ground in the hands.
High ground advantage. He finds another one. Ace! He's got two. Can he close it out? Oh no! The party pooper! TMG!
TMG, the step in the action and save the day for the opponents. Unwanted help or unneeded help for the players of Aerobots Esports. Luckily enough, they're still live in the game, and AimGod almost could have been decimated if the opponents wouldn't have helped him out. But TMG's the only team with the most amount of players alive. Even OMG, they've got 4 players stacked up, so that's a good thing. But Aerobots and M4, they barely stand any sort of chance. M4 is also catching a lot of hurt upon themselves. And now you can see the player of Aerobots Esports as well, wanting to be part of the action as Justy's been knocked out. AimGod's biting on too much than he can chew.
Oh boy, a fight to witness. OMG, the Kings of the North, now going to be showing some action. Aerobot is going to be going for a couple of suppression fires. They need to shut him out, but guess what? He's all by himself. The aim god needs to get a little bit more. He's going to be farming a couple finishes here. A couple of trades comes back in. He is going to be able to stock himself up, but 6 finishes, top 4 for Aerobots. Impressive run thus far. By far the best, and they are going to continue their hunt as AimGod has 4 finishes for the team in total.
The game's laid out for AimGod. He can actually move on towards the centric part as well just by hugging the edge. He's got the edge to play with too.
Dude, look at this is the perfect circle for team. Look at this. They've got so much cover. They've got the highest point of the game. They can see everyone. All they gotta do is just be patient.
It depends on the shift though.
Oh yes, the shift is about to happen as well.
Depends on the circle shift. If it moves away from TMG, they're screwed. They can't really do a lot here, and that's what exactly happens. The zone shifts away from TMG, and this is where the real advantage is now being given to AimGod. If he wants, he can funnel in a lot of elimination points, but hold on to that thought, Mysterious 4-2. They're not out just yet. Devil, he is known for his precision with the utilities, but this time, he shows precision with the gunpowder too. AimGod's on the opposite side. If AimGod wants, he can make it hurt even more, but Devil needs to make the flank angle, and that's what he's doing. OMG's now going to be on the receiving end of the things, as Nick is laid out in the open.
He sees them as well. Devil, he's got ammunition. He's going to be able to stock up. He's got found even more. That's going to be a lot more pressure coming from TMG. This is the game for them to close out as well. 55% winner chicken dinner chance, and it's slowly but surely increasing. But Devil, he doesn't want to take the risk because right now OMG, he's got found by AR. AimGod, here's the reason why OMG is down to the last man, and that's going to be Nick here. AimGod, the biggest pest so far, and because of this play, TMG, they know they've got this in the back. They know they've got the numbers advantage, and they are going to go for the push. Who do they hunt? Do they aim for AimGod, or do they look for Nick?
Nick is out in the open. He's done for. He can't really do a lot. It's a 4-on-3 straight up.
Who do they choose? TMG?
It's a 1-on-3 straight up.
Uh-oh.
Aerobots. This can be their game too. As I mentioned, Nick was out in the open. He could not really do a lot. He needed to step up, and that's what he did. He instantly got eliminated, but AimGod's able to funnel in so many elimination points. Now it's going to be a 1-on-3. TMG, do they stand a chance to win this game? Of course, they've got the most chance, but still this one man from the side of Aerobots Esports can make anything happen. AimGod has been such an instrumental player so far. He's securing those crucial points. That nade almost connected. Franklin could have been knocked out. He could have been the first fight, but unfortunately, AimGod just a bit off from that mark. AimGod is still trying his best to fight back constantly as he fights the second strike too. What a big mess up this is from TMG. They're almost through the game. Now it's taken down a 1v1. AimGod, he can still clutch it out. He needs to patch himself up as well as he gets his hands on a few more meds. And now he's going to try to toss in those nades too against the opponent. Flex is backing away towards his teammate. If this revival comes through, AimGod's chances of clutching it out will be next to none. And the revival's coming through, and the nade from Franklin will be tossed at the right mark. But still, what a fight that was from AimGod.
Oh, almost. That was such a devastating loss, but still, well done, AimGod. Like, you tried. Oh, but it was so close. TMG still came up on top, the biggest warriors in that match, the biggest team. They were the reason everybody got struggled because of that building. But again, TMG almost dropped the ball.
We are seeing a lot of chokes, aren't we? It's not the first time we're seeing a choke like that. In the past couple of games of Sanhok, Jubilant Divine choked up big too against TMG itself. And now TMG, they're the one to pull off the chicken dinner on almost. They choked up a fight against AimGod. Now, even WoW did pretty good for themselves, considering they were placed in quite a great spot. Even they've got a lot of elimination points. I think so the last time when we saw them, they had 10 eliminations. So that's a great way to end things off.
Yeah, and speaking of great things happening as well in day number 2, seems like teams in the bottom of the pack has started to adapt here. And by the end of this final game for day number 2, it feels like a lot of teams are going to be able to push themselves even further into this leaderboard now, especially for the bottom pack. They are giving the top teams a run for the money here in Group D.
Yeah. And I think so AimGod almost managed to secure 9 finishes for his team.
Yeah.
So that was quite a great feat that was achieved. And OMG had 10 finishes acquired. I would love to see how many eliminations TMG had, considering they were just in that same compound for the majority of the games. Yeah, a few teams try to come through. They did try their best to steal that compound away, but then you saw them wipe out completely the opponents, and they stood no chance. But let's move on towards the highlights of the previous game, and let's have a look at the final few moments of that game, because those are quite crucial. And this is the fight that I'm speaking of.
Yep.
Team Cosmic did try their best to take that spot away from them, but TMG, they held it down so perfectly well.
And that's the thing, right? Team Cosmic, they were rushing their way through, and when it comes to that circle, considering how far away they had to travel, they didn't really have a lot of time to actually push into this phase. And because of that play, TMG was just getting so much value out of this year. They held their compound for the longest time. They caused everybody rotating, which resulted in Team Empire going up against AR in this fight. And because of this play, AR would have been A-okay the entire time. But because of this play, they were forced to leave the things into the hands of AimGod to clutch his way through. He was able to almost drag it out to 1v1, but unfortunately he was able to only steal one more finish away from TMG instead of 2, despite getting 2 knocks.
That's a great point as well. He was only able to get 1 elimination in the end. And that's why he managed to secure 10 finish points. Okay, I thought he managed to get 9 points considering the last time we saw him, he had 7 finishes, then he got the man out in the open too. But he still managed to get 10 finish points. In my opinion, that's a great way to kick things off, at least for tomorrow's day, because now the momentum's going to be carried on forward, right? And we had to talk about Aerobots Esports and how they had no position points at the start of the day. But now look at them, so consistent. Good placements, good elimination points. They've got the firepower. They're using that perfectly. They've channeled the aggression in the right direction.
I don't know if this was planned coming from Aerobots, but I feel like them going YOLO in this particular match was perfect because, again, I've mentioned this, right? Distance over time. And in this case, they were one of the furthest. You know what? Just take a fight. Just win your fights. Take the resources and they make it out. And guess what? They were able to pick everything up and then just hit in.
That's what they're known for, right? The aggression, the firepower. But hey, something that's going to help you out quite a bit is also going to be the realme P3 Series 5G. The series is going to be launching on the 18th of February, so make sure to move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Series 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win some amazing prizes. Isn't that cool?
Exactly. We are here to redefine gaming as well with realme P3 Series 5G, which is going to be coming out on February 18th. So be sure to check it out as well. Again, like I said, Google, realme P3 Series, REALME P3 SERIES. Spell it out, Google, type it, enter. You might stand a chance to walk yourself with some amazing rewards.
Exactly. But now, once again, going back towards the game, right? A few more surprising names that were not able to perform that well. Not exactly surprising, I would say. We expected them to not perform that well. One of them is also going to be Hope, because yesterday's day, Hope definitely showed us a lot of hopes, but today, those hopes were shattered.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think I want to bring up another name as well. It's going to be Mysterious 4. They were scavenging their way in day number 1 today. They have somehow consistently found themselves in good positions. Even in the final moment as well. M4, I think they finished somewhere around top 4, top 5. Yeah. I'm not sure if they've gotten a lot of finishes here, but I hope it is going to be enough for them to overtake Hope, maybe. But then maybe.
Let's speak about the opposite side of the spectrum. Team Cosmic, a team that started things off on a great note in the day 1, but now they've slipped out completely. Team Cosmic was nowhere to be seen throughout the entire day, and this is honestly a big sign of concern because you usually consider that the day 2 is going to be the day of comebacks. A few teams definitely pulled off those comebacks, but then the teams at the top, if they're slipping out, it's not a great news.
Again, you know, it comes down to esports experience, right? Do they have enough experience to compete in a marathon? Like, consistency is key. Like, as much as a flashy player you are, even if you're the most mechanically gifted player in the world, but if you're not consistent in training or your rotations or everything down to the little details, you are going to get bowed out.
Yeah, and we cannot even forget that, speaking of consistency, today the most consistent team was Team Empire. Every single time in every single game, they were doing so good. But you know what? Enough talks about the teams. Let's move on and speak about the individuals, as the MVP is now going to be flashing right on the screen. And it's going to be AimGod, of course. Who else? 7 finishes by this one individual player, and the damage number of 1,164. AimGod was an actual AimGod.
Aerobot started the day with the highest amount of finishes, and with 0 placement points. Now it is going to be interesting to see how well they place by the end of day 2, because I keep bringing them up because they have high finish volumes all the way through. But of course, sharing the stage here, the top 5, we have Franklin from TMG, 5 total finishes. Of course, TMG, one of the teams that completely shut everybody down in the building with total 5 finishes. But OMG has been also consistent this game. Prior to this game as well, they were the best gatekeepers, just capitalizing on all those late cameras. And again, this time, Nick and Johnny getting 8 in total combined for both of them. But match summary, 61 finishes, 9,587 total healings, 154 smoke steals, and the longest finish by dead player, 343 meters.
That is
I
crazy.
Think that's the so far.
154 smokes used? That is crazy, I see, if you think about it. That means a lot of the teams were pretty much out in the open, and the main part is because of the zone, right? The zone was forming so much in the open that the teams had no other option than to move out in the open, right? But the point standings on the screen as they flash up. TMG with 20 points from that previous game. Incredible performance, nothing taken away from that. You've also got Aerobots Esports, 6 positioning points and 10 eliminations. That's going to give them 16 points in total. Walter OMG, once again, super consistent. You can't really take it away.
agreed. This is a little bit of hope for OMG, right? They've been consistent, but today it feels like the performance kind of dropped a little to start of play. But hopefully it's going to be enough for them to go into the standings overall. M4, they got themselves a decent amount of
average
position of points, but in terms of finish points too, it's only 6. I don't know, is it going to be enough? But before we talk about that here, let's take a look at the overall standings after day number 2. OMG somehow, out of nowhere, takes the throne away from Wildfangs, and they are number 1 again.
They clinched that first spot barely.
They were holding it yesterday.
Yeah, and Wildfangs on the second with 97. You've got VST with 90. Team Cosmic, look at that slip from the first to the 4th. Team Cosmic has slipped by a lot, but Genix FM2, they catapulted themselves in such a great manner. They had a chicken dinner with 32 points in one single game.
Wow. But at the same time, when it comes to 32 points here, let's talk about the highest finisher. It's going to be Wildfang with 68, OMG with 66, 2 insane runs coming from them in terms of overall finishes. But I want to see M4. M4 was last place, now is on 12th place. Still a little bit of a far-fetch here, but all in all, I think everything may change. But I'm curious to see if any of us got any predictions right. It seems like nobody did.
Yeah, I mean, I went with DOD. I would say the closest is me. Maybe even Maisie, actually. Because Genix FM pulled off the biggest clutch today.
What do you mean? The closest was me, Johnny, and Enki.
Absolutely not. VST slipped up big time. VST slipped up big time.
They were top 1 after the previous match.
In my opinion,
in that final match, VST slipped up.
Genix FM got 32 points in one game, and then after that, they were able to get at least the average amount of points.
They only had one good game.
Yeah, but 32 points in that one game is
only
also
one
major.
good game, but they're still in top 5.
I mean, Genix FM is doing good, man.
Wildfangs was 4 all the way to 1, and then dropped to 2, and then for VST, they were 1 the longest time, but they now are at number 2.
You know what? We'll let that up to the viewers. We'll let that up to the viewers, man. Let them decide who won the entire prediction. In my opinion, I think it was Maisie, considering he went with Genix FM. And knowing the fact that now even the show's coming to an end almost, we still have a lot more expectations from a team like Alibaba Raiders. And in my opinion, more expectations are going to be from Genix FM too. They need to pull off the same performance that they did today.
Well, it is going to be the grind. It's all about consistency. We are finally concluded the halfway mark of Group D for this entire journey. So again, this is where adaptations has been done. Now, implementation is going to be the key, especially for Day 3, if they want to have a shot on towards top 8. As of now, the top 4 teams, I feel like they're okay. They still have some leeway to slack off for tomorrow, figure out things, trying out a couple things here. I do see Wildfang starting things off with the 2-1-1 strat with Sensei and also Scout splitting off was very interesting. It kind of worked out for them, but they need to iron out some kinks, 100%.
Now, it is understandable that the fact that, of course, there's going to be a few more struggles on the board from a few more big names like Wildfangs, but at the end of the day, if you're going to be in the top 3, that's all that matters, right? We had a conversation about Wildfangs that they should be able to place themselves on the first spot, dominate the majority of the games, but I guess even for them, the vision is pretty clear. They just need to do enough to keep themselves in the top 3, and that's understandable. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, even the day comes to an end. Before we end the day, we also need to give a huge shout out to our sponsors, Realme. Head on towards Google, search for the Realme P3 Series 5G, which is going to be launching on the February of 18th. You might just stand a chance to win some amazing rewards. With that being said, the day comes to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and IC Baby 12. We'll see you guys tomorrow with some more amazing BGMI action and, of course, the new zone settings.